want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL main secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his head like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. Yeah. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Bakas no flick. Simir. Ken. Moskow. Simi. Alpha. Ay, hold on. Nice. Chase. No. Tower, guys. Simi. Go. I taunt. Tower lock. Nice one, guys. Nice.
Just like Siri. Barak first, guys. Nice, Gary.
Nice.
Barak. Nice. Bagito.
Tahan.
Dai.
Nice.
I can set.
Oh.
I'm on the way, same.
Amen,
save.
Nice.
Dapat guardingan niyo.
Tower. Tower first, guys.
Nice. I got two.
Nice.
He hit me.
Bola.
Back. Can step back.
Nice.
Just go back. Push them back first. Nice.
Tower.
Just tower. Nice. Let's get it.
Ulti. Stun mati. Nice one. Nice. LT. Pure. Frontline. Can fight. Teresa. I'm left. Nice one, done. It's okay, don't force. Cannot. Yeah, it's okay. You want to tower lock? No. Hey, tower. I cannot. You want to just force? Tower. Force.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MPL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Mun je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG.
Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit. Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bountee kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Edge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41!
Backline already, and they're running for the lines, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. Just...
Kita akan ada satu body weapon di Malaysia membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, the dihentak semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pendakian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam? No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami. Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Menjadi sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil mempunyai letting semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk tempat Todak. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Nanti buat ke sini mau.
Ready.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Bountee. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bersiaran langsung dari Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah nak masuk ke hari terakhir minggu ke-5. And macam semua orang tahu, this past 2 days, perlawanan yang kita witness, yang kita saksikan adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Sebab semua pasukan ada lagi chance nak masuk playoffs. Selain daripada top 2 teams kita, the mid-table masih lagi tengah fight untuk dapatkan slot ke playoff. Sebab point dorang agak dekat. So, agak-agak kita tak boleh cakap lagi siapa yang guaranteed sudah masuk playoffs. Tapi sebelum kita borak lebih pasal perlawanan hari ini, apa kata kita tengok jadual untuk perlawanan hari ini? Alright, untuk match pembukaan hari terakhir, kita akan saksikan Homebois yang akan menentang Bountee Esports. Untuk match kedua, Barracuda Esports yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Dan untuk match ketiga, Todak menentang Niners. Ini adalah satu perlawanan yang I rasa kita semua akan enjoy sebab ini adalah satu reunion Moon dengan Todak. So, hari ini match yang sangat penting untuk pasukan Bountee Esports, Niners dan juga Barracuda. Dorang perlu kemenangan kalau dorang masih lagi nak fight untuk slot ke playoffs. And dorang kena menang 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. So guys, sebelum kita ajak kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas, korang dah ready ke? Dah? Okay, kita try. Kalau korang suara tak ready, mesti players nak naik kan? Sebab if I were them too, I wouldn't want to come up. Alright, kita try, okay? Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Tapi macam kurang sikit. Okay, apa kata kita try side ni? Alright, okay. Homebois, are you ready? Alright, kita try pula side ni. Bountee Esports, are you ready? Kurang lah. Korang dah makan breakfast ke belum? Belum, patutlah. I pun belum makan breakfast. Tapi tengok, I pun ada energi atas pentas. Apa kata semua? Ni masuk live tau. Semua kita try tau. Boleh? Setuju? Alright, semangat guys. Let's go. Stadium MBSJ, are you ready? Alright, nampaknya the audience are ready. Barulah players nak naik ke pentas. So, without further ado, apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia?
Homebois! Successfully maintaining consistency throughout the season with only one loss, they've shown they are worthy of lifting their second trophy. Carrying the Malaysian flag onto the world stage is once again their main target. The spirit of Flame Boys is burning even brighter. Here they are, Homebois!
Bountee Esports.
Defeated by the Red Giants without any retaliation last week, they return today with a mission to escape the danger zone. Led by a team of young players with great potential, can the Hunters stage an upset today? Bountee Esports!
Marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright. Hari terakhir untuk minggu kelima. Tapi ini adalah match pembukaan. Kalau korang tengah tengok dekat rumah, jangan risau sebab kita ada Join the Fight code untuk korang claim dalam in-game untuk mendapatkan in-game freebies. And of course, kalau you guys ada masa, jom datang ke Stadium MBSJ because we are here all day. Alright, nampaknya semua orang dah tak sabar nak start perlawanan hari ini. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
On a beautiful Sunday, we welcome all of you watching from home to the penultimate chapter of the MPL Malaysia Season 13 regular season. It's day 3 of week 5 and the competition is getting tougher. My name is Stafa and today with me we have Gideon.
It's good to be back on the desk once again. I missed out on Saturday and apparently a lot of interesting things have already occurred and continue to evolve for a lot of these players, but more importantly so, by the end of this week, we're going to be seeing what at least week 6 is going to look like, whether some teams are going to be put in a relegation spot or might not even make it to playoffs.
Yeah, what I really like about the format we have this season, with the way that there's only like 6 teams moving on, some teams may get relegated, it means that the questions are a lot more obvious all the way until the end. But you know what isn't a question? You know what's a surefire way for you to rank up quicker and secure lightning fast 5G connection for your MLBB games? Well, it's none other than Hotlink, where you can enjoy superior 5G network latency and smoother gameplay.
If that's not enough to spicing up the deal, don't forget about the 20% off in-game MLBB items. And considering some of the promos that are going on, hey, some people might want to do a roll. Hopefully we get to see the crowd actually try to hit something good this time around in these upcoming 3 best of 3s. But we got to talk about today's games, right? Homebois up against Bountee Esports, for an example. This is a tough one for Bountee because Homebois are looking more fired up than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering that we are really getting into the nitty-gritty of things and we're getting ever closer to the playoffs, the team standings and scores are starting to really lock in here. We can see the current standings at the start of today, where the Red Giants continue to dominate and have already secured the first place spot. But everyone else is still up in the air.
I mean, we look at the top of the standings, top 4. Seems like everybody's playing for second place this time. The second slot for the bye in the upper brackets during the playoffs. Selangor Red Giants, they can't be knocked off at this point, right? I don't see any way for them to lose points when they're sitting so comfortably in the double digits of 21.
Literally. Homebois are in second place. They obviously want to keep that spot so that they can get the seeding further into the playoffs bracket. Everyone else going to be very close behind. Todak, King Empire, RSG all tied in points, and Team Hack being very precarious at the edge of the playoffs qualification. The bottom 4 teams are going to be the ones that are really eyeing to make it out of this danger zone, with Bountee Esports, the first team playing today, currently in danger of relegation.
If they get a 2-0 against Homebois, that's 3 points for them to shoot back up and maybe contest for the 6th place spot and might even qualify for playoffs in their following game. So keep in mind, every single one of these points are going to matter, whether it's a 2-1 or a 2-0. 2-0 being the more, well, hopeful option for Bountee. Hopefully, we're going to see them actually step up to the mantle, especially against a very warm Homebois. I mean, the Flame Boys are all out, so you can tell they're not dying out of spirit.
Absolutely not. I think the Homebois as a team has really been evolving and finding that same energy they had when they became champion last season once again. Although when they started the season, it definitely looked a little bit shaky. They have really come back into their own. They're looking like champion level status once again. So it's going to be a real uphill battle here for Bountee Esports, and I'm really excited to see exactly what's going to happen.
I mean, there's so much to actually worry about. Now, keep in mind, this is a reminder for everybody, but the 10th place will be relegated to the MAL, our version of the MDL for our international viewers, and 9th place will have to take on the 2nd place of the MAL challengers for the Season 14 slot. So even for the MAL, right, they're very eager to see how some of these matches are actually going to go, because at least it gives them an idea of who they could potentially fight up against.
What this basically means as well is that, unlike previous seasons where if you are a bottom 2 team, there's really nothing you can do, you are out of the MPL. At least in this case, if your scores are not looking all that good, you can still compete for 9th place to make sure you still have a fighting chance, because you're gonna basically be dueling for a place in MPL MY Season 14. So gotta keep that flame burning hot and the spirits burning strong here, because anything is still possible when you are up on that MPL stage. And we've already been seeing lots of changes in the competitiveness of the matches here too.
That's true. I mean, considering the double fighter metas for some of these teams have been looking very good, the real question is whether or not some teams want to actually adopt it, right? I feel like for Bountee and as well as Homebois, I don't think they're going to lean into that. Maybe for Bountee's side to really catch Nets off guard, because so far, if he has a dominant lane, it feels like Homebois are unstoppable.
Yeah, Homebois seem very comfortable with the way that they approach the game right now, and they should be pretty comfortable with their position in the rankings as well. If we look at their season calendar, they only have 1 match left after this, and that's going to be versus Barracuda Esports on the 11th of May. So considering their final 2 opponents are Bountee and Barracuda, a lot of people would say that those are easy matchups.
I mean, it should be, but both Bountee and as well as Barracuda are known to make some interesting upsets here, and maybe denying them the 3 points entirely and try to bring it down to 2, or at the very least even win the matchup would be the most ideal situation. But at the very least, it's really tough to say if Homebois can get a 2-0 cleanly, because it's warm-up, but at the same time, new patch, new drafts, it can be a little difficult, right? Now, consider this. Even if the Homebois have an easy matchup, Bountee may not necessarily have the same idea. They have to, on the May 11th, you can see right here that they have to face off against RSGMY. They've had their ups, they've had their downs, but at the same time, they still lack identity.
Yeah, but it's still going to be a tough team to face up against regardless. We already saw RSGMY get a victory previously. I believe it was against Todak. So they are starting to look a little bit better as well. So considering that Homebois are up against Bountee and Barracuda, and Bountee are up against Homebois and RSG, there is quite a world of difference in the difficulty level of their remaining matchups. Meaning that since Bountee currently not looking too good on their points, really need some wins under their belt.
It really goes to show that the regular season is about consistency and accumulating those points steadily over the week. So, I mean, I mentioned this before. I would have liked to see both the Homebois and as well as even for Bountee Esports to get to their current level right now during week 2, week 3.
Yeah. Like, we all want that. We want to see these teams hit their peak earlier on in the season. So it's unfortunate that a lot of them kind of found their way only midway through. But hey, better late than never, right? Either way, this first game matchup is going to be interesting. Let's have a look at the gold laners for their respective teams. We got the Panda Warfare. Homebois need to stop Panda at any cost.
This is going to be interesting because at least for Bountee, they're very reliant on Panda to eventually either clean up or hard carry the game with something that scales towards the later stages, 11 to 12 minutes. Nets, on the other hand, we've seen him. He's got the versatility of a traditional marksman. Both of these players have not picked up fighters just yet, but if we're looking at the stats, I feel like if they continue on with the same traditional marksman meta that we've known over the earlier seasons, Nets overall has winning stats, 6.3 KDA overall from this past matches. He doesn't even need to participate in all of the fights in the game to make a difference.
Yeah, Nets is definitely the more consistent player by far, and just in terms of matchup, I really like the background graphic as well, than using Nets to catch the Panda. Like, we literally talked about this during the preparation, where our production actually looked it up, and yes, Nets are legitimately a tool used to capture wild pandas IRL. Therefore, it's already a pretty bad sort of like rock, paper, scissors matchup.
I mean, it's not looking good unless Panda is able to change things up. Maybe sharper teeth, maybe a new way of evolution. It's really difficult to say, especially against the Homebois as warm as they are right now, right? Because even if we're looking outside of the gold lane, I think they have plenty of problems to really deal with, right? Number one, Chibi up against Yuna. Let's look at the Homebois lineup and I can explain even further. Because if you're worried about just Nets and fighting up against Panda, they got to worry about Zorn, Chibi, Subpot, and even Udil.
This is a team that has really started to mesh together well. We talked about how Chibi has always been one of the more consistent junglers we have, but Zorn as the in-game leader makes some insane calls around the map and is able to affect the map to an astonishing degree. Easily the player you want to be the most worried about when leaving things like the chip open. Udil as well has been very comfortable bringing in his classic Farsa and doing pretty well with it.
I think Udil doesn't really have to sacrifice much in lane considering the threats that everybody else poses in the drafting phase alone, right? And I think overall, what's keeping it together is Subpot, because no matter what, his lane never really goes too far underneath the waters. I think he's able to breathe most of the time, and the teams who have found success against the Homebois usually affect 2 out of these 5 players.
It's going to be difficult to do so, though, if we look on the side of Bountee Esports. These are all players with a good amount of potential, but have definitely not been able to achieve the same sort of peaks we've been seeing from the top teams this season. Aziz, still a very new player to the MPL, plays a bit more of a supportive mage position, which results in a bit of a lack of damage sometimes, since a lot of it is offloaded onto Panda.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just that, right? Aziz is really good on that Lilia, and I definitely think some teams are okay with dealing with it, or they want to force him into something a little more uncomfortable, right? We know that his impact is very limited based on his hero pool, but some of the other players that we need to keep in mind are people like Yanlord, for example. I think his engages have been looking really, really good. And yes, he is a little green around the edges, and he should be in certain spots across the map to ensure safety for their side laners, because we've seen games where if Yanlord is mispositioned, or at the very least pressure is pulled, is forcing him to pull away, it starts affecting people like Havas and as well as Yuna.
Bountee Esports, we know, is an aggressive team overall. A lot of the lower tier teams actually right now on the rankings are pretty aggressive. We've seen Bountee, we've seen Barracuda. They like to make things happen in the first few minutes. What makes it difficult for them is being able to expand on whatever lead they get early on into the mid to late game. Because if you're heavily reliant on certain players to carry out the game for you, it becomes that much easier for your opponents to figure out how to draft against you and how to play against you.
Yeah, no, it makes your compositions really, really linear, and I think, you know, the good thing about having Pops on that desk, he's starting to grow as a coach and as well as a drafter, right? Thanks to his assistant coach as well, they've really starting to take advantage of these comfort and pocket picks, making it difficult to actually deal with the Homebois, whether blue or even red side.
Homebois have a pretty big hero pool. We've seen a lot of teams making mistakes with the drafting as well, such as giving away the Nolan to Chibi multiple times and allowing him to shoot up his GPM, getting the highest GPM score as well this season as a result of it. So a lot of respect needs to be given over to these heroes that will enable Homebois even further than they already can.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think if Bountee is looking to try and hard punish the Homebois, they've got to pick their poison, right? They've got to pick what needs to go and what needs to stay. Because if they're banning out Chip and Matilda, it just means a more aggressive side laner or even a more aggressive jungler starts coming into play.
Oh, we got LaFell up on the camera right now. He seems very confused here. And because it is an MPL's Insider with LaFell, who we asked, who in Bountee did he hope could perform better? And if he's being completely honest, he didn't expect much from Bountee. He was looking for them to surprise him. And so far, they haven't done it.
Yeah, I think I was hoping that Bountee was going to do a lot better. I'm not going to lie. When you look at that lineup, it feels like, yeah, no, it kind of makes sense. They've got some standard laners. They've also got some imports to help out the entirety of that roster. And I think that as of right now, there's a lot of things missing from this team that's not allowing them to kind of jive together. And yes, you're in an MPL environment, so it's going to be a lot different compared to an MAL environment where things in the Tier 2 scene are a lot easier, a lot less crisp, a lot less polished.
Watching some MAL gameplay has really been a shock factor, I guess to say, is like a difference in culture, because it really is all-out brawls when it comes to that. And while MPL MY has definitely been known for our entertaining gameplay for a while, it's nice to see that teams are starting to get a bit more disciplined as well. A little bit of that international influence from all the imported players and coaches. So it's always good to see.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, you know, MAL still has a long way to go before we start seeing some decent games out of that side. But here at the MPL MY, we got our own problems to deal with, especially with teams just not warming up at the beginning of the season. I don't know if it's just because, like, it's 6 weeks. We're not as long as some of the other bigger regions out there who have 8 weeks in double round robins. Ours is a single round robin, 6 weeks worth of games. You just have to play 9 games to get as many points as you can.
It just means it's that much more important to make sure every single game counts. You just cannot let down your guard. Honestly, right? We were thinking that if Homebois faced up against Red Giants in their current state rather than in the first week of the season, we could have seen very different results. So it goes to show how important every single point, every single match can be. And speaking of the matches, it's about time for our first one to begin. So let's jump right into the draft.
All right, let's see. Looks like Comfort Heroes are going to get taken out of the pool. Chip as well as Nolan both banned out for the side of Bountee on the blue side, up against the Homebois, who are making sure that even they are getting rid of some of the power picks from Bountee's side on the red. Roger and as well as Arlet makes sense. Nets, at the very least, he could play the Harith up against Panda. He could even play the Natan. I think he's comfortable on either side of that mirror matchup. We go back to Bountee to look at their final ban of this very first phase. Is there anything left? And it looks like they're also going to get rid of the Barats.
Not gonna give over Homebois an easy flex pick for Subbat and Chibi. Makes sense overall. Now, from what we saw yesterday, there was starting to be a little bit of a trend between the teams as well, where we already knew that Angela wasn't the most popular perma ban. But Matilda was starting to drop a little bit in her win rate as well. So some teams actually stopped banning her out on that red side, but looks like Homebois will still stick to that.
Yeah, I think Angela, understandable. Matilda, not so much. I definitely think that the games that were lost on Matilda were very underwhelming overall. A lot of things could have been done better because you have access to the Heroes kit. But now, Bountee, first pick, going over to Panda focused. It's going to be Harith. That means Homebois most likely going to lock in the Natan for nets this time around, unless they want to go into the double fighter or dabble in double fighter metas.
I think Natan is just straight up a better hero here. I think Homebois can afford to actually leave Natan as a third pick if they really want to, and it looks like they will lean towards Fredrin and Faramis here to lock in the heroes that may be more contested beforehand.
Seems like Homebois want Bountee to pick up Valentina and force Aziz into a matchup which may not necessarily be beneficial for him. We haven't seen Aziz really pop off on that Valentina just yet. I could be wrong in this matchup for all I know, but I'm just trying to figure out where the heads are at with the Homebois. Wow! And they prioritize the Angela and as well as the Baxia, the counter pick to the Angela, and more importantly, they still think Angela is going to be good in the earlier stages of the game.
This is a style of composition we saw very commonly towards week 2 and 3 and then fell off after the break, where you basically draft Angela and then you lock in as many heroes that combo well with Angela as you can. Things like the Baxia, like the CC, like the Harith. So Bountee Esports seems to be leaning in that direction here, which I do like. Taking away the Baxia also means that you cancel out any potential free anti-heal Homebois could get.
Carry gets locked in for the side of the Homebois. Interesting. It looks like Pops is going to make a hard read on Bountee to say, hey, most likely, Havas and Havas and as well as Yandler are going to pick up a tank of some sort. I'm thinking along the lines of Grok. So now, Homebois, they don't need to worry about those types of bans, right? I think now they need to start worrying about EXP bans. What can they get rid of? CC comes to mind. Valentina also comes to mind because they don't have a mid laner as well.
I think Valentina should be removed here, considering that they have a Faramis already. That's something you don't want to have to deal with, like the enemy getting their own Nether Realm on top of the Heart Guard. CC also makes sense because this is the best EXP lane combo with the Angela overall. We'll see whether or not the Valentina does get removed. What about for the side of Bountee?
For the side of Bountee, they get rid of the Kaja. I don't think that was 100% necessary here. They don't have enough burst damage, and Carry needs time to scale, and even Carry has received a good number of nerfs. We'll see how Nets plays it later on in terms of his overall item build. But fun fact, Panda has the highest kill participation among all gold laners. He hates missing out on these fights.
I'm honestly not surprised that Panda has the highest kill participation among gold laners. This man wants to fight. This man wants to kill. This man only has blood on his mind. He's not like those innocent pandas you see at the zoo. He wants to take a bite out of his opponent every single time, and that can have its pros and cons overall. We do see that Homebois decide to ban the Terizla instead, as well as some stats here for Sepakito, who instantly gets banned too.
Yeah, no, smart options coming in from both Bountee and as well as the Homebois, right? Bountee is worried. Because, I mean, somebody's like, he knows he wants to play full damage Paquito, and now he can't. He's forced to go on something else. The Barats also got banned out, so he doesn't even get his flex pick. So now it's all about, like, what exactly is this EXP matchup going to be? And I think for the Homebois, on their side, they're just making sure that they don't have EXP laners that really either stop Sabat from moving out of that lane or punish them clumping up. So I like the way that they're thinking. They're going to give the Yutong, no matter what, at the very least, if Turtle or even the Lord is spawning on EXP's side, that means Sabat can be part of the fight.
It's a very smart pick because it not only allows Homebois to dive the backline, but it's also a hero that combos well at Angela. And now that Terizla and CC are taken out of the pool, there's very few EXP laners that fulfill that niche anymore. So very good from Pubs right now. Havos, we see his stats on the Arlet. He's able to set things up, but unfortunately, 20% win rate, not the best.
It's not the best, but at the very least, you can see his impact in the game. When they're behind, that's when you're a little nervous that Havos might have something in store. It looks like the X-Borg is going to get locked in. I would have much preferred to see the Benedetta, but they need enablers, right? Valentina gets locked in as expected from the side of Bountee. The Homebois let it through, and they're totally okay with them having not only the Heart Guard, but also the Nether Realm.
So what is the plan now? They very specifically saved Zorn's hero until the very end here. And with the Valentina, it means that Bountee will have access to both Netherrealm and Heartguard as well. So it's going to be very dangerous here, considering if you combo all of that with Havos on the export, it's going to be very difficult for Chibi on the Fredrin to really make space for the rest of his team. This last pick needs some good setup. Ooh, the Guinevere.
I like this. I like this a lot more because at the very least I was thinking along the lines of maybe Cho is worthwhile, but I don't think there's enough CC overall to really justify it. So I think Guinevere is the next best bet. It has the lockdown that we're looking for. It has extra mobility, enough to get out of the range of Puppet on a String. So nicely done from Pops here. Both compositions generally want a team fight, but Bountee is looking for a spearhead, somebody to get an advantage in lane so that Yanlord has a free target to put that Heart God on.
I imagine there's going to be a lot of focus being put onto Panda's lane here specifically because both Angela and Valentina are going to be able to rotate quite a lot. And with 3 Purifies, they're making sure that Zorn won't be able to get free catches. We'll find out whether or not the Bounty Hunters will be able to take down the defending champions. Let's enter the Land of Dawn for Game 1 between Bounty Esports and the Homebois.
All right, let's see the setups for both of these teams. Let's see where the junglers are going to start on the map. It looks like Chibi is going to be on the purple side, and they also... Wait a minute. Oh, Homebois. It looks like they're going to do a double leash here. They're going to leash the very first buff, and then afterwards, Chibi can run on over to his orange and quickly take care of that with the help of Zorn. Nicely done. That means he's going to double in terms of clear time in comparison to Baxia having no leashes whatsoever.
I think it's very important to double the clear time here because you know that you're against a Baxia. He's going to rotate really quickly, especially if he has an Angela support as well. So making sure that Chibi has some EXP lead and can expand pressure over the map earlier is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I do think that allowing, again, there's so many things that need to go right. I think that at least for Bountee, ooh.
Zorn jumps in, gets the knock-up onto Yanlord. Not going to fully follow up. Not enough damage yet, but it's a nice start.
Nice start indeed. And let's look at the emblem setups, right? Ooh, a common emblem coming in from Nets this time around, and it's full defensive. He knows he's going to lose this matchup, so it's all about scaling and surviving.
I think it's a smart choice. We see Chibi already invading to steal away some jungle camps. Will actually be able to retry it, but now Zorn gonna flicker away. Not gonna be able to escape from Yuna. Rolls him down for that first blood. And now Nets probably should get out of here.
Yep, Nets doesn't want to interact with this lane as much as he can. He needs to zone out Panda, but this is just the losing matchup, right? Panda is able to keep him out of range comfortably without taking too much back. We go into a game pause. At the very least, we can start discussing about these important topics because right now, with Yuna having that first blood, I think for Bountee, it's very clear that the side lanes, they need to be influenced somehow. And I think with Bountee, if they're able to keep playing around at the very least one of their side lanes, whether it be gold, most likely, I would hope in this case, they should be able to invade the Homebois' purple side.
Yeah, Bountee absolutely should play around the gold lane here because not only does Panda have a winning matchup, now that your jungler has gotten first blood, it's going to be a lot easier for a hero like the Baxia to just roam around and make Net's life a living hell. So it's already a great start for Bounty Esports. Homebois tried to be a little greedy here to try and invade against the Baxia to stop his early aggression, but you gotta be wary of that early game damage.
Yeah, it's all gonna come down to how Aziz and as well as Yanlord actually manage the mid wave, right? Because you can't just expect, oh, 2 people plus a global ultimate should be enough for us to actually make this invade work. But 2 people, especially if we're talking about one of them getting hit by, getting touched with the Heart Guard and Zorn knocks them up with the Magic Thumb, you're basically getting a free 2-for-1.
Yeah, that's the goal when you go for something like the Guinevere, right? And why Bounty Esports banned out heroes like the Kaja as well. You don't want to give them the free 2-for-1 catches. I thought that Homebois might go for the signature Cho here, but they did go with the Guinevere instead. So we'll see how successful this is when Bountee has 3 Purifies.
Yeah, I mean, they got to start blowing out resources. I was expecting Homebois to be a little bit more proactive on the map, but after that first blood, I think they're going to have to take a step back. Wow, a Tally 2 issue cleared up real fast. Thanks, Cedric, as we jump right back into the game.
Well, Yuna instantly in trouble. He hits level 4, but he's surrounded by 4 members of the Homebois. That last hit of Loveways might be enough. No, Chibi gets the last hit, and now Yanlord, next target, Petrify, gonna be purified straight away, but he can't purify Purify Death as Homebois instantly ups the momentum.
Yep, Homebois playing for their strong lane, and more importantly, they knew that Aziz actually went for a recall, so instantly the mid lane moves alongside Chibi to invade the jungle, get that kill, and secure Turtle for free. This is why priority and minion wave management is so important in high pro play.
We literally said it was a great start from the Homebois here, and they're gonna continue the momentum. Chibi invading onto the purple buff, 2.5 minutes in. Havos has to be pulled over to try and defend this. It's a 3v4 situation, and the catch from Zorn, he jumps onto the back tier, catches out Yuna. NetherRealm gonna keep him alive as the last Insanity gonna be cancelled out by the NetherRealm from Homebois instead. Bountee Esports still zoned out from their own purple buff. Retribution available on both sides, but it's Chibi who secures it.
Unfortunate, committing so many resources from the side of Bountee. At least they were smart about it, right? They didn't commit the Heart Guard at all. They didn't want so much tempo being given over to the side of the Homebois. Losing your purple buff, not the biggest deal in the world.
Oh, and with the catch in the mid lane, forces out another Purify as Aziz dashes away.
Yeah, they are finding everything right now. They have nobody who can reliably open up the map, and the only person who can technically do that is Havas, but he's locked in the EXP.
Things are starting to look a little bit dicey here. Although Bountee got a good start, Homebois has already built up a 900 gold lead. We can see the respective side lanes gonna be locked in right now by some very good lane management coming in from both Nets and Sapat.
Chibi now 2 full levels ahead of Yuna. Yuna should be able to catch up with 1 level, but he's still gonna be a full level down. Opens up the map to see Zorn.
Oh! The flicker catch onto Aziz! Heart Guard! Is it gonna be enough? He dashes away. He's gonna be safe. Yuna gonna provide a little bit of backup to make sure he gets out safely.
And this is what I was talking about, right? Just blow the resources from Bountee. That's what Zorn is. His main objective is to make sure that these Purifies go down so he can look for a repeat punish later down the line. Now that he doesn't have Flicker, at the very least he knows for a fact that they don't have the Heart Guard. They can start getting aggressive. Look, even Chibi is helping Nets to get priority to make this invade work.
Yeah, the Homebois have always been a team that's very good at keeping track of cooldowns, and we can see the way that they're playing around this here. We see them already in control of the Turtle Pit. They should be able to get this quite easily. Yuna's in the area, but he's already a full level behind.
Nicely done. And because, we don't need to invade. There's just too many people here. Let's not risk it. Let's give Nets double the amount of his goal. Pick up the mid wave, rotate towards that top side.
Havo is going to be poked out. Firaga Armor just lost to the Shah residue, and Bountee Esports, they don't have a choice. They have to give up the turtle to the Homebois.
Well, this is exactly what we want to see. Might be a dive setup from the side of the Homebois, but it's going to be 2 versus 2, and Yanlord doesn't want to reveal himself just yet.
Sapat doing a good job of keeping Havos under the tower. Zorn looking for the catch, but will settle on cutting down the minion wave for now. As Havos still doing a good job of making sure this tier 1 isn't left vulnerable.
Clears up the wave very nicely. Also goes for the brute force breastplate as well, just to make sure his job is to start peeling away members from his main carries. If Heart Guard is committed onto him, I don't think it's going to do that much against the Homebois, considering how much peel that they have themselves, and more so that they're able to get in and out of fights. Unless we see Havas get like 3 kills in the next 5 minutes, I don't think that's going to be the most ideal situation. Oh, looking topside though. Might be a punish here.
Where they have a rotation. Yuna looking for Nets. Some nice sidestepping, making sure that the shield unity doesn't collapse here. We see that both side laners on both teams have actually switched lanes at this point, so it ends up in kind of a stalemate situation, but Homeboy still doing a great job of controlling the map and keeping Bountee scattered.
Yep, and now, once again, similar to how we saw Chibi help Nets out on the bottom side. Wait, this... Are they going to send mid lane as well? I don't think they're sending mid lane. They have vision over their orange buff. You can see Supat's trying to take it right now, but they should be sending their carry down bottom side real soon, right? Because I don't think she wants to participate for the upcoming turtle fight.
Depends on what the Homeboys want. I'm noticing that Chibi is 2 levels up on Yuna now. Yuna only just hit level 8, so things are starting to get tough here. Purify forced out from Aziz once again. Zorn doing a great job. Black Dragon form comes in from the backline, forces out the NetherRealm from Aziz as the fight is just split completely in 2. Last Insanity comes out, picks off. Aziz gonna be blasted down in the backline. Udil gonna be the next target from the Heart Guard on top of Panda, but he's now being wailed on by the entire Homeboys team. That's gonna be 2 more more pickups with absolutely no retaliation.
Yep, 3 purifies already blown. Every ultimate under the sun. Aziz getting punished super early on. All of this because Zorn was able to blow that 1 purify before the fight even began, allowing Sepat to have a free engage onto Aziz.
I love the way they're playing this. Zorn understanding that most likely most of his catches are not going to be the catch, but to waste resources, and then prolonging the fight long enough to make sure that they're able to take advantage of those wasted resources.
I mean, the worst part about this is that Bountee, their composition is so based off of their tempo, right? That's why Angela is such a great pick for some of these teams. They know how to play off of this tempo when they're ahead, but when you're from behind, that's when Angela doesn't exactly feel that good. It feels like you're always on the defensive. It never feels like you're really profiting. You're more like a true support rather than an aggressive support.
Every time we look at them, Chibi gets 1 more level advantage over Yuna. This Baxia has been left with nowhere on the map to farm at all. And the net worth lead for Homebois is now 5k in only 8 minutes. This is snowballing out of control.
Bountee Esports, they really can't do much here, right? Playing from behind is one of their weakest attributes, right? And look at this. They're even bleeding into Havas's lane as well.
Havas, his Varaga armor pops straight away, forced to flicker out. Homebois won't even bother chasing. They know their job is done. They've already gotten the tier 1.
On every single lane. Top, mid, and as well as bot side, lanes have opened up and have unlocked to the Homebois to have free reign over enemy jungle. And that's why we're seeing Yuna falling even further behind.
Zorn gets another catch. Panda doesn't force out the Purify this time, so that's a resource that's preserved. But Chibi still secures the purple buff. Bountee Esports, no control over their map at all at this stage of the game.
This is why lane priority is so important. Bountee should have been playing very aggressively towards Panda's lane. He was doing very well against Nets, and now he's 2 levels down.
This is how you see advantages from the rest of the map bleeding over. Even though you think you've won your 1v1, in reality, Homebois is it's all just part of the plan for them. Havos not even getting the chance to use his last insanity most of the time.
His Faraga armor just melts. He just doesn't have the items, and Homebois are a full item and a half ahead of Bountee as of yet, and I think they can even wait out. They don't need to necessarily take the Lord right now. They can wait until it turns luminous before they do anything.
The question here is, what does Bountee Esports need to do, right? They're 7k behind. Like, can they still come back in any way?
I think that's up to the Homebois, right? We expect to see if Homebois make the mistake, Bountee needs to punish, and I think the only person who can relatively do that safely is Panda. And even so, it's very thin margins here. The stats are not in their favor, right? They just don't have the raw numbers to make that work out.
Bountee Esports literally cannot contest. A nice dash from assist to make sure he's not caught out by Zorn and has to waste the Purify again. Brazer's Raft is going to do some poking, but Homebois are slowly tightening the chokehold. That's going to be a Petrify catch. Forces the Purify from Panda. He pops the Zaman Force onto the Black Dragon himself as Zorn flickers in, forces another Purify. NetherRealm going to be popped down by both sides as it's an all-out brawl right outside the base. Yuna going to be the first one to fall as Homebois keeps the pressure going. Aziz, he gets smooshed into jam underneath your Brazer's Raft, and Bountee Esports going to do nothing. Zorn catches another one. The Ryorga armor on Havos forced out instantly as Chibi jumps in again, gets another taunt on Panda. Homebois are just toying with their opponents.
Yeah, it looks like Aziz, he loses focus as soon as the fight gets really messy. As soon as there's multiple people, he kind of forgets where Zorn is, and once again, getting punished pretty significantly. That's already 2 inhibitors, maybe even 3 inhibitors, might be falling into the hands of the Homebois.
It just all depends on how long the Homebois intend to stay here. The Lord will fall only the first of the game, so Bountee Esports are able to clear it up, but that's in exchange for most of the health on the top inhibitor, and there's still waves pushing in. Bountee Esports forced into a very defensive stance, which is leaving Havos completely exposed. He gets caught up once again. Heartguard comes out onto the exploit, but is it going to be enough for Brazer's Raft? Going to be doing a lot of damage. Yuna, the first victim to fall as Sepat jumps in. Nets with the double kill. NetherRealm to keep the fight going. Mega kill for GB as Panda falls to his blade. Homebois 5-man strong, 2-man defense by Bountee Esports. It's not even a defense. Sepat dives into the tower. He doesn't care. Yanlord can do nothing but watch
as the crystal of Bountee Esports is broken down by the Homebois.
Clean game from the Homebois. Very clean game indeed. Good punishes and good timings, making sure that they keep the timings of the cooldowns of their enemy opponents' ultimates as well as their battle spells and finding holes in their gameplay. Really nicely done from the Homebois overall.
An excellent display once again. Even though it seemed like Bountee Esports had a bit of a plan early on, Homebois snuffed out any chances they would have and just dominated the game from that point onward.
Yep, I think that at least for the Homebois, they know exactly what they want to do in this game. The game plan was set, very linear composition from the side of Bountee Esports, and worse yet, unfortunately for Yanlord on this, Angela was not able to affect the lanes enough and was very forced into staying in that mid lane for a large majority of the time. And I think Angela is so strong prior to level 4 as well.
Now that is a big weakness of the Angela roam, right? That's why we're seeing a lot of teams lean away towards it and even using it as a way to bait the blue side on the draft. Because while she has a lot of pressure early on, you gotta make sure you keep tempo with that pressure. Because once you fall behind, that hard guard actually doesn't do all that much other than put the Angela in a risky spot too.
And I think, you know, at least for Bountee, they need to just... I think they need to give up on this Angela. There's a reason why a majority of the top teams have decided Angela's just not worth the time, effort to really invest in, because it puts you not only on a timer, but it also makes sure that like pick-off compositions are just that much more valuable.
Yeah, and we saw that from the Homebois as well. They played it slow, they played it steady early on because they knew that their gold lane would probably have a little bit of trouble. Fredrin ordinarily should lose in pressure early on against a Baxia jungle, especially with an Angela. But Homebois just reverses the script. They decide, no, we're going to be the aggressors instead by leashing and invading. And because of that, our MVP for Game 1 will go over to Chibi.
Nicely done from Chibi, right? Just constant pressure against Yuna. We've talked about this when we saw the lineups and their stats. He is just a really nasty jungler through and through. Whether behind or ahead, he seems to have it all.
It's a clear example of the impact that even utility junglers can have on the game, right? A lot of people think, oh, these really high mechanic players can't really carry anymore now that they have to play tanks in the jungle. Nope, we can still see that. Chibi is still doing it, Skies is still doing it. 4, 0, and 6. 3,000 damage per minute on a tank jungler shows you are still very capable of doing exactly what you need to do.
And worse yet, even Chibi is starting to take out of the greedy book of SRG, going for first item, brute force breastplate into Oracle, and then eventually to a Sky Guardian's help. He's not even thinking about getting more max HP. He's just thinking about how else am I able to keep up with Yuna so that I can keep his levels down.
Like a really greedy build, but it works if you're ahead. It can really bite you in the butt if you end up losing fights and throwing away that lead. Then the itemization starts to become a lot less efficient. But because Homebois never lost that lead, it just allows them to snowball their way through even further.
Yeah, I mean, so far, this game was a complete landslide from Homebois, despite Panda trying to win out his lane against Nets, and he was doing a very good job against Nets, but after that first rotation, Nets just increased his net worth so much, caught up with the mid wave, went to the top side, was able to catch 2 waves and even proxy a wave off of that, was able to find a couple of kills during the turtle fight against Bountee, and I think that's what really set really put their what do they call it? The headstones? No, it's not called a headstone, right?
I think
it's called a headstone,
yeah.
right? Their headstones were engraved very clearly that Bountee had no means of coming back.
And I think we have to give a shout out to Zorn as well. Like when you're on the Guinevere, there's 3 Purifies on the enemy team. You should basically have no impact. But no, he had so much impact. He was forcing out Purifies left and right. And the timings from Homebois, the collapses were great. Sepat on the Yuzong cutting off the backlines were great, forcing out Purifies himself. It was excellent. The coordination, you can really see that defending champ energy.
That's Homebois with tempo. And I think Bountee, the only way for them to actually flip tempo is to make a hard read on the Homebois. But I don't know. From the draft to the gameplay, it felt like Homebois were being very reactive to how Bountee plays the game. It's not like... It didn't feel like Homebois was in a position where they wanted to play their own game, right? It was always based off of, hey, this person doesn't have a cooldown, let's respond to it. This person had an early recall, we can respond.
The thing is, Bountee has always had this sort of problem, right? As a team, they're very reliant on getting that snowball, especially on Panda, to close out their games. We've seen exactly how they respond when they're put in a situation where they're behind. They basically don't do anything. Like in this draft especially, it's really bad because Baxia, Angela, you need that snowball. But there was no plan, there was no attempt to try and open up the map. Homebois just close out every door they could open.
Yeah, and I think that Bountee, most people need to be a little bit more aware, right? Especially when you're up against somebody like Zorn, and your Purify is just such a valuable asset. And I think that they need to be a little bit more, what's the term called? Have trigger discipline, right? Panda is very understanding. He gets hit by the magic thumb. He's hovering his finger over that Purify. He knows that the rest of the members of Homebois will not be able to respond in time. And when they do, that's when he actually commits to the Purify. Aziz, he's very preemptive, right? As soon as he gets hit, oh no, there's a good chance that I'm going to die because I don't have the natural stats to keep myself alive in terms of max HP or even defensive stats, so I have to use it.
The problem is when you have an Angela as your roam and then your Baxia is already put behind, you actually have no information on the map at all, right? So even though it looks like only Zorn is jumping on you, you never know who might be behind him. So honestly, I can't really blame Aziz in this situation. Every single time he gets caught out, there's a possibility that there's 3 or 4 members of Homebois waiting in the bush because there's just no way for them to gain any info on the map.
It's a little bit of game sense as well. I think that Aziz is still a little green overall. Still a little fresh to the overall MPL environment because you can tell that the more experienced players like Panda, he's a lot more patient on his trigger finger in comparison to Aziz. I would say even Havas as well, when he considers going in for these flickers, he really times it to the very last second to be able to get out of these tough spots. And unfortunately for Yuna, he's always the sacrificial lamb. He has no means of escape. He's not exactly in a position to actually take advantage of the heart guard at the same time. So it's better that Yuna goes down in comparison to their scaling gold laner and as well as maybe even Havas sometimes.
But when Yuna goes down, then Bountee Esports kind of loses their tempo creator, right? The hero that's able to roam the map, open up the map, form the front line is just effectively a large minion to the side of the Homebois. We can see they did no turret damage at all. As a result of this, the healing actually still favoring the Homebois despite having Yanlord on that Angela too.
I think if Bountee Esports were to, well, I think this is where the level 1s are so valuable, right? When we're looking at the total healing, you can see that Yanlord has 35,000 overall in comparison to Udo, who has 33, and I mean, it's Chibi. He's playing Fredrin. I don't think there's much argument there that he's going to be having the highest total healing considering how fast this game was. But I think at level 1, Yanlord probably should have started moving out of his lane. As soon as he doesn't see Zorn show up, he needs to open up the map and instantly start looking for an invade on the opposite side of the map to figure out whether or not this Guinevere is actually going for that leash for Chibi on the orange side, or at the very least just figure out where Chibi started on what buff.
I think Bountee Esports definitely got a little bit too fearful too quickly because Angela Valentina should be able to roam around the map really quickly with the Baxia, but we didn't see that. Like once Homebois did that first dive, it was just passive gameplay from Bountee Esports from that point on, and there's no way you're creating any space like that. Because of this, Nets gets to be the rich guy, 869 gold per minute, the highest damage dealt. Chibi on the Fredwin. Whoa, okay. You not having to be the sandbag, and Zorn being the highest assist as well.
I mean, it just goes to show, right, how far ahead you can get, especially when you get that lead. Brute Force Breastplate might just be the go-to first item for a lot of these junglers nowadays, right? I mean, some of them even take it despite not being ahead, which is kind of crazy. It just goes to show how good the item is overall. And even Havas decided, first item, Brute Force Breastplate as well.
It's called Brute Force for a reason, right? You just brute force your way through the game, and it's very good at enabling that. We see here in the highlights, brought to you by official gaming phone ROG. Despite the first blood going to Bountee, this 4-man invade into the jungle by Homebois instantly put a fear in Bountee Esports' heart. They were no longer able to group for fights appropriately despite their best attempts. You think, oh, maybe I can get a kill here. Nope, you're out overextended. You get caught out and Homebois never let go of the lead.
Yeah, I think that Bountee, they need to start making sacrifices, right? They refuse to let anything go over to the Homebois, and Homebois, once they get that lead, it's so far ahead unless they make it like a significant mistake. And that's what I think Bountee was hoping for, because a lot of these moves from the Homebois are pretty telegraphed, right? Like, as they should be communicating, hey, I have to go for an early recall. There's a good chance that they're going to invade the top side of the map. So Yuna, just go and mirror, play on the opposite side, vertically jungle against your opponent.
I think that Bountee Esports has had the issue where a lot of their players play individually rather than as a team. And sometimes it works out for them because they do have strong micro mechanics, and if you get a snowball, then it's very easy to turn those individual plays into team play because you're all ahead anyway. But when you're behind, you really gotta coordinate. You gotta share information, and we don't see that from Bountee.
Well, it's either A, they're not communicating that same information, or B, they are communicating, but they're not doing much about it other than with the basic responses we've seen of like, hey, let's contest them, instead of we can just vertically jungle. Their purple side is wide open. We can play towards EXP and maybe even find an opportunity to actually force out a Black Dragon form from Subbot. So they need to start expanding their minds. The way that they play the game is just too linear.
Yeah, you gotta expand your mind. You gotta explore more opportunities. Just like this opportunity you guys can see at the bottom of the screen right now. What is this, you might ask? Well, it's the MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI 2024, which is now having open qualifiers for MYSG. So, ladies, if you're confident with your skills, you guys can scan the QR code here to sign up. You can sign on as a team or even register under the solo quest if you don't have one. Of course, we do have some conditions. All players need to be age 16 and above, and this is only open to Malaysian and Singaporean female citizens. So, what are you waiting for? We know that there's plenty of ladies out there who love their MLBB, so make sure you guys join now and tell your sisters, your girlfriend, or any female MLB players you know to register.
MWI is once in a lifetime opportunity, and if you think you have what it takes, take a gander at it. See how far you can go in such a prestigious tournament. Speaking of which, I think that if we're talking about like world level series here, I think that Homebois, one of their biggest issues is that a lot of their movements are very telegraphed, right? Every single time you see something happen, you know exactly what the response is going to roughly look like. You don't know exactly how it's going to look like, but you know that they're going to be on that side of the map. Bountee need to take full advantage of this, but more importantly, in the draft, I think it's more beneficial for them to actually be on the red side than it is the blue side, which is, again, I've been a very big advocate for blue side, but after this patch, I think it is really shaking things up.
Okay, that's an interesting observation here. For now, before we move on to game 2, we got an interview with Chibi, so make sure you guys check that out.
Dapat pecahkan rekod sendiri, mana you dapat average goal per minit 1130 masa game pertama. Dah lah tu game 11 minit je. Lepas tu you setiap kali dapat MVP. Sebagai jungler ataupun satu pro player, apa tips-tips yang you boleh bagi dekat orang yang main rank ataupun aspiring pro players?
Alright, kalau bagi saya lah, actually yang pertama doa ibu bapa lah.
Wow.
Yang tu paling penting, dan yang nombor 2 ni sangat penting. Saya rasa motivation lah. Sebab kalau korang tak ada motivation, korang tak ada semangat untuk main. Motivation dari siapa? Dari kawan-kawan terdekat lah. Contoh teammate korang ke, apa ke, sebagai semangat korang. Walaupun korang sakit ke apa ke, tetap semangat lah.
Kita tahu ramai nak cakap, oh sudah meta assassin, sudah patch assassin, tapi jarang lagi kita nampak actually assassin dekat MPL, and the only assassin so far kita nampak is Nolan Chibi. So, adakah kita akan nampak assassin yang lain starting from today onwards?
InsyaAllah mungkin dah ada assassin baru, contoh Link, Haya. Kalau kita tengok dekat MPL Indo pun akan ada meta baru.
So tengah practice lagi sebab tak adapt lagi dengan patch baru. Alright, terima kasih Chibi.
Alright.
Thank you very much to Chibi for the interview and for the insightful answers here. I think we all do want to see a little bit of that Assassin Chibi again. Like, his Nolan was excellent. 1,100 GPM is insane. But what about the Lings, the Hayabusas? I'm also very looking forward to the Hellkit. next week, because that was a chibi pocket.
Yeah, it was a chibi pocket pick, especially up against Fredrin specifically. It's really good with that Dark Knight Falls. Oh man, turning off the lights is disruptive, especially if it affects all 5 of the enemy team, members of the enemy team at the same time. But I do quite miss the good old glory days of Ling, right? The top priority pick, everybody is like, man, Ling is an absolute beast. It's let through a majority of the time because you also have to worry about things like Fanny, for an example. These Ling players, I'm just waiting for them to start coming out, right? I don't think the patch necessarily benefits specifically Ling players. I think Hayabusa just slightly more overall, but let's have a look at what Pobs has to think about this matchup first.
We're gonna ask, will we see more cheese strats from Pobs? We've already seen Chip, we've seen Belleric. What else is there? And he says, you guys have to always be ready for cheese strats from Homebois, because their hero pool is big. So just be aware. And I think that's a good piece of advice. You never know what they're gonna bring out.
Yeah, it's tough. And I think that Bountee, the first toughest decision is choosing blue or red side, right? I think this time around, as much as I would like them to be on the red side, considering their hero pool, unless they have a very clear plan of what they want to do on red side, I think it might be I think their coach is going to feel like it's safer to stick on the blue side and actually get a priority hero for Havas early on within first rotation.
Well, we'll see what happens. We're entering the draft phase for game number 2, where we do see that the teams have switched sides. Homebois banning out Roger, Arlet, and Yu Zong, and Bountee getting rid of the Matilda and Nolan, and now the Harith as well.
All right. So Roger and as well as Harith are both out, so Nets is going to start leaning back at some of the other picks. I was already surprised that he decided to go, I want to play carry instead of the traditional Natans, and even coming up with a common emblem build. Very traditional, but this allows, as you can see, Zorn, both fists clenched. He's happy. Chip gets let through. Oh
boy, they let this through. All right, they'd better be ready because Zorn is going to be coming out of their ears at the rate he plays this hero. Especially with the recent buffs as well, making it so that his 4th skill now has a way reduced cooldown. He's going to be moving around the map heavily.
Bountee lock in Natan and as well as Fredrin very early on against the Homebois. They want some form of peel, and they want a scaling gold laner, both of which they are able to achieve. Now, if we think about chip counters, right, 2 prominent ones come to mind, both of which Homebois actually have pulled off very well. The Odette and as well as the Belleric.
Well, I don't know whether or not Bounty Esports is able to play these types of heroes. I think Aziz could have the potential to play on the Odette, but Belleric may be a little bit far-reaching based on what we've seen from Bounty so far. Homebois lock in the Barats, and they will still stick with the carry. Oh, interesting.
I mean, it doesn't really matter, right? It's up to the gold laner what they want to do. If they want to play Claude, sure, there's nothing wrong here. I don't think there's like a proper solution to Natan just yet. It's just how fast can you scale in comparison to your opponent, right? We see Bountee lock in, as you called it, right? Aziz will have an opportunity to play the Odette this time round.
Odette, now that she is immune to most crowd control during that ultimate, will be able to dish out a lot of damage if Aziz is able to pop down the Swan Song right in the middle of the chip portal. But there are, of course, certain heroes with easy access to get rid of this, because things like Knockup do actually count to cancel as well.
Yep, and that's why Bounty is banning out the Vexana. Very, very smart options here. Looks like they are fairly prepared to deal with this chip. Homebois getting rid of the Minotaur. I think that's pretty smart as well. I think the only other thing that they need to get rid of is probably Grok.
Getting rid of Grok makes sense to me. Someone that's able to open up the map and at least make sure that Zorn isn't hiding in some random bush somewhere. Information can be very important, because that's something Bounty Esports was sorely lacking in Game 1.
Lilia banned from Bounty, making sure that they don't have a similar issue like they did in game number 1. They just had no control and no priority over that mid lane, and Lilia is just really great at pushing, even if she doesn't get the most amazing trades.
I'm suspecting Homebois will want to go towards the Farsa in this case, a hero that can do damage from outside the Swan Song radius and punish Aziz from standing in place as well. Homebois, they get rid of the CC, so the Grok would be a potential choice.
Getting rid of the CC. I mean, Havas's hero pool is really not that affected. Paquito, Benedetta, both still up in the air, both of which not that bad. I think Paquito is a lot more punishable in these types of situations. Benedetta with the eye for an eye. Even if Chip decides to go for a gank, you do at least have some form of counterplay.
Paquito would actually be very valuable for the Homebois, because if I'm not wrong, Knockout Strike would be a knockout, right? It would be able to cancel that Swan Song. Ooh, but the Tigreal, another hero that can punish the portal plays coming out of the Homebois. So I am really liking what Bountee Esports is bringing here, but they have to be careful, because this locks them into a very team fight lineup.
Yeah. Now the question for the Homebois is how exactly are they going to take control over this mid lane, right? If Chip is going to be all over the place, therefore it means that Udil is going to be a little bit slower on that rotate until Chip hits 4. So it's about wave clear, right? I would agree with you that Farsa isn't too bad of an option here, but there should be some consideration for Valentina as well.
You just steal away the Swan Song and you have 2 big circles of death at the same time. Would be pretty funny. Even stealing the implosion might not be too bad. But I do hear the Paquito and the Luo Yi. Oh man, Chip Luo Yi. Okay.
Okay, alright, so it's going to be playing all across the map, and now Havas is going to actually get to play Benedetta, which is great, because now even if they do start to fall behind, Havas has an option to maybe turn the tides for Bountee.
Yeah, I love the Benedetta here. If you're playing against Chip and Luo Yi, Homebois are gonna rotate at astounding speeds. You need a hero that can somewhat match that, and at least provide some macro play as well if the team fighting doesn't work out.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup overall, because the lane between Udil and as well as Aziz, I mean, I'm hoping that Yanlord is going to make it uninteractive, but who knows with both of these teams, right? So many plays can be made. Yanlord has to make some hard predictions on when Zorn is going to show up on the map, and hopefully nobody's caught with their pants down.
Well, let's hope that their belts are tightened here, because we're entering into game number 2 between Bountee Esports and the Homebois. We return to the land of Dawn to determine whether the defending champions can clean sweep against the Hunters.
Well, let's jump right into this game. Let's see where the junglers are going to start to have an idea of which part of the map they actually want to attack. I'm not seeing a double leash. I'm not seeing a hard leash just yet. Yeah, looks like Chibi is going to be able to take this out. He's going to get a leash on his orange buff, but not for the purple buff this time round. Yuna going to be starting on the same buff on the opposite side of the map.
Oh, instantly, Havo is going to be targeted hard, actually. Already dropped the low HP. No flicker, but he's a Benedetta, so he's able to get out. But already some pressure from Zorn at level 1.
Oh, is he going to lose out on that minion? Oh, okay, he at least gets the EXP. And Yanlord is able to push the wave a little bit closer to him. I think he didn't need to do that at that point. I think he should have looked to gank the opposite side of the map. But at the very least, Havas, this is not exactly the greatest laning phase for now.
Oh, look at how efficient Zorn is. Almost steals that away. The timing just a little bit slow, but Yuna already has to be worried about this. Chibi in a bit of trouble here. Gets pushed back into Yuna. He has the Daytona's welcome, so he's already level 4. He spits him out against the wall. Here comes Zorn, gets the stun. The flicker from Yanlord, not enough to escape. First blood going to Chibi.
Yeah, they should have just given that up, right? Again, it's just lane pressure. It's all about lane priority. I think Bountee Esports really need to get the fundamentals down.
Oh, this could be concerning here. Yuna and Havo is dropped very low straight away. Homebois, again, not allowing Bountee Esports to get any foothold in the early game.
Yep, Chibi is just sandbagging Yuna right now. Yuna's path has already been figured out thanks to Zorn utilizing that shortcut.
Oh, the 3-man Petrify gets Havos out just barely. That was a really long dash coming in from Zorn as well.
Yeah, just goes to show that the quality of life changes on Chip really do matter in these small skirmishes. Now, the turtle obviously falling into the hands of the Homebois without any issues whatsoever, but I do think that we should be expecting Aziz to start hitting level 4 as quickly as possible. Probably doesn't want to share that farm with Havas. I think Havas has been put too far behind here.
I really like that Homebois are focusing on the EXP side of the map. They know that their biggest issue this game is most likely going to be Havos on this Benedetta. If they deny this away from him, then Bountee Esports will be forced to fight into them, basically.
I mean, it's starting to piss me off, to be perfectly honest, right? Because the bottom side, like, Panda isn't able to kind of walk up to this lane against the carry, unfortunately, right? So when are they going to alleviate the pressure? They're like, yes, Havas, you can alleviate the pressure by yourself. You should deny dive opportunities, but you shouldn't be... Oh, no.
Oh, the portal coming in from Zorn. Here comes GB. He gets the Daytona's welcome straight away. Spits him out. Yanlord not level 4 yet. He cannot respond with Implosion. A free kill on the enemy jungle.
Oh, wait. Homebois actually coming back. Oh, the portal times out as well. He's forced to have to walk back, and Subpot is able to get a free river crab at the same time.
That's unfortunate. And Zorn is even here before him, too. You think as Benedetta, you should have control over the map. But Chip just walks around in his little hovercraft eating potato chips and outspeeds you anyway.
Oh, man. It just goes to show that the chip buffs really matter here, because previously you would have to wait 30 seconds before you can actually utilize the Y walk. But now, Zorn, he just walks away from the fight, and then just starts sitting on top of the portal, waiting for that cooldown to come off, and then punish whoever is rotating back into lane.
And instantly the rotation from Zorn as well, realizing that Bountee Esports is missing. They're probably on the bottom side of the map, coming over to make sure that Nets is all right. Zorn has so much presence.
Yeah, he's using the Y walk off of cooldown at this point. Now he's just waiting for the combat. Yep, he's gonna TP again. Wait for it. Shows up on the top side every single time. Can't escape from him.
Sapat already gaining information around the orange buff. We can see Chibi coming in as well. Sapat almost one-shots Havos, drops him to half HP. The portal comes out. Here comes Nets to join the fight as they're dealing damage to Yanlord over the wall too. This orange buff doesn't belong to Bountee Esports anymore. Yuna doesn't even attempt to steal it away.
The worst part is that the people who are supposed to bail Havos out of this really tough, and even Yuna from these tough types of situations, is their mid and as well as gold. Gold, a little less priority because yes, it's Natan, he needs time to scale, but is this, he is getting dunked on in lane.
It's definitely starting to look like a mismatch once again here. Homebois just seems a little bit too experienced, too skilled in comparison to Bountee. Oh, we have a diversion play coming in straight away. Panda doesn't know what hit him. He ends up exploding inside the belly of the beast. Yanlord will follow. Swan Song doing actually quite a lot of damage as the double kill comes in from Assist. The Appraiser's Wrath dropping Chibi real low as Havos misses out his dashes, not able to finish things off, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Why didn't they start looking to run their opponents down? I think they were nervous about Udil specifically, especially when you have more than one member. Havos hadn't even finished his first item during that fight. That could have been the turnaround, but it just goes to show, right? Homebois, their timings of these fights are really, really good.
But they definitely overextended just a little bit there. The fact that they traded evenly 2-for-2 in a situation where they should have caught Bountee Esports off guard shows that there are still some mistakes that could be cleaned up. But regardless, their control over the map now is basically assured.
I mean, they're allowed to overextend, right? They have level leads all across the board, and I think the biggest loser here in this situation is Yuna, because he still isn't able to get his farm. He is 3 levels down on GB, who has a 1.4k lead ahead of him. Look at him. GB is just walking up, standing there menacingly. Oh, nice retry, Yuna. Now you don't get the buff for sure.
There's nothing he can do. It's a repeat of game 1 again. A 3-level difference between Chibi and Yuna, and this one seems even more dominating than previous. A conceal from Yanlord just to try and connect in the mid lane. Sapat actually in trouble here. Gets knocked up by Yanlord. Oh, it's not going to be enough though.
Well, they did get Sapat's flicker out. Havos had to use Petrified for it, but it's on a much shorter cooldown. You can see that Bountee, they're willing to start sacrificing lanes at this point. They've lost too much. They have to start grouping up together. They need to play for their composition, despite how the laning phase went.
As for Homebois, all they really need to do is just keep doing what they're doing. They can see that Zorn and Udil are always going to be able to set up plays across the map. Bountee Esports forced into passivity once again. There's no way for them to expand their presence anywhere. And objectives are just going over free to the Homebois.
Oh man, this is, I mean, if Havos has anything in him to try and turn the tempo around in favor of Bountee.
Oh, speaking of, here comes the diversion once again. Can Havos escape? He gets stunned, he gets pulled back, he gets moved every which way, and not by his own intention. Instantly ganked and taken out.
No choice. Even the Homebois recognize that the only person who can really turn this around is Havos. Everybody else has basically been neutered. Aziz needs to be able to have a enabler, somebody to set him up for bigger things, and it's both down to Yanlord and Havos to find that. But Yanlord, he has to babysit too many lanes at once, right? He needs some kind of independency.
And there's no way for Yanlord to just match up the amount of movement that Homebois have under their kit here. Havo is gonna return to the lane. We have to know that was actually his first death, despite all the pressure. Oh, Yanlord finds Sabat with the flicker implosion, pushes him back into the team. Sabat surviving a long time, still regenerating. They get the kill of Panda. Zorn comes in with the portal. Sabat finally picked up, but at what cost? Yuna gonna be taken out, killing spree on Chibi, and assistant Yanlord forced to escape.
Panda disrespecting Sabat's full damage bill with lethal ignition as well. I mean, he was so surprised at how much damage he did. He didn't even bother to flicker, right? He had the edge spree, and all of a sudden it was already too late.
You gotta be more on the ball there. I feel like Panda, his positioning continues to be a bit too over-aggressive most of the time. And that's what is costing him his ability to maintain these leads.
Yep, spacing could have been better. Let's look at the instant replay, right? Maybe there's something we didn't catch here, right? We see Yanlord flicker in, Panda using the entropy to close the distance and respawn. Gets full comboed 100-0, had no real time. I think Panda might have been trying to buffer in his flicker, but the knock-up strikes just kept on making it difficult.
I think it was Zorn as well, dashing in, getting the knockback and the stun. Oh, here comes Sabat. They're focusing on him once again, but here comes Zorn again with the Y wall, comes in, flips forward, gets the stun on Yuna, drops the portal, but it is enough to catch it. Oh, the damage from Udil takes out Panda from miles away. Yanlord tries to provide a buffer, tries to stop the advance, but it's not enough. Aziz still has to flicker back into her own base, and now the inhibitor will just fall to the Homebois with no contest.
9 minutes without a Lord as well. Bountee, this game is over already. 9K golden lead from the side of the Homebois. Havas is too far behind to make the big tempo shifting play, and I think even for Yanlord as well, no matter what setup he has, I don't think he has enough items to actually sustain in these fights against Subpot or even, I mean, especially Nets.
Trying to see if they could pick off anyone, but they have to realize Homebois can be anywhere on the map they want. They gotta be more careful playing around these chip portals, and even when they're considering those, they have to think about the diversion possibility too. Like, this is just a dream lineup for the Homebois.
Yeah, well, dear God, Voss going for a Malefic Roar to try and find some form of cost-efficient items that have some relevancy in this matchup, and boy.
That's a B, isn't it?
Yeah, they're trying to achieve the B. I mean, the last time they did the, last time that we thought it was an X. Nah, somebody has been very onto these conspiracy theories on the MPL MY group, explaining the entire concept of it, of how it spells out. Well, if you guys want to know, you can go and find that post itself. I'm not going to bother explaining the entire thing, because now we're just waiting for this game to end, right? Homebois 10K gold lead. There's no way they whiff this.
It's pretty assured at this point. Like, they have to be like 5-man imploded into this one song, into the Electo, if Bountee wants even a chance. Like, the opportunity can present itself when Homebois pushes into the base, because all of Bountee will be together. But not sure it's gonna be enough. The Lord at half HP, Panda has enough damage to just take it out, no problem. But there's still more minion waves coming in for the Homebois, and this mid inhibitor is falling. Havos jumps in to clear the minion wave, gets dropped to 10%, forced to dash back again. And Homebois, they're just taking this slow. Another tower will fall.
Udil is so strong, right? He's staying so far back. He can allow the rest of his boys to go and start running it down, and they will have something to fall back to, something that Bountee Esports cannot get rid of.
Speaking of, Udil just got Holy Crystal too, so if you thought he wasn't doing enough damage before, he sure is now. The Conceal comes out, Homebois looking for the endgame push. Yuna trying to form a front line, but his health is just all gone straight away. Oh, the implosion catches 4! 2 Purifies comes out, but Heroes Road does the portal. Swansong gonna be doing a lot of damage as Chibi and Subpot are instantly picked off in exchange for Yanlord. Bountee Esports actually defends successfully.
Nicely done by Yanlord. Sees that Chibi has already used the Daytona's welcome, finds the opportunity to catch 2. Let's look at the instant replay brought to you by Nescafe. One more time, look at this. As soon as he sees it, instant punish. And GB, it looks like he didn't even have time to react. You saw him use the Daytona's welcome after the fact, so not even trying to pick up Yuna. But man, nicely done by Yanlord. We need a couple more of those before we see them come back into this game.
That really saved them there. 4-man implosion. If Nets and Udil didn't have their Purify for one reason or another, that could have swung the entire game. It's managed to reduce the net worth lead by a little bit, but 9K means it's still overwhelmingly Homeboi's favorite.
now I'm looking for who has magic resist. Looks like Chibi has already completed his radiant armor. I see an Athena's shield on chip.
Here comes the portal on top of Havos instantly. Well, we know what's about to happen here. Havos, he almost escapes, but that lethal ignition burn finishes the job, and they just portal right back to the Lord Pit.
Oh my goodness. I mean, you can see the decisions being made. Zorn sees that, oh, Havos just used the Electro Final Blow on the wave. All right, I'm just going to punish it. Like, what else can you do to get yourself out of that after the eye for an eye? You just don't have the resources to run away.
Chip has been getting banned every single game so far, and somehow Bountee Esports decides it's a good idea to give it to the original pioneers of the Chip meta. Like, really getting punished here.
Well, all right. Keep your eyes on Yanlord. His flicker's coming up in about 6 seconds.
Yeah, Petrify onto Suppa. They try to jump onto Udil, but Havos is just gone. The Swan Song gets cancelled out straight away. Implosion doesn't do anything. Sword flickers in, stuns the backline. Homebois doesn't give Bountee a second chance. They end the game. They end the series. It's a clean sweep for the defending champs.
Now the defending champs increasing their points, and more importantly, trying to fight for a bye in the upper brackets of playoffs. Homebois are looking poised to be able to hold it up strong.
They're looking good, they're looking comfortable, but honestly, Bountee Esports, how do you give Zorn Chip? That has to be a mistake.
I mean, look at their draft. Their draft was prepared to handle it. However, they forgot one single fundamental. No priority, not going to be able to group as easily as you think.
The map just being controlled from start to finish meant that even with AoE, there was no way for them to respond. They brought the chair out. They're taunting straight away. Let's just throw it over the Rose for the interview with the Homebois.
Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong untuk pasukan Homebois. 3 mata penuh dan agak-agaknya sudah secure upper bracket untuk regular seasons musim ini. Alright, Flame Boys sebelum Papa, round of applause kepada Homebois. Alright, Zorn. First, kejap, apa yang tengah menjadi ni? Alright, so sebelum Papa, Zorn, dengan kemenangan ni 3 mata penuh you guys dapat dan lebih kurang you guys sudah secure upper bracket ataupun top 2. Adakah Homebois akan test strat ataupun test hero ataupun line up dengan last match korang menentang Barracuda?
Yes, kemungkinan besar kita orang akan turunkan Mal kot untuk game melawan Barracuda kan.
Oh, kemungkinan besar. So, fans Homebois stay tune lah kan. Okay, tadi mendapatkan chip sekali lagi. Dan dorang cakap, casters cakap, your chip is technically Zorn Express. Okay, adakah you rasa kalau you dapat hero chip ni masa playoffs, dia akan jadi easy win? Express ke Grand Finals ke?
Rasanya tak ada tim yang berani lepas kot dekat playoff nanti sebab tak tahu, bila main chip rasa semua senang.
So, senang. Entire team, like bila dapat chip tu dah entire team cakap, auto win lah, tak payah main lah.
Betul, kalau boleh AFK je semua.
Wow. Alright, can we please pass it to Sepat? Alright,
Hello,
hi Sepat. Okay, Sepat. So, Zorn cakap kemungkinan besar Mal akan turun untuk match menentang Barracuda. So, Sepat, kalau benda ni jadi, you suka tak kalau Mal yang main? Dan you rasa apa hero yang Mal akan keluarkan?
So, saya suka sangat-sangat sebab Mal adalah secret weapon kita orang untuk kita orang keluarkan kat Barracuda. Sebab Barracuda nak pergi playoff kan?
Yes.
So, kita orang akan hentikan diorang punya dengan Mal lah.
Wow, Barracuda dekat sana.
Barracuda. Hati-hati dengan Mal next week.
Wow. Okay guys, so rasanya MVP kita dah ready. Tapi mari kita tanya audience, MVP untuk perlawanan ni siapa? I dengar 2 nama je, Chibi ataupun Zorn. So, apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. MVP untuk perlawanan ni jatuh kepada Chibi. Wow.
Okay.
Alright, so Chibi.
Yeah.
Tadi sebelum game kedua, actually kita play video yang interview I buat last week pasal jungler, tips ataupun yang you nak bagi dekat aspiring pro players kan.
Betul.
Tapi I'm pretty sure ramai orang cakap, okay sekarang ramai orang cakap patch baru sepatutnya assassin dah muncul balik kan. Tapi masih lagi tank jungle yang you guys selalu pakai. Apa sepatutnya yang akan menjadi so that assassin patch memang boleh kembali?
Mungkin lawannya kot. Kalau lawannya mau ada assassin, ya kita adu assassin gitu.
Oh, so adakah playoffs kita akan nampak Chibi bawa assassin lain?
Mungkin Fanny kot.
Wow! Korang nak tak Fanny dekat playoffs nanti? The crowd is saying, Coach Pubs, dengar The crowd nak Fanny masa playoffs.
Fanny.
Boleh. Alright. Okay, let's go for Udil.
Okay, Dil. Tidur aja, Dil. Kalau ngantuk banget kan tadi kan, tidur aja.
Akak, aku rasa kami tak nak interview. Kami nak tidur balik.
Okay, good morning. Alright, good morning Udil. Okay, Udil.
Aku serius.
Okay, Udil, are you guys ready for playoffs?
Clearly, ya. InsyaAllah kami ready untuk playoff.
Okay, so since playoffs dah nak datang and akak-akaknya dah tahulah kan siapa masuk playoffs.
Yeah,
Udil nak lawan siapa sekali lagi dekat playoffs dan kenapa?
Semua lawannya udah tumbang. Yang ada di radar kami macam KGE ke lepas tu RSG ke sama Todak, mereka semua udah menghilang. So aku rasa kami nak enjoy moment aja lah. Tapi tadi ada special request dari Chibi.
Oh, yeah.
Kami nak jumpa Team Hawk.
Oh, kenapa Team Hawk?
Sebab apa ya, Bi?
Sebab jungle-nya banyak borak.
Siapapun lawan Chibi, dia lawan aku juga. So kami nak jumpa Team Hawk.
Wow. One's enemy is the entire team's enemy.
Sama ini, RSG PH.
Demokai. Ayo Demokai, sini lo maju.
Okay lah. Mana tahu kan dekat MSC boleh jumpa diorang. Mana tahu.
Yeah.
Okay, Nets. Before we wrap things up. Okay, Nets bahasa Melayu dah improve banyak sangat. And I'm pretty sure ramai orang tahu. Okay, Nets. Malu-malu, cok. Okay, jangan malu. Okay, Nets. What do you want to say to all the Flame Boys who came today to watch your game? And don't forget to tell them to come next week again. Anong masasabi mo sa mga dumating na Flame Boys? And wag mo kalimutan, sabihin mo na manood ulit sila sa match nyo next week. Bahasa Melayu, Coach Pops cakap. Let's go. Semangat, Nets. Ramai orang suruh bila I buat live kan, ramai orang suruh. Nets cakap. Go on, Nets. You can do this, Nets. Wait. Come on, Nets. Hurry, Nets. Bilisan mo. Coach, ajar dia. Ramai orang nak dengar Nets cakap Melayu. Come on, guys. Cheer for Nets. Okay lah, Coach Pops je lah. Nets tak nak. Nets malu. Coach Pops je.
Untuk Flame Boys, terima kasih sebab sentiasa support kita orang. Untuk yang datang, terima kasih. Untuk fans Bountee ke Homebois ke, tak kisah mana-mana yang sudi datang game hari ni, terima kasih sangat sebab sudi datang. And jangan lupa untuk terus support kita orang. Terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih dan congratulations to Homebois. Jangan campak mic. Dah tahu dah diorang nak buat apa. Jangan campak. Alright guys, ini dia perlawanan pembukaan untuk minggu kelima hari terakhir. Homebois menentang Bountee Esports, 3 mata penuh untuk Homebois. Selepas ni kita ada satu lagi match yang akan jadi sengit. Tapi sebelum tu, mari let's throw it back to the casters untuk mendapat tahu apa yang jadi dalam game kedua dalam Best of 3 series ni. So, casters silakan.
I would certainly be very excited to find out what kind of unique strategies and picks that Homebois will bring now that they're basically guaranteed a spot in the upper bracket. And how well Mal will play as well, considering it's been so long since we've seen him.
Hey, I don't know. If they ended up losing their bye in the upper brackets just because they decided to play a Mal against Barracudas, that would be very upsetting. But so far, the Homebois, it looks like everything is in tip-top shape, right? Communications is good, the responses are good, the game sense is through the roof, and they also have some solid answers, especially when we're talking about anything involving chip.
Absolutely. The chip is just like Rose mentioned, right? Zorn Express. It's a little bit too much. It's a fast track to victory for the Homebois. And even more so when you have Chibi performing like this. 7-1 and 14 total KDA on 2 jungle tanks. That is impressive.
He just continues to make sure that there's just no breathing room for any of the players from the side of Bountee, right? You can see them at a certain point, they just started sacrificing lanes because it's more important to play how their comp is designed to play as a team, as a group. It's all about those big wombo combos, and Homebois were just making sure that the tempo breakers didn't go online. People like Panda, for an example, despite this being a 13-minute match, he was able to achieve 3 items, but Havas continuously receiving attack after attack after attack, putting him further and further behind. 2 levels down on Supa by the end of the game, just not giving him that opportunity, and it was all up to Yanlord at the end by himself to try and turn things around.
It's a very smart approach from the Homebois because they know that with the Tigreal and the Odette, Bountee Esports wants to directly fight them when they're playing around the portal. And Bountee's safety net is basically Havos on this Benedetta if that somehow doesn't work out. So what's the best way to do it? Make sure they don't have a backup. Deny the EXP lane right off the bat. And although Havos did a good job of making sure he didn't get picked off, he wasn't able to exert any pressure, which meant that Bountee had no control over the map, which meant that they couldn't respond to Zorn and Udil teleporting everywhere.
Yeah, they needed to have better team play, right? Because some people need to be bailed out of their lanes. People like Aziz, for an example. Yuna definitely should have rotated through the mid lane to actually break the freeze, or at the very least, allow Aziz to actually rotate so he never comes late to these fights. Like, Udil is not only trading extremely well, he is diffing Aziz in the lane, and it's a 1v1 lane because Zorn is basically nowhere near the mid lane the majority of the game.
It's a tough matchup considering the experience and maturity of Udil as a player. One of the original Kages up against a brand new MPL newbie. Like, we can't even blame Aziz all that much. It's such a difficult matchup to have to consider, especially when the rest of your team is getting destroyed at every turn.
Yeah, at some point, somebody has to sacrifice. And I understand that Havas is willing to take a lot of that weight on his shoulders, but at some point of time, Bountee really need to start playing together. There needs to be bailouts. There needs to be communication about the state of your lane, because it feels like nobody is communicating what exactly is going on.
Experience playing a big factor, as well as the trust and coordination among teammates here. We could see that Homebois has built up a very strong bond and synergy in the way that they approach a lot of these fights. You may say that, yes, they're a little bit orchestrated at sometimes, like very one-dimensional with the way they approach things, but they play a textbook. They do exactly what they need to do, and oftentimes that's going to be enough, especially against more inexperienced teams.
I think they're just abusing their game sense here, right? Once Zorn has all the information he needs, he makes sure that the tempo is always on their side, and he's using it to pressure Bountee and being able to very easily predict, oh, you've just cleared your entire bot side? No problem. I'm going to just show up on that top side. And he also informs ahead of time, hey, Supa, start pushing your lane right now. The jungler is going to be there at about 10 seconds. If you want to trade against your lane, just call me over. I'll be there.
He's there every single time, and the way he aggressively plays Chip as well, flickering forward to get the knockback and stun on his skill 1 is excellent. It does so much and contributes to so many of the catches that Bountee Esports were able to get. If Chibi didn't get MVP of this match, it definitely would have been Zorn with the way he was playing Guinevere in Game 1, and then Chip this time. But all Homebois are definitely firing on all cylinders.
Previously, when Homebois was running Warlord Warlord before Udil actually joined the organization, Supa had to take a much more sacrificial role, right? He is looking to sandbag, he is looking to stall out, but now he's calling for resources, and Udil is allowed to actually take a step back, knowing his lane matchup, using his game experience, game knowledge as well. And it's great to see that our local players are actually taking advantage of this fact, right? Zorn is able to not only help out Nets, but he's making sure that the right people are getting ahead when they make a call for it. I don't think it's all Zorn just saying, hey, we need to be on this side of the map. Hey, everybody else needs to be on this side of the map. I think that even Chibi and Supa are very helpful in reflecting how they want to play the game and what resources they can actually take advantage of.
Homebois have very aggressive personalities when they're playing in-game. They like to fight, they like to look for ganks, And while they have had to adjust that aggressiveness in past metas to adjust to what needed to be done, I think this is a meta that suits them very well, and they found a lineup that suits them very well too. Their approach to the game feels very natural, very comfortable, and they don't feel forced, which helps a lot.
It's not forced at all. Just another day in the office for the side of the Homebois. Bountee, they need a lot more time before they can become a well-oiled machine. Because as of right now, it just feels like they're kind of playing very individually, like you mentioned before in game number 1. And more importantly, doesn't feel like anybody really wants to sacrifice much gold or EXP for the good of the rest of the team.
Bountee Esports are lacking in their overall coordination, and they're also lacking in their ability to make proactive moves around the map to try and create space. It's very reactive, and I think that happens with a lot of weaker, more inexperienced teams here. Stronger teams are able to adapt on the fly. That's what separates them from the rest. Nets getting the rich guy once again, 852 GPM. Udil having the highest damage done because that low Yi damage was insane. Yuna again being forced to be the sandbag, and Zorn on the best wingman. Isn't that the same as his score too?
Yep, it's basically the exact same. I mean, he is nasty on this chip, man. Like, it's just, he knows exactly what the lanes are going to start looking like. He's got everybody else to back him up on it. That level 1 gank against Havas in the first minute of the game, actually. We're probably going to see it here in the game highlights. Once that gank happened, it made it so difficult to play the game because now Subpot is able to move out of the lane for free, forcing an early recall on Havas' side. They hit their level 4s. They start punishing Yuna and putting all their resources to make sure he can't do anything. And then finally, the last nail in the coffin is making sure that Panda doesn't get to his 3 items on tempo.
Homebois understands that Bountee relies on tempo, relies on snowballing to actually get ahead, so they make sure they're the ones playing quicker from the beginning. And in the late game, although Bountee tried to make things happen, we see Panda back to his old habits of standing way too far in front and underestimating their opponents in desperation to get kills and damage done. Homebois, they're just able to catch up every single time. The portals, the diversions, the Swan Song literally doing nothing at this late stage of the game. And Homebois knows it.
Yep, and worse yet, oh man, this catch from Yanlord was incredible. Forcing out both Purifies from both Netson as well as Udil. This is the combo that they've been attempting so often, but they can just never get it online, right? Like even Havas, he tries to go for this exact same engage, and Yanlord is just waiting for his flicker. Why isn't there communication? Why isn't Yanlord saying, just give me a couple more seconds to get this flicker online, and then we can make something happen?
It's very individualistic, and that's what we pointed out multiple times, and it becomes clearer the closer you look at it. But now, because of this loss, we can see that Bountee Esports has actually dropped to the bottom of the standings, the last place they want to be. It's going to depend very much on how well Niners and Barracuda do to see if they can stay in MPL.
Now keep in mind, if you are in 10th place, you are immediately relegated. If you are in 9th place, you have an opportunity to fight for your spot against number 2 of the MAL, our version of the MDL here in Malaysia. Even so, there's still a very good opportunity, right? With Niners, they've only played 7 total games. They still have 2 games to go to make sure that they're out of that bottom 2. So it's kind of up to the Barracudas whether or not they can try to increase the point gap lead.
And when Homebois are carrying a 3-point advantage now, they not only stay in 2nd place, they built up a pretty sizable gap between them and Todak in 3rd place as well. So it's very safe for them to consider that they will be moving on to the upper bracket of the playoffs.
Well, the only situation I can see that they drop the next game, don't get any points, and Todak is able to clean up 2-0 for both of their final matchups, and maybe that should put them at 18 points?
I believe so.
That would be the most ideal. Oh, wait, that would also apply to... No, King Empire is only on 1 game left rather than 2.
So... the chart's starting to solidify a little bit, but still plenty of room for movement as long as these teams are able to pick up the slack and really push forward, because these playoffs are going to be exciting, right? Every single match is a best of 5. It's going to be a true test of our team's capabilities now.
Yep, and also, with those best of 5s, I really hope that a lot of teams start to figure out what they want in this draft, because right now with Homebois, their giant hero pool is really making it easy for them to get away with it. anything. You take away a couple of our weapons, we've got plenty more in the bag.
Having that multi-tool is always handy, right? You gotta keep one in your back pocket because you never know when it will come in handy. So it's a big strength that the Homebois can draw upon. And they look good while doing it as well. Just like you guys can look good while playing your MLBB games by welcoming brand new challenges to the land of Dawn. The highly anticipated new characters of the MLBB X King of Fighters 97 collaboration have been unveiled, and they've been here since the 24th of April. You got popular characters like Hyo Kusanagi for Valir, Mai Shiranui for Masha, and Terry Bogard for Paquito, all of which are bringing unique fighting techniques to the land of Dawn for the ultimate showdown.
So, why waste any time? Start rolling for it while you still can. This is a limited time event, and the last time I heard about the KOF skins, man, so many of my friends are like, when is it coming back? And I'm like, dude, it's a limited time event. It's not coming back for a while.
It means that you'd better jump on the opportunity while it is still here. Those skins look pretty good. We've already gotten to see some of them. I think there's been a lot of Terry Bogards because Paquito has been getting a lot more popular, and the sound effects are great.
Oh, they're so good. I always love the old arcadey effects here, and KOF 97, nevertheless, still looking good. But coming up next, our next matchup of the day, Barracuda's up against SRG.
Ooh, this definitely looks like it would be another one-sided matchup here. The Red Giants have been in a class of their own. And while Barracuda has been making strides, they're still among the weaker side of the season. So it's gonna be a massive challenge for them.
Well, I can't wait to see Barracuda try once again for a double fighter snowball comp against SRG, because I would very much like to see how the laners are going to handle that type of pressure.
And after that, we'll have one final match at the end of the day as well with Todak versus the Niners. So still plenty of action happening here before we call the end of week number 5. But yeah, really excited for everything that's happened, and really excited that we're only a week away from the end of the regular season, a couple of weeks away from the playoffs. How have you felt about the season so far?
Well, I think the season could have definitely been better for some of these teams. I definitely think that the polish was lacking until about week 4 is when we started to see everybody have that nice varnish on top of their overall gameplay. I do hope for playoffs, teams like Todak as well as Team Hawk really start finding their own identity, and I think that's when the playoffs will get spicy.
Yep, adaptability, being able to play your unique styles, relying on big hero pools. We're seeing the top teams really eke out advantages in multiple places, not just in their own gameplay. For now though, we're gonna jump into a bit of a break. You'll have the mic check for you guys to entertain yourselves. When we come back, Red Giants versus Barracuda. We'll see you guys there.
Nobody. Nice, guys. Everyone get one. Nice one. Tangan aku 2 second.
Woo! Perang! Yeay, perang! Perang!
Tengok aku guys. Harit.
Kita tengah perang, kita tengah perang. Perang, yeay! Jangan mati.
Dapat balik.
Wih, dapat Harit sih ya?
Dapat balik. Nice one.
Terbaik.
Orang.
Tak ada minit.
Aduh.
Wait. Okay. Ada minit. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go.
Surprise.
Perang, hero.
Party guys. Tahu. Tahu guys.
Astagfirullahalazim.
Alhamdulillah.
Baik.
Aswan.
Aku balik atas. Nampak dengan minion cuk.
Jom guys.
Push. Nice one.
Nice one, Pan. Stun. Stun 2. Dah jalan. Uish, main sakit tu.
Dapat 3.
Nice one.
Sendil sakitnya.
Nice one.
Ke bawah, Pan.
Anjing gua yang stun.
Nice. Balik lot.
My best friend mati.
Wow, nice one.
Alhamdulillah. Easy apa bracket guys?
Alhamdulillah ya Allah.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sempat masuk dengan adanya Bad Form. Cuba untuk mencari mangsa Aziz yang cukup rendah, tapi kali ini sempat. Mungkin akan berjaya untuk dapatkan Aziz. Begitu saja digugurkan. Tetapi untuk pasukan Bountee sebab ada Panda. Cuba untuk masuk ke hadapan, tetapi pasukan Homebois mungkin akan mengunci kedudukan Panda pada kali ini. Tapi Panda yang telah digugurkan oleh Nets mencari mangsa seterusnya. Satu lagi. Tapi kali ini masuk ke hadapan. Masih lagi cuba untuk bertahan. Tapi S-Bot yang cukup rendah. Tapi Yuna yang hilang tangan Nets. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Double kill untuk Nets menemukan S-Bot. Mencari
dapat keluarkan free damage.
Ui, dia tahu.
Implosion tiba-tiba saja sampai mencari sepat. Agak bahaya untuk sepat. Nyawa cukup rendah. Kali ini mungkin akan hilang di tangan pasukan Bountee Squad. Tapi pandai itu Bang Valentine. Pandai dia bangsa Australia tapi sepat itu Bang Yuna. Cuba untuk masuk. Ada yang Aziz pada belakang tapi Yuna yang belakang. Tetapi Yuna menyeru damage yang cukup besar. Sampai kepada Zon yang akan masuk. Yalah. Implosion dilakukan berkali ini mencari pemain Homebois. Tapi sepat dalam perhitungan Cibina tak ada. Mencari pemain.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemaskini Liga Akademi rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mul, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni, baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bountee kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Fight as Lom gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang Bountee.
Backline already, and you're running for the lives, cutting it. Jerry trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleats it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita akan ada satu buah reward point yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika tuh langsung benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumpah.
Pressure, harapan, skill, stay ready. Kala dihentak, dituntut semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters we witness our fights and our struggles. Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu bijak sama gua sekarang. Lu panggil lu punya legend ni semua bijak sama gua sekarang. Gua mau tengok. Lu jaga mereka. Lu masuk sama Tony. Gua minta. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah.
Hey, Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Nanti buat ke sini mau.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barracuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Jangan lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau suruh gila orang. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tengok.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak lah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kena halau rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa, cuma waktu tu MPL season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja. Kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu dah nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 games like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that. But I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua that I feel so bad. Until now, like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me, because of pressure. I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu, saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah, dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab
Masa kat RSG, season 10 saya banyak marah dia dan buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL My secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Aidilfitri. Maafkan kami. Imam Tim Hak.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because...
Pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, you know, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Nice guys. Get one. Nice one. Asyam. Tangan aku 2 second.
Woo! Perang! Yeay, perang! Perang!
Boleh tengok aku guys. Harit.
Kita tengah perang. Perang. Yeay! Jangan mati.
Dapat balik.
Wih. Dapat Harit sih ya.
Dapat. Nice one.
Terbaik.
Orang.
Tak ada minit.
Aduh.
Wait. Okay. Ada minit. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Go.
Surprise.
Orang. Hero.
Tahu guys.
Astagfirullahalazim. Alhamdulillah.
Dah gol.
Aku balik atas. Maaf. Nampak dengan minion cuk.
Jom.
Push. Nice one.
Nice one Pan. Nice one Pan. Nice one Pan. Stun. Stun 2. Dah. Uish, Muai sakit tu.
Dapat tiga.
Nice one.
Sendil sakitnya. Nice one. Ke bawah, Pan. Anjing gua yang stun.
Balik lot.
My best friend mati.
Wow, nice one.
Alhamdulillah. Easy apa bracket guys? Alhamdulillah Allah.
Kejayaan dapat dikecapi, sejarah baru telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana triple magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke playoff akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia, persiapkan strategi anda, bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Sempat masuk dengan adanya Barracuda form. Cuba untuk mencari mangsa Aziz yang cukup rendah tapi kali ini sempat. Mungkin akan berjaya untuk membakar Aziz. Begitu saja digugurkan. Tetapi untuk pasukan Bountee sebab ada Panda. Cuba untuk masuk ke hadapan tetapi pasukan Homebois mungkin akan mengunci kedudukan Panda pada kali ini. Tapi Panda yang telah digugurkan oleh Nets mencari mangsa seterusnya. Satu lagi. Tapi kali ini masuk ke hadapan. Masih lagi cuba untuk bertahan. Tapi Iceball yang cukup rendah. Tapi Yuna yang hilang tangan Nets. Mencari mangsa seterusnya. Double kill untuk Nets membakar Iceball. Mencari lagi pasukan Bountee sebab kali ini Panda juga datang.
Dan juga Panda dapat keluarkan free damage.
Ui, dia tahu. Erosion tiba-tiba saja sampai mencari Sepat. Agak bahaya untuk Sepat yang cukup rendah. Kali ini mungkin akan hilang di tangan pasukan Bountee. Tapi Panda ditembak oleh Tan. Mencari mangsa seterusnya tapi Sepat ditembak oleh Yuna. Cuba untuk masuk adanya Aziz pada arah belakang tapi Yuna yang ke belakang. Tapi Yuna meniru damage yang cukup besar. Sampai kepada Zah yang bukan masuk. Yalah! Implosion dilakukan pada kali ini mencari pemain pasukan Homebois tapi Sepat telah ditumbangkan. Cimina tak ada. Mencari pemain.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia, layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Mun je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni, baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bountee kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power.
Malaysia.
Versus satu Skylar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Lone gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! Backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run.
Kita kata ada satu warrior weapon deploy yang membuat pergerakan dari Biga tuh lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Menang, kalah, pressure, harapan, skill, mistake, dah ready. Kalah, dihentak, semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik. Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan. Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan.
Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu pijak sama gua sekarang. Lu panggil lu punya letting semua pijak sama gua sekarang. Gua tengok. Lu jaga mereka. Lu masuk sama Tony ya. Gua minta. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah. Lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Lu juga sama gua. Nanti gua kasih kenal.
Ready.
Alright. Ready posing eh? Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barracuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentality champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila kamu. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tiket.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Lepas adalah macam conflict sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, ni dah rusty teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay, ay. I'm a rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Bountee. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
Selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13. Anda bersama dengan saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan sekarang kita sudah masuk di match kedua hari terakhir minggu ke-5. Manakala kita akan saksikan perlawanan Barracuda Esports yang akan menentang Selangor Red Giants. Alright, untuk perlawanan ini Barracuda kena menang 2-0 untuk mendapatkan 3 mata penuh to at least sit comfortably sebelum match seterusnya dan ada hopes untuk masuk ke playoffs. Untuk Selangor Red Giants pula, they are at a nothing to lose gameplay dengan mindset. Dorang duduk dekat nombor 1 regular season ni, tak ada pasukan yang boleh potong ataupun ambilkan slot nombor 1 ini. Adakah dorang akan pecahkan rekod? tanpa kalah untuk regular season? We're about to find out. Alright guys, and I'm sure ramai orang tak sabar nak start match ni because dengan kemenangan ni, Barracuda will technically be able to say that they've quote-unquote secured playoffs. And Selangor Red Giants, as I've mentioned just now, they will still stay at the top whether they win or they lose. It's all about if they can end the regular season without dropping a single point. Alright, nampaknya the crowd is set. Apa kata kita jemput kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia. Guys, give it up for Barracuda and Selangor Red Giants.
Barracuda Esports.
No more room left for errors and losses. A perfect strategy must be devised by Coach Backdoor today. Will they be able to produce the unthinkable and stop the Red Giants? It's time to fight Barracuda Esports!
Selangor Red Giants.
Crushing through all their opponents with no mercy. Will it be the same result today? The youngest squad in the league, unstoppable in their path. All hail the almighty Selangor Red Giants!
Sekarang, marilah kita menjemput jurulatih dan analis bersama Head of League Ops Cedric yang akan mengalas tugas untuk memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Alright guys, as I've mentioned then and then again, Selangor Red Giants nak pecahkan rekod tanpa kalah. Manakala untuk pasukan Barracuda, perlawanan ini adalah satu perlawanan yang sangat-sangat penting untuk dorang. Alright, before I throw it to the casters, untuk semua orang dekat rumah, jangan risau. We got you. Sebab kalau you guys join the fight now by using the code down below, korang boleh dapatkan in-game freebies. Alright, and I'm pretty sure semua orang dah tak sabar nak mula match kedua untuk hari terakhir minggu kelima. So let's now throw it over to casters. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
The time has come once again to determine whether or not the Red Giants is truly an unstoppable force. Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 13. You're watching the English broadcast on the final day of Week 5. My name's Stafa. Joining me on the desk today, Gideon.
Good to be back once again. Second best of 3 that we're hopefully going to see a 2-0 in favor of SRG, because so far it's been a long time since anybody has been able to break the record of having a perfect, no-lost regular season.
The fact that they have come this far is a testament to the skill and experience that these young players have been able to build for themselves. A team that has been slowly evolving and gaining ground every single season and now reaching their true peak form. It's certainly going to be a difficult challenge to overcome here, so hopefully their opponents are picking up on our official gaming phone for MPL MY. You guys can dominate with spectacular gameplay via the ROG Phone 8, the king of performance, the ultimate gaming phone.
It's one of those phones where if you don't have it, you already feel like you're on the losing team, or worse yet, you feel like you don't have that edge in battle. So pick one up for yourself today, and maybe you might just have a chance to go higher and further beyond your previous season's rank. Now, for this upcoming game, right, we're expecting SRG to be extremely dominant, and overall, every aspect of their team play has been looking good. The only one which I will criticize is their draft. They haven't strayed too far away from the mark or what they've been very comfortable at using, and I think that's a large part of their strategy. Barracuda could look to punish, but for another reason as well, somebody's got to stop Innocent. They can't just be giving him Roger for free anymore.
But seriously not. Innocent is just a bit too good overall with the way that he outplays and outmaneuvers with the Roger dashes and just generally micro mechanics coming from this team as a whole. For Barracuda Esports, they have a true uphill climb coming toward the end of the season here, because not only are they facing the Red Giants now, they're going to be facing the Homebois for their final match.
If one team wasn't enough, they still have another top-tier team to deal with. Currently in second place and very warmed up. So any points that they could scrape off of SRG would have been a very good idea. But even for SRG side, if they want to keep up their perfect record, it starts here, because after this, they are going to have to face off against the Niners at the bottom of the standing. So I think for the most part of it, it seems like a pretty straight road for them.
That's what we mentioned. Yesterday, we saw the Selangor Red Giants go up against King Empire, and based on their season calendar, that seemed like the biggest challenge left in their path, and it amounted to nothing more than a pebble that they could step over. So it seems very likely that they are going to go through the entire season with a clean sweep.
Yep, it just looks flawless right now off of the record, especially for a team who wants to make sure they look good. But with that being said, we've got an interview for you guys. Let's take a look.
Entered the scene in season 11, and we can see that every season you guys have made changes, and with those changes definitely came improvements, but this season you guys stand out a lot. So from a coach's perspective, what did you guys do, and do you think like with what you guys did, you guys found the perfect recipe already?
This is actually the second season me working with Arcadia. We're still finding out how do we work best with each other, and then with this season we decided that me and Arcadia will have different jobs to cope. So we will be really focusing on what we are good at, which Arcadia will focus 100% on drafting, and I will be 100% focused on how we are going to play, like gameplay and strategy stuff. Yeah.
I see, I thought you focus on memes.
Oh, that one side job, part-time.
Your memes are top here, I swear.
Daripada season lepas, kita orang try ambil Roma import, and then we tengoklah trio mid tak berapa nak strong. And then apa yang saya tengok season ni, Becky and the coaching staff, Coach Arcadia, dia orang ambil 3 local player, but 3 ni ada quality.
I see. So sebab I pernah nampak post yang diorang kata that SRG kuat sangat season ni because you guys found the perfect recipe in which your trio mid, which is supposed to be the early game part yang pegang early game tu, is local dengan yang side lanes tu is import. Adakah benda ni bagi impact dekat communication korang masa in game?
Sebenarnya tak, sebab kita orang dah decide yang betul-betul pegang shot call adalah Yums and Stormy at the mid. So yang kiri kanan tu just ikut je apa diorang cakap.
I see. Okay then.
The Red Giants certainly look to have a recipe for success here, and I do like that the shot calling is reliant on Yums and Stormy. They've already shown that they are a power duo. They're both aggressive. They seem to work well together. That really seems to be spreading throughout the team too.
No, I think it's been especially good for SRG because I feel like they've cracked the code for import Filipino players, right? Take care of the individual side lanes, let the imports do their work, and the main communication as well as major map rotations are going to be very dependable upon your jungler, your support, and as well as your mid laners. So again, they've kind of cracked the code in that sense. However, I do think in terms of communication, you still need a pretty specific scope of words to know, buzzwords maybe even, for the EXP laner, right? And I think in this short period of time, Cram, it feels like he's got enough experience, enough game sense, communication, or not to know what to do during these neutral fights.
I think it's not just even that as well. Like, it's easy to say, oh, because the imports are in the side lanes, they don't need to interact quite as much, and therefore they can be left to their own devices. If that were the case, teams would have cracked this code a long time ago. There's still something very special about what Innocent and Cram bring to the table and how well they work with the rest of the Red Giants. And of course, speaking of these players, Innocent has really been on the loose.
Yeah, he has been absolutely crushing it, right? 98 counts or player kills in 14 games. He's gonna break his 100 kill mark, no problem, on his very first season at the MPL MY. 7 deaths in 14 games, averaging a 0.5 per game. That means he dies. He only loses half of himself every time he plays, and not even entirely.
It's incredible the level of gameplay that we have seen from Innocent thus far. His KDA average still the highest across the entire league, 21.3, currently having the highest average gold per minute in MPL, as well as 100% win rate, 2 times Maniac, and his hairstyle looking flawless as well. Man is innocent until proven guilty, but man, he looks pretty guilty to me.
I don't know about you. I had this conspiracy theory with Terrence the other day about SRG, and I think their KDA is reflected by how long their hair is. Coincidence? I think not. Think about it. Think about it. Yum's one of the best KDAs. Innocent, one of the best KDAs. What do they have in common?
I don't think Sky's hair is very long, though.
It's getting longer. It's in progress.
Fair enough. Okay, let's talk about the players. Let's start off with Barracuda, the challengers for today. We got AJ as the in-game leader alongside Hesu, Trap, Amal, as well as Evie. We know that Barracuda are a pretty aggressive team overall. And while they have found some success in the early game, their ability to translate that lead has been lacking.
Yeah, it has been a little difficult, right? A lot of the questions came down to whether Evie was going to be the guy who's able to kind of bail Barracudas out, especially taking on a different role, a roam position, when we're used to seeing him in the EXP, right? But then, even for Hesu, I think he's done a phenomenal job in the EXP sector by himself. It's just that Barracuda have interesting ways of playing the game, right? All about snowball, all about that double fighters.
They've been focusing on Amal a lot, and while he's trying his best, it still doesn't quite match up to what we've been seeing from the Selangor Red Giants. Stormy, Innocent, Cram, Yums as the in-game leader, as well as Skies. Every single one of these players has been demonstrating insane micro mechanics, and the way that they juggle damage and move in and out of team fights is top tier.
It really is. And when you hear their mic checks, it's not like they are communicating about, oh, what abilities are up so they can rotate backwards and go in and out. A lot of it is game sense, right? A lot of it is just visual game sense on top of the fact that their stats really do reflect sometimes that they are at the top of their games. Quality pickups overall.
We know that they have pocket picks. We see Innocent having that highest average KDA across the entire league. We know that Skies is a close second, despite mainly playing tank junglers as well. And that mid rotation of Yums and Stormy constantly making sure that every single lane is backed up. I think up until this point, the Red Giants are the only team where every single player has gotten a match MVP.
Let me think about that.
Cram just got his yesterday.
Yes, he just did get his yesterday. Well, speaking of which, we've got a WhatsApp message. Hello, everybody. Now, I was talking about Barracuda a lot. Would you please like to read that out, Stafa?
Yep, we did ask Mr. Gideon here, what do you think is missing in Barracuda? And Gideon says, stronger fundamentals. They lack foresight with a lot of their compositions, their goals, and once they determine what those goals are, they'll probably have a clearer direction of what they're doing. Do you still believe in these words?
I do still believe in these words. I think the biggest part about Barracuda is that they're missing the direction, the focus on what they are trying to do in these games. And sometimes it's very clear when they have momentum, but other times it can get really, really difficult when it gets a little convoluted, right? What is the next step when you start falling behind? That's something that we haven't seen from Barracudas. They are able to extend games. I still see, you know, some of their more experienced players understanding their power spikes, and they really play around it. But in a meta that we have right now, having something that scales towards that late game, having a very clear direction of how to get there, has been a very big question mark for me for Barracuda.
Adaptability has really taken over the top spots of the rankings here. SRG, Homebois, to a certain extent, Todak as well as RSG have shown that they're able to change up their style mid-game depending on what obstacles come in their way. And Barracuda, although is made up mainly of MPL players who have had history here, still lacks overall experience on the stage.
Yeah, I think that when it comes down to stage experience, I think generally it should be passable, right? The unfortunate part about Barracuda is their lack of identity of how they want to play the game other than the double fighters. I think that's the only thing that has been working out for them thus far, which kind of puts them in a box. I want to see whether they can kind of expand their horizons like some of these other teams, and for once maybe put SRG behind.
It would be impressive to do so. So far, King Empire has come the closest to maybe being a big obstacle on the Red Giants' path when they were able to delay the game yesterday to 20 minutes long. But even then, it didn't really look like Red Giants were struggling most of the time. So we can see that they are on the blue side of the draft. They do like this side. It allows them to prioritize heroes like that Roger. And with the Heart If ban,
It's looking pretty free.
That's probably what's happening, right?
It's looking pretty free. I mean, Innocent is just like, come on, you really gonna make me do this again? My entire season just playing Roger at this point. Oh, what a surprise!
Wow, who could have seen this one coming?
Oh my god, there's no way he was gonna play it. And you can even see Innocent, he's like, I don't know, they just keep giving it to me.
Honestly, it's worth watching this game and just keeping an eye on Innocent alone. The way he micros around during team fights is on another level altogether. So we've already seen it. We'll see what Barracuda can do to stop it. They lock in the Novaria and the Fredrin, so a safe opening, but perhaps the Novaria will give them some space to prolong the game.
Well, I mean, considering how Barracuda plays this game, I'm curious to see if Khalid is going to show his face in the roam position this time round. I think, you know, I think it was a very interesting concept, right? Now that Khalid, in this recent patch, has got a little bit of a, well, taken away the downside of his backswing, his animations are a lot smoother to actually perform and weave in auto attacks between each time you're going for S1. But I think for SRG, not really going to really change the issue. I'm pretty sure they might even consider going for the Guinevere very early on if they wanted to as well. Do they want to Grok? Probably not. They could also just go for Barats early on as a flex pick, but instead Matilda and as well as Valentina get let through the draft.
Man, I'm looking at this already, and this seems like a very bad spot, giving Roger and Matilda at the same time. Now we have a fun fact here. Hesu, Innocent, and Cram were all former teammates with TNC Pro Team. So there's actually a bit of a reunion here.
It is a little bit of a reunion. I mean, TNC, we know that the boys there were very close to each other, and especially with the content that they make, you just know they have natural chemistry. Unfortunately, they have broken apart, and well, I mean, they found success. Two of their members, at least, have found success in SRG side.
Well, I'm not sure if this is going to be going smoothly here. Red Giants very comfortable. 3 pocket picks right off the bat. Barracuda actually not gonna go for the double fighter side lane meta this time. They do have the Natan and the Fredrin, so probably a more default composition. Meanwhile, Skies with the average KDA of 16.0 on Fredrin specifically.
That's just not okay. It really isn't. SRG has the most inflated stats of the entirety of MPL MY, and I would even argue that it's going to start putting themselves on the global rankings if they ever make it for an international, right? We don't know what the playoffs is going to be looking like, but we definitely have some favorites rolling in. Barats is going to get banned out for the side of Barracuda. SRG decide to get rid of the Minotaur. I think it's totally fine. For the most part, I don't think there's anything... Is there anything out of the ordinary that they could go for? Oh, yes, of course, the Fanny.
Making sure that Skies doesn't randomly pull out a pocket pick assassin here. Now, something to note is that typically we don't see Skies going this far in the draft without his hero yet. It's quite common for the Fredrin to get picked up pretty early on in the draft for Red Giants. So considering that Fredrin is gone, Barat is gone, Fanny and Nolan have been banned out. Very curious to see what will be the jungler for Red Giants.
I hope that Arcadia is thinking, hey, I'm tired of Innocent playing this Roger. Sakai, it's your turn. You're going to pick up the damage jungler. You're going to pick up a damage jungler, and then afterwards, we'll figure something out for Innocent. Probably the carry, right? If it does boil down to it.
The hunt begins.
The reason why we do see Roger jungle, though, is because it is enabled by the double fighter side lane. Like, having heroes that will generally win out those side lanes without requiring too much itemization to scale up is very important. We've seen teams try to go double marksman with the Roger jungle and Natan gold lane. Can't quite recall which team it was specifically, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, it didn't work out very well. I think it was the... I want to say it was the Niners, but I can't say that with my chest. Arlet gets locked in for the side of Barracuda. At the very least, we know what the roamer is starting to look like, or maybe even an EXP laner for Hesu. I mean, Arlet is just great overall. There's no time where he isn't relevant in the game. Doesn't really fall off. Very impactful kit. But SRG needs to complete their composition, and they decide with the Guinevere and as well as the Yuzong.
Keeping things strong here. So, looks like this is going to be Skies on the Guinevere. We've seen him play this hero, I think, once so far this season. So, since a lot of the jungle heroes have been locked down, this should form a pretty good way to jump onto heroes like Natan and Novaria alongside the Yuzong.
But Masha has been led through the entirety of the draft. I'm surprised that SRG didn't want to pick it up, but also at the same time, it's just, I don't think they really needed to in the first place. They have enough lockdown. They have a very standard side composition, playing for neutral objectives, and obviously just letting Innocent do his thing.
Well, it's about time for us to jump into the land of dawn here, ladies and gentlemen. Will the Red Giants continue their streak of dominance, or will Barracuda show us the biggest upset of Season 13?
Well, if they are going to do it, it's all about whether or not Hesu gets strong enough to one-shot Innocent before Yum swoops down to save the day. Let's not forget that he still has a difficult matchup in Cram on that Yuzong, so good luck to both teams.
The land of dawn beckons, the curtain has opened, and we now enter the second match of Week 5, Day 3. We got the Selangor Red Giants going up against Barracuda Esports. A veritable David versus Goliath situation. Which party shall come out on top?
All right, let's jump right into it. Let's see how they're going to start playing this out. I don't see double leashes being pulled out by either side, so it's going to be a standard clear. Both starting on their purple buff, going to end up on opposite sides of the map.
I want to see where Yums and Stormy are right now. We know Yums likes to be aggressive early on, but it looks like you're going to focus onto that mid lane matchup first to make sure that AJ is zoned out from as much EXP as possible.
Yeah, they do this very, very well. And for now, as long as they isolate the side laners, they have all 3 winning lanes, which is so very good for them in the earlier stages of the game. They always will be able to rotate first. Oh, AJ still hits level 2.
AJ legitimately cannot walk up to the lane at all. Beautiful zoning, beautiful wave management. And while all this is happening, Innocent has already forced Trap back home once as well. So that's also the Natan missing out on a wave of minions.
Yeah, he hasn't even hit level 2 just yet. He's going to be losing, an entire wave like you mentioned, right? And I think a little bit more here. He also lost the first 2 on the second wave.
Even Cram gonna be freezing that lane up, making sure as many. And look, he's even pulling Yums over to make sure that Hesu cannot get EXP from the EXP minions. If not for Amal being here, then Hesu would already be behind.
Yeah, I love the way that SRG plays this map, right? We look at the emblem setups, you know that the individual side laners want to get advantages in their lanes. Even for the Yuzong, he's making sure that he has the movement speed. He's not worried about having extra attack. He's got plenty of that. But against someone like Masha, he needs to be able to kind of keep up to make sure that he can fully take advantage of his Shah residue.
Cram well aware that Amal is in the area and he wants this EXP crab to try and hit level 4. So Cram gonna make sure not to give that away to make sure Red Giants have the best turtle take possibilities they have.
Yep, and even Stormy is going to get involved. Ooh, looks like the River Crab going to fall into the hands of Hesu here. Arla going to be the first to reach this turtle before Yums.
Amal in the area. We see the Black Dragon form already being popped out, scouting out and zoning out the Fredrin entirely. Astral Echo not going to be do too much. Nearly snipes the turtle actually, but Skies will secure it.
Both AJ and as well as Hesu haven't hit level 4.
Eevee taking a lot of poke damage as well. He hasn't hit level 4 too. The zoning from the duo mid lane has been too much. Yums trying to steal the purple buff, not successful.
Yep, forcing the retribution here, but good game sense from Barracuda, right? They were able to actually protect their orange buff, making sure that they can actually scout out using the Astral Echoes, force it guys, rather than just throwing Hesu in to face check the brush.
Good responses here. We've always known that Barracuda is a pretty solid early game team, and it definitely seems like they have some game sense, but it has come at a cost as well. 3 minutes in, Eevee still not level 4, so that is Barracuda's roamer without his big playmaking ability.
I mean, I think for now, Barracuda, they just need to scale, right? They need to get Trap at 3 items, if not 4 at this point. Hesu as well probably needs 2 items before he can even remotely threaten Innocent, and that's off of the account that he might... Wait, hold on.
Yums flies in, circling Eagle. They catch Eevee out, gets the knockup into the Violet Requiem, and Innocent gets the first blood amidst all the chaos.
Great combo. Great combo. This is the interaction that Barracuda have omitted when they decided to give Yums this Matilda, right? With the Circling Eagle, you get a free knockup, and now even Trap, oh, he's dead.
Innocent jumps straight in. Lycan Pounce flickers out to safety, and here's Stormy and Yums to make sure Amal can't do anything. They're even tanking the tower, allowing Innocent to dive in the Razor's Wrath. Amal turns it around and slays the wolf.
Unlucky. Innocent, not enough movement speed to get out of the way. Ends up getting blasted there, thanks to the help of the Star Shatter coming in from AJ.
I'm just slightly a bit too greedy there from Innocent. I understand Red Giants, they've been able to do this cleanly multiple times, but a slight misposition there, costing Innocent his KDA.
Yeah, Hesu should probably cancel Cram out one more time. He does have enough kill pressure, especially since he's got that life lead. And I think that's what's really important in that lane between the EXP laners. How do you manage your life as a resource? Because Cram needs to be able to proc the Shah residue every single time he trades. If not, it's just not worthwhile.
Turtle gonna be controlled again. Black Dragon form comes out. Cram beautifully zoning and scouting out the members of Barracuda. There is no contest at all. Another turtle falls to skies. Oh, in the bottom lane, Innocent! Getting ganked, Eevee, focusing on the top KDA of the league, taking him down again.
Oh, just ruining that KDA score, right? Really great lane gank coming in from Eevee, making sure that he's hiding in that brush, and as soon as he sees the all-in, thinking that Trap is making a mistake, he gets pulled back by the final slash. Really good ideas coming out from Barracuda's side to catch SRG members off guard. Looks like they're going to have a bit of a challenge here 5 minutes into the game.
Well, we can see that so far in MPL, Natan has gone up against Roger 11 times and definitely has the better win rate overall. So despite this being Innocent's pocket pickup, it does seem like Barracuda has the right idea.
They do. They are playing towards the gold side of the map. Ooh, I see the circling eagle as this dive happens on top side.
Yep, Hesu gonna be able to avoid it, but he's down to his last HP bar. Cram jumps straight in. Beautiful juggling of tower aggro in the bottom lane. Final slash onto Innocent. They're targeting him again like a pest. Gets pulled out by the guiding winds. He dodges the center of Appraiser's Wrath and flickers out to safety as Stormy comes in for some final backup to zone out Barracuda Esports.
They trade 1 for 1 here in terms of tier 1 turrets, but we're not able to find the kill back. And here comes SRG running into enemy territory to look for some kind of resource. They don't get to walk away for free like this.
Final slash stolen by Stormy, pins Eevee against the wall for an easy kill into skies. And they're continuing to pressure the purple buff to make sure Amal doesn't get it for free.
SRG just making sure they're implementing the brass tacks onto Barracuda.
We got it too.
They're not allowed to make plays like this without some form of punishment. They got his retro. Wait, hold on. Yeah, Skies was able to steal away the buff and more importantly, maintain his 2-level lead against Amal. But the good thing about Barracuda this time compared to their double fighter comp is that they can actually scale. And I think Trap, he's so far so good. He is a little bit behind Innocent, but not in the worst position just yet.
Honestly, the fact that Innocent has been under this much pressure and Trap is still slightly behind goes to show how quickly he is able to farm. We've seen that because his tier 1 is gone, he's actually started unlocking himself from the lane and roaming around to get farm along on the other side of the map. Cram coming in once again with the Black Dragon form. Hesu in the area. I am really liking the timing on AJ Snipe so far, but it's still not quite enough.
I think it's totally fine, right? Barracuda just want to be uninteractive for the majority of this game. They're waiting for their tanks and as well as their marksmen to actually scale. Oh, Amal.
Amal walking the wrong path, gets caught up, knocked up. Violet Requiem, final slash, not going to be able to save him. Amal picked off easily, and Red Giants just decide, okay, time to go home.
Yeah, AJ, he's got to make sure that he checks these brushes for him. They can't have Amal fall further behind here. I mean, they're already losing every single turtle, which is part of their plan, but to not be able to contest for the next 2 lords because you are so far behind Sakai's, 2 levels down in a matter of fact, it's going to start to get really rough really quickly.
See, the biggest difference in gold as well is actually on Cram's lane. Circling Eagle goes in again. 2-man knockup into the Violet Requiem. A beautiful combo. Eevee picked up instantly. Hesu forced back home. And the Red Giants instantly retreat. Perfect disengage.
Keep in mind, SRG, their composition is very heavily revolving around their ultimates. It's execute heavy. And once again, Sakai's trying to get free resources from Amal, but at the very least, oh my god.
Trap is just trapped, but now Stormy maybe as well, flickering out. He's gonna get knocked down. Thunderclap on the Valentina takes him out, but Hesu will pay with his own life in exchange as Sky comes in. 3-man final slash into the tower, focuses on Innocent. He jumps away from Appraiser's Wrath, gonna crush Humes, but Amal gets picked off as Cram picks up the double kill.
3 for 2 in favor of Selangor Red Giants. You can see that Innocent is now extremely hesitant to quickly take these fights. He's not disrespecting the space anymore, and I think he's been put in his place by Eevee enough times to learn his lesson. I can't just run on in, and that's why you're seeing Stormy go for this big dive. He needs Innocent to continuously scale and maintain his pressure. Stormy dying one time, not a big deal. He's still going to be relevant.
Red Giants are going to be continuing to be relevant as well. Still a 4K lead. Despite the 4 kills that Barracuda have been able to pick up so far, the Red Giants are still in control of the map overall. But with a Novarian on it. Oh, hold on. Eevee, he's been found. Final slash onto 3 members. Once again, circling Eagle, canceling out the backline. Eevee going to be picked off. That's mega kill going over as Humes gonna nearly get sniped off. But now Barracuda in a lot of trouble. Black Dragon form. Appraiser's Wrath doesn't even get the chance to come out as Innocent gets some vengeance.
Yep, just notice how SRG is playing, right? Maintaining these waves, maintaining ways to stay ahead of that curve. They know they want to play towards that Lord side of the map, but they position themselves towards the opposite, knowing that Barracuda just wants to trade targets and do not, and actually cannot even contest for these neutral objectives, even if Amal was alive.
And so far, Barracuda had been doing a good job of actually somewhat trading evenly under certain conditions. But Red Giants have instantly adapted to the situation. They now understand what they were missing in their couple of engages prior, and now are not giving Barracuda anything.
Yep. Developing into a 7K, 6.9. It's going to be 7K real soon once they start invading. And here we go. Sakai's once again wants to force out a retribution from Amal. At the very least, just push him out entirely.
Right now, looking at the state of the game, we're 10.5 minutes in. First Lord gonna be crashing in the mid tier 2. The question is, how much do Red Giants want to take with this? Story flickers in with the final slash right into the Violet Requiem. Amal drops instantly to Innocent, and in the backline, Cram petrifies 3 people. Black Dragon form to zone himself out. Hesu looking for a flank on the other side, but he's not gonna be able to catch anyone off guard. The Red Giants, they won't be successful in taking this inhibitor just yet. Barracuda still a 4-man strong, but another cast by Skies gonna be cancelled out by the Thunderclap. Eevee though, he's left out in the open. There's no way for him to get back home. He's gone. Killing spree. Going over to Innocent. And now the top inhibitor going to be targeted yet again. There's not much Barracuda can do about this.
Well, they just focus on the wave clearing, which is exactly what they do. They manage to protect their mid-tier 1 for now. But now that they're a man down, let's see. What does Selangor Red Giants actually have? They've got 4 ultimates to work with.
They're still pushing in. Thunderclap from Hesu. Humes jumps into the backline. Hesu on the last HP ult bar already. Innocent chasing him under the tower. Flickers out to safety with the shield from the Guiding Winds. Gets pulled away from the snipe. Amal already picked up. Eevee jumping in. Final slash not going to be able to do too much, but Crab gets the shutdown onto Innocent. He finds the wolf, but guess what? They found him too. Crab with the unstoppable streak. Gonna take Barracuda down to their final 2 members and finishes off the top inhibitor. In the meantime, Cram jumps in, forces AJ back. They pull Stormy. They're waiting for the minion wave. Skies knocks up again with the Violet Requiem. Actually jumps out of the crystal range to keep it going. Eevee doing his best to defend the crystal. He'll actually survive, but not for long. Shah Residue gets the monster kill. His job though is done. They've defended the base.
They've lost all 3 of their inhibitors off of that push, and Selangor Red Giants making sure they're not trading back, right? They're farming Barracuda right now. They're farming the immobile members. Amal cannot walk up at all. This Impure Rage is doing nothing for him.
This is some intense gameplay coming in from the Red Giants. A 9K lead now has been developed. No structures left standing on the side of Barracuda. The damage dealt ranking dominated by 3 members of the Red Giants, with Innocent on top despite the early game pressure.
Yeah, and I think Barracuda, they're putting so much focus on Innocent that Cram has been getting away with a lot of stuff, right? He's forcing out entropies out of Trap early on, putting his ult on cooldown, but more importantly, making sure that Trap overall is going to have a minimal, like a 50% decrease in damage output.
Even though he should logically have a lot of bodies to hide behind, the Red Giants may be too far ahead. There's too much damage on this team with a 9K difference, and now they're just fully controlling the river.
Can't walk up through no man's land unless Amal's got a steal in him. I don't think it's going to happen. Even Stormy making sure that he's showing, hey, I got the final slash. I dare you to walk up.
And Cram even in position to block the Star Shatter just in case, because they know AJ is going to do it. 10K lead. Lord pushing in mid. Can Barracuda defend?
Well, with no inhibitors, it's going to be difficult. We look at the items and you can see how far ahead they actually are. 4 items complete coming in from Trap. He's got the damage now to do so, but I'm seeing Athena shields already being built on the opposite side, right? So, again, main tanks aren't going to die, but everybody else is so very susceptible.
We're 14 minutes in, no structures left for Barracuda. The Lord is pushing in mid lane. Astral Echo gonna come out. Hesu jumping Stormy does literally no damage as Cram is zoning out the back line. Innocent dishing out the DPS as the Violent Requiem catches out Amal. Eevee still jumping in. Final slash stolen by Stormy. Pushes Eevee and Hesu out into the jaws of the Red Giants. And now the crystal is exposed. And the crystal is destroyed. The Red Giants' path of dominance continues.
Yup. When you're worried about one member of SRG, the other looks to carry the mantle. Crazy stuff. SRG making it look easy so far. And Barracuda, it looks like they've got a game plan in mind, and I would like to see them develop it a little bit more. They had some great ideas.
There was legitimately some promise in the way they were approaching that early game. Some very smart decisions, targeting down Innocent to make sure that Roger wouldn't get that scaling into play and trying to take control of the map. But the Red Giants just adapted way too quickly.
Oh, too quickly is one thing, but also not repeating those mistakes again just shows the maturity level of this team. A lot of the times their combos are just unstoppable, right? They're really maximizing every opportunity they have thus far. And I think for Barracuda, I do like the ideas that they have. Yes, we're going to be attacking Innocent on that side of the map. Yes, it will take some time for Masha to actually get ahead, but at the same time, I feel like they've tunnel visioned on it a little too hard. There were still positional mistakes being made from the side of SRG that were not exploited, or angles not being taken advantage of, especially when Eevee jumps on Arlet of all things, and could maybe even find an opportunity to kind of separate the front from the back with a final slash flicker.
I agree. I feel like there was a lot of focus towards Innocent, which makes sense. He is the top average KDA in the league right now. But the strength of Red Giants is that if one player is put behind, there is always going to be someone there to pick up the slack. We saw Cram really getting to show off his stuff this game because that Yuzong was basically left alone in lane the whole time. Hesu couldn't make any impact because he wasn't winning out. And so the Black Dragon just separates every single fight, and that gave the space necessary for Innocent to start getting those kills again.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about tempo. It's all about when you have priority in your lane, what can you do? And the one time that we actually saw an early recall and a mistake being made by Hesu, he manages to recover extremely well because his team is applying pressure on the opposite side, making sure that even Masha, if she hard pushes, she's not going to be able to get the turret, but worse yet, isn't able to steal jungle farm.
My goodness, they have something for everyone here. But MVP of this game, oh my goodness, he's on the bottle. Okay.
He's got to hold it still. He's got to hold it still. He's got to take a sip of that Hesu juice, baby. Gotta make sure. Wait, what does it say? Oh,
it's the tears of Hesu.
How did he fill a bottle?
I think after that game, I see why.
I mean, a season's worth of tears, man. It's tough. Our MVP of the game going over to Yums, and that's how you expect to play Matilda. She is so very good, even despite getting quote-unquote nerfed. At the very least, her kit is just so useful. You're able to basically care package into a lane. Hey, what do you need? Pressure? Awesome. Sustainability? Awesome. I can do all of those things.
The flexibility of this hero in the hands of a master are insane. They are off the charts. And we know that Yums is a master. He's played Matilda since before she was meta. So he understands exactly the timings, the windows, the opportunities. And the Red Giants are very aware of who needs to be prioritized with the guiding winds as well. Yums paired up with Skies on that Guinevere was a deadly combination.
It really was a deadly combination. And I think even better yet, SRG really abusing the overall interaction, in-game interactions, right? Because yes, Stormy knows that, hey, the most valuable ultimate I could steal is the Final Slash, but technically Final Slash also works like a knock-up, allowing a free Violent Requiem for the people like Skies. I think that SRG is really on top of their game.
It's very niche interactions that you typically will not consider because it's not something you see happen very often, this particular matchup, this particular combination of heroes, and yet Red Giants are playing it as if they've known their entire lives. Looking at the item builds, obviously very one-sided since there is a 12k net worth advantage by the end of a very short 14-minute game.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing Barracuda could really do at that point. It's all based on that early game, right? Eventually, they needed more time to actually scale up into this game to take SRG on when they are at their maximum potential. Unfortunately, SRG doesn't make it easy, right? All the turrets were theirs. Every single one of those turtles fell into the hand of SRG. SRG knows what they wanted to do. They could have kept playing towards Innocent's side of the map, absolutely, but at the same time, if they need to end the game early, well, how are we going to do that? First, we neuter the enemy jungler. We're hoping that Innocent gets to stay longer and live longer in lane, but Sakai's needs to be 2 levels ahead of Amal. If the side laners need some help, we can help them out with the help of Yums or even Stormy, but that's when they split up their forces, right? Early game, we're seeing Skies attack one side of the map and Yums actually rotate down to the bottom side. Other times, we see Stormy actually join Innocent in that battle after helping out Cram with the fast rotations coming in from Yums.
What Red Giants does as well at the very first minute of the game, their way of zoning every single lane opponent properly according to their lane matchup already gives them such a huge EXP advantage right from the get-go, right? A lot of teams don't really do a lot in lane before level 4 because it's a very default interaction, right? Everyone's just gonna hit level 4 around the same time, play for the turtle fight, and then after that decide what's going to happen. But Red Giants already has the initiative to decide they're not even going to allow that opportunity to come. And any advantage they can get across the map is a big one.
Yeah, exactly. Like, how many river crabs did you see Amal actually achieve? And majority of the time, as soon, like, he was not level 4 for a long period of time. Like, an uncomfortable amount of time, right? He goes to Crab side. The Crab is already gone. I have no neutral to actually contest for it. Even my Beetle is gone because we've seen Sakai's kind of just farm out the side camps before he starts threatening the enemy buffs.
It's not completely unusual for a roamer to not be level 4 before the turtle, because sometimes things just happen.
Yep.
But it's not. It is very uncommon for a mid laner to not be level 4 for the first turtle, and even more so if the roamer is still not level 4 a minute later.
Or better yet, both the EXP and the mid laner are both not level 4 for that upcoming fight. Like, that's how much of a lead SRG's individual laners are able to create for themselves. And I think that Barracuda, with a little bit of adjustment, they can definitely go more even against SRG as it transitions into the mid game, because so far, unfortunately, they weren't able to funnel enough gold into Trap at the right time. And Hesu, I think at some point, Barracuda needed to invest some resources into him.
I love the adaptation that came out of the Red Giants because Barracuda, like we've highlighted before, had a good plan. Focus Innocent. We saw in the previous page that he actually took the most damage out of anyone in the whole game, like 70,000 damage taken on the Roger. Red Giants, they didn't allow that to stop them, even though this is a pocket pick. A lot of players, a lot of teams would get heavily affected mentally if their key player on a strong pick is shut down like this. But no, they play around Cram, they play around Skies, they create space, they rotate Innocent up from the lane to farm the other side of the map, all while distracting Barracuda by reducing their EXP gain, and then transitioning from there.
I think that Barracuda, the only thing that they can really start thinking about adjusting is probably what their mid-duo Roam and as well as mid laner are supposed to be playing, because so far SRG have taken full advantage with these power picks, double range into melee versus range, right? Not exactly the best time for Eevee. Forcing him to recall early is probably a no-go, because once Yums and Stormy leaves the lane, then it's kind of out of his hands, right? They need to keep Yums, or at the very least Stormy, in lane. They need to keep control over mid lane priority. I think maybe an adjustment in Lilio could possibly be the answer, but at the same time, it's hard to be able to start peeling away a Guinevere, for an example.
Yeah, there's so many layers to the engage coming out of the Red Giants, and that's why it's basically impossible for Barracuda to actually react, especially when they're already put behind. We see in this game, Innocent still being the rich guy and the carry despite dying twice early on, showing his farm speed and why he has some of the best KDA in the league. Amal having to be the sandbag here, unfortunately, the main target in a lot of these team fights. And Yums, 18 assists. That's a lot.
Yep. He's participated, in at least 90% of these fights, and the other 2 was probably solo kills happening on the side. Regardless, it was a tough game for the Barracudas. I do think that considering how many stomps we've seen SRG do, this hasn't been the worst one just yet, despite, losing all of their turrets. Let's look at the game highlights and kind of rehash some of the things that we did see, right? Small interactions like this, using the Circling Eagle to allow Skies to get a free Violet Requiem and extending the time somebody's knocked up in the air with a Magic Thumb.
I also really love how Skies purposefully delays the Violet Requiem to keep that CC going for as long as possible. Not to mention in the final base push, him knocking someone up, dashing right to the edge of the crystal and keeping the Violet Requiem going so he wouldn't be targeted as well. Like all these micro decisions, deciding whether to stay in the fight or to leave, how to juggle damage, who is frontlining. Red Giants has shown mastery in all of these multiple times.
Yeah, they have. And I mean, this endgame scenario when they lost all their inhibitor turrets, I think that was just really rough, right? Because SRG finally unlocked their final win condition here, which is to make sure that they have pressure on all lanes constantly. And with all 3 inhibitors down, these super creeps are just too strong for Barracuda to actually handle 14 minutes into the game.
And once the crystal is open, this is a team that doesn't allow opportunities to get away from them. I think we have a lot of MPL MY teams. Crystal is open, we're winning. Let's hold on a little bit here to either play it safe or to get more kills.
One or the other.
But Red Giants somehow does all of them at once.
I think they do a very good balancing act, which is why they are the most polished team by far, right? The calls in game, the adjustments in games are always good. And I think Barracuda, we're seeing some of their strengths actually come through, right? They know how to abuse some of these lanes. They know how to kind of manipulate the way their opponent, and well, not just manipulate, but really condition their opponents a couple of times, right? We did see Masha on the opposite end of the map actually condition Hesu, conditioning his opponent Cram. They are teammates before. Cram is having a significant lead, and he had an opportunity to actually go for a dive if only his team was there to actually capitalize on it.
There's just these small decisions that are being made that's really forcing out a lot of the difference, especially in that early game. Because we know that Barracuda is the strongest in the first few minutes of the game. We actually did see that quite clearly. Red Giants actually had to slow down just a little bit at certain points. So if the Barracuda can lock in on this phase and just try to push forward using that strength, they may have better chances.
Well, speaking of which, let's compare both Hesun as well as Cram in the power distribution. Obviously, any of SRG players is going to have very skewed data, but we can look at some of the comparable things, like average DTPM, average damage taken per minute, not too far apart for both of these two players. They play very similar roles, right? They're either looking to kind of cut off the backline or at the very least start peeling and soaking pressure for the rest of the team. The average KDA is pretty much out of the question, but even for the average DPM, it's not like Cram has been given high damage EXP laners similar to Hesu.
The way that these two EXP laners create space for their team is also a little bit different, because Hesu oftentimes is the playmaker, he's the catcher, he's the secondary source of initiation right behind EV. Oftentimes when he's playing on heroes like that Arlet, he's able to find these big final slashes, whereas Cram plays a slightly more frontline-ish role. He's oftentimes going to be on heroes like the Yuzong, like the Xborg, like the Tamas, soaking up damage, and there's also dishing it out.
Yeah, he does. He is a very good laner so far, and I do wish that we do see more damage-oriented laners like Yuzong, maybe even Paquito or even Benedetta be given into the hands of Cram to really see what he can provide for the team. Because again, the team very much plays around their mid-trio to kind of affect and influence the rest of the map, while the solo laners are doing individually performing out of this world.
That's the big strength here, which you see over here. We got Uncle Chicanook in the crowd saying that Barracuda are basically on their last legs here.
Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate indeed. And I mean, the SRG fan...
oh my goodness.
This is just, man, predictions, just ordering fried chicken because this is going to be a drive-through. Jeez, levels of the
all of the Red Giants fans are learning too much from Azora Vecchi right now. But we've got an MPL MY insider with Cram, the man of the hour, with us asking that people say he's the hidden MVP for Red Giants and what he thinks about that statement. Graham, he doesn't mind. He wants to win. He wants to be the best. But he's also introverted and quiet, so keep that in mind.
I mean, that was an unnecessary. I was like, what? No, what is that? What does that have to do with anything? That has nothing to do with anything. You want to win, you can either be that man or you can be a supporting act. He's okay with either or. But I think overall, that's why he's playing the more supportive role. I think, who knows? Who knows? Damage-oriented laners, maybe they're more extroverted, you know?
Yeah, if they're more extroverted, they're able to exert that energy outwards a little bit more. We did see the sign that the kid was holding. It's like, yeah, if you're hungry, let's have some fish. Let's have some Barracuda right now, because they are just being served up on a silver platter unless they make a big change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they need the biggest of changes. If we had to repeat that game once more with a slight difference in the draft, I think the mid game could have been a lot more manageable for Barracuda. I still think they still would have lost, because I think Barracuda's end game, right, their late game, the way that they play their late game isn't as proficient as SRG. We've seen SRG really go the distance before, right? Especially against KGE. That kind of gives us a bit of a scale as to what to compare them to.
But I'm gonna be honest, when they had to go that far with KGE, I do kind of feel some fault of it was because they were taking things a little bit lightly themselves. So if they weren't messing around, it would have been a very different result. But well, we'll see what happens. Barracuda has already shown some interesting plays here, and we'll see whether or not they adjust anything when we go into the draft for game number 2.
All right, let's see. Barracuda on the blue side up against SRG on the red side. We see Chip Nolan banned straight away, passing priority over to SRG, banning out instantly, getting rid of the Florin. They just don't like this global anti-heal. The true healing, as some may call it.
True healing. Honestly, a good name for it. I think Red Giants, we know how aggressive they are as a team, and they want to play around these like health bar breakpoints. They seem very innately aware of how much damage their heroes do at each stage of the game. So having that bloom around that could mess with that is something they just don't want to have to deal with.
I just think that it's funny that Barracuda, like, yes, early game. What works with early game? Florin. That's the #1 early game pick of the century. I do think that their mid games, especially if they are ahead in the early game, is a lot better than most teams. But then again, this is based off of the fact that we're playing double fighters, right? So we see the Angela ban coming out from SRG side. They want to make sure that healing is not an option for the side of Barracuda. And we see Roger, finally, somebody bans it out, which means first pick Trap is going to get Harith on that first rotation.
Most likely. I wonder if Red Giants would be willing to let Matilda through. That's the question, right? Contest the Matilda and the Harith. Because in the hands of a slightly less experienced player, we've already seen that Matilda doesn't have as much impact.
I think that SRG probably can. They can bargain with Barracuda by leaving the Matilda open, banning out the Harith, and saying, hey, you could pick Matilda for yourself. If not, we get they get rid of the Brats. Now they've left both of them open. Let's see what Barracuda responds with.
I think the Barats is a great ban. Gets rid of a flex pick that Barracuda likes to rely on, and they're pretty ready to deal with either Matilda or Harith regardless. Barracuda gonna lock in the Harith, so it looks like Yume's gonna get to fly around again.
Yep, this time around, now that Innocent is gonna have access to both Harith and as well as Roger, I would assume the next fallback would be the Natan once again. It doesn't necessarily have to be. I think it's kind of up to Innocent, right? That's probably what Coach Arcadia is telling him. It's like, this matchup is up to you, but we're definitely taking this Matilda, and we're also going to get the Fredring alongside it. I mean, that's what the Barat ban was indicating.
Still going with the comfort picks. Red Giants don't need to change too much with their draft. It's still working, and the more they go for it, the more refined it becomes, and the more they can hide just exactly how deep their hero pool truly is. Barracuda gonna need some good selections here to deal with the Matilda.
Barracuda could go... I mean, I wouldn't put Mincetar out of the question. It seems unlikely, but at the same time, Phovius should be a consideration for Barracuda's side. I mean, if the fact that Kram is pressing his lead, and considering that Hesu doesn't mind letting him have control over the lane, sure, we're playing around the gold lane anyway, so not the biggest deal for him. They lock in the Akai. Very nice pickup for the side of Barracuda to disrupt their opponent, as well as the Lilia. So they really have adjusted their game plan to play to play a little bit more mid-centric, to have that extra pressure to play towards gold.
I do like this adjustment. Akai, we already know, is a good matchup into the Fredrin. Just heavy spin, push him away. And the Lilia also pretty good at dealing with these slower, tankier frontline heroes. The Matilda may affect AJ's presence a little bit, but so far, looking better.
Yeah, but then how does SRG handle this now? Disruption on Akai's side. They could just go for a traditional carry, but unfortunately, she's a little short range, and against people like the Lilia, and especially I want to melt through the Akai, it can get a little rough. Ooh, they take Valentina instead. Some good ults on Barracuda's side. As much as that heavy spin is useful for them to disrupt SRG, the same can be said if the heavy spin is utilized by SRG against Barracuda.
If they steal the heavy spin, rather than having a pin to the wall situation, you end up with like a Beyblade situation where you're just bouncing off of one another. And we'll see whether or not Stormy does like going for that heavy spin once we head on into the game. But now that we are in the second ban phase, the Minotaur going to get removed by the Red Giants, and Barracuda ban out the Natan, so really reducing Innocent's hero pool.
I mean, this is starting to look like a carry game very, very quickly. We'll see. Or it could just be a traditional Claude game, one or the other, right? Is there anything else that needs to be taken into consideration? I mean, there could be Brody at the same time. They've got some decent chunkers. They've got the Matilda that could harass their opponents, but that would mean that they would need more damage in the EXP sector. So that'll be an interesting. If we do see a lock-in of Brody, or at the very least, like an early game like Bruno, Brody, both of the Bs in the gold lane, I would like to see Cram actually get something more damage orientated.
I would agree. They ban out the Arlet, one of Jesus' comfort picks, as well as something that could combo well with the heavy spin if timed correctly. And Barracuda even further reducing the marksman. You can look at Innocent over there. It's like, seriously, guys? Really?
How many? How many do you want to go? How deep in the list do you want to take me? I think it's totally fine, right? He still has plenty of options. The gold lane is particularly difficult to completely squeeze out for a majority of marksmen. Some more comfortable than others. But who are they going to prioritize? EXP or gold this time? And it looks like...
Yep.
Ah, there we go. Bruno lock in.
Makes sense. Since you know the enemy's gold laner, you don't know the enemy's EXP laner. Better to lock in the marksman first. So, with a lot of the usual meta marksman gone, we get to see Bruno in the hands of Innocent for the first time.
Yeah, it's been a hot second since we've seen Bruno. Decent overall. Let's see what Barracuda show. If they show too many dash type heroes, Fulvius is going to get locked in for the side of SRG. I mean, they're setting up for Cram here, right? They're setting up Cram for success.
I think what Cram will pick up here will depend heavily on what Barracuda drafts here for Jesus. So something that can punish this Bruno pickup would be very helpful since they've already focused on the marksman so much. They go for the Paquito, they grab the Tigreal. Okay, biggest concern. Implosion and Heavy Spin have some... Oh!
Ooh!
We got the Esme!
Interesting. Esme EXP against Paquito. I would imagine that Barracuda is going to build... I mean, Jesus is going to build full damage, right? So it's all about who gets first... whether or not Jesus is able to get first blood or Cram is able to sandbag him.
Personally, I love Esmeralda. To me, she's like the easiest ranked victory I could ask for, especially in a team lineup that has some shield. In this case, we got Harif, we got Paquito with a heavy left punch, but Barracuda do have a good amount of crowd control and damage here. Perhaps this could be the recipe they need to take down the Giants.
Yeah, possibly, and especially since they have Matilda, it curbs one of Esmeralda's biggest problem, which is gap closing against your enemy, right? You gotta be able to use that ult either going in or going out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together because I get the feeling this is going to be an exciting game too. The Selangor Red Giants, one game up versus Barracuda Esports, who have switched up their draft drastically to try and take down the perfect win streak of their opponents.
Well, let us begin as mid lane continues to take early engagements, fight for control. Sakaizen as well as AML starting on the same side of the map and will end up on EXP side.
I can see that AJ and Eevee now have slightly more mid lane priority, so it's no longer as easy for Stormy and Yum to just zone them out from EXP range. They're still gonna do so though, because why not?
Yep, I mean, this is to be expected. Stormy did get chunked out pretty early on, but at the same time, AJ, he has to take an early recall due to his mana as well as his life pool. Hesu and as well as Cram so far, like Hesu needs to play a perfect game here. A single mistake against Cram could cost him the entire lane.
You would think that Paquito would win out this matchup ordinarily, but Esme actually does a deceptive amount of damage at levels 1 and 2, and by stealing away the shield from Paquito as well, Cram just straight up wins out. So Hesu has to be careful not to be too aggro.
Yeah, I think Hesu should have gone for Master Assassin if he really wants to have an opportunity to win out in this lane. However, we are seeing that Cram does force out a retribution from Amal. He doesn't want to start falling behind anytime soon, and an early recall from Hesu. Not a good look here so far.
We can see now both junglers hitting level 4 around the same time. This is where we'll see rotations from the roam and mid laners to start and get those level 4 timings, since the turtle is going to be up in another 15 seconds.
Yep, and Trap should freeze the lane right here, right in front of his target. He does need to let it push all the way in. He wants, actually, Innocent to walk up, but so far, AJ now rotating the EXP side to try and hit level 4 as soon as possible. Hopefully, both Hesu and as well as AJ can actually do that this time.
Cram and Stormy gonna focus on clearing the wave as fast as possible, so they'll be the ones to hit level 4 first. Though Amal is currently the one with control over the turtle. We see a taunt from Skies onto Eevee. He's actually dropping real low already, but I don't think they have quite enough damage to finish him off. Cram still continuing to zone out Hesu.
Oh, here we go. Circling Eagle and Flicker.
Circling Eagle knocks up on Amal, just zones out Barracuda. Red Giants understand they don't have enough damage yet to finish anyone off. They just need to force them away from the turtle pit. But Sacred Hammer gonna be pushing Yuma's back. Guiding Winds though, easy. Just gets out with no problem.
Yep, has to use the Purify though, just to make sure that it doesn't get pushed back because of Hesu.
Wait, I only just realized that Red Giants has 4 Purifies.
Oh yeah, they need all the Purifies in the world.
My goodness.
Flicker sounds like a good idea, but what exactly are you flickering from? Like, Trap basically chases you down as soon as you flicker. You can't use Flicker if you're getting locked down by Eevee. You're running away from AJ. Really doesn't make a difference here once he gets the Ice Queen's wand.
This is gonna be a tough game for Eevee. Like, getting implosion on the entire team is going to be difficult when the entire enemy team has Purify to get out of it freely. So Barracuda needs to find a way to force out resources.
Oh, let's see how they're going to do that though. I think it's basically up to Amal, but I think that both Amal and Eevee will be looking for ideal scenarios to get as many people as possible, right? Oh.
Amal did use his retreat to steal the gold crab away from Innocent. So that is something at least. Oh, Sacred Hammer gonna come out here onto Stormy. Heavy spin, gonna be pushing Stormy against the wall. Purify and the Guiding Winds comes out to pull him back to safety. Skies unfortunately doesn't get a taunt, so nothing's gonna happen here.
Yeah, Eevee not even opting to use his ultimate just yet. Amal is the one using the heavy spin. I mean, yes, he does have that purple buff to reduce cooldowns, but at the same time, I would have liked to actually see Eevee be the one to push the button.
We can see now with pressure from Skies and Yums, Innocent is starting to get a big EXP lead, and now they're pulling in Stormy to the bot lane as well. Circling Eagle gonna come out onto Eevee. Appraiser's Ref just barely misses, but the zoning has completed. Trap though, jump forward, force the Flicker out to make sure he gets both the minions and his life intact.
I don't understand why Eevee refuses to just Flicker on the one guy who doesn't actually have the button. He doesn't have the Purify. It's Sakai's, just get Sakai's, right? I mean, yes, Yums can pull him out with a Circling Eagle, but at the very least, you have more than enough CC to lock him down underneath the turret if necessary.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Barracuda already being put on the back foot somewhat because Red Giants just overall have more confidence and control in terms of what they're trying to do. Oh! Trap with the first blood against Innocent in the gold lane 1v1. That could give Barracuda the motivation they're looking for. Turtle dropping low. Skies getting pushed away. Amal secures it with a heavy spin as Eevee gonna be jumped on. A nice Circling Eagle onto 3 members. Cram chasing down the Trigil. Should be able to finish him off. Actually, no. Not enough mana. Barracuda comes out on top here.
Yep, they win out. Oh, I think he's
okay.
Out. He's out. Thank God. Thank God. All right. So finally, Eevee dropping down his implosion. Finally, and even committing the Flicker to it to try and find some key targets here. I think that Barracuda it's difficult for them because they're walking away on such small margins, right? They don't have enough of a health lead to start punishing SRG even more by taking away jungle camps and really compromising the economy.
Bot lane gonna be focused yet again. Amal and Hesu are here. Circling Eagle gonna knock out Hesu. Instantly executed by Stormy's damage. Amal gonna look for the heavy spin onto Innocent. Pushes him away, but the Purify allows him to walk out no problem.
Yeah, that was... I mean, it's...
Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Yo, pulling Stormy in, continuing to zone out.
Yeah, a bit unnecessary there. Didn't need to do that just yet. Here comes, I mean, Cram, he should be able to hold up against Trap for a decent amount of time as Trap is looking to trade on the opposite side of the map, at least trying to find a tier 1.
Trap does look very confident here. We have to remember, Harif is one of his signature heroes. So even though Esme should be able to drain health and shield from him, he's taking a lot of damage. Cram actually cannot 1v1 this. He's in a bit of danger, just barely dashes over the wall.
He gets on out, but he sees Amal, but Amal doesn't really want to commit to him either.
Stormy gonna get pulled in. Barracuda actually having a good amount of control here. The net worth lead still slightly in favor of Red Giants, but only by 800. Sacred Hammer, Purify comes out from Stormy, as well as the heavy spin to push Barracuda off of their tier 1 top.
Yeah, a good use of the heavy spin there, knowing that it actually has an inbuilt Purify. It doesn't really matter how they commit to him. He doesn't even actually have to use his battle spell, so he saves resources, and he even goes for an early recall with Yulm so they can participate in the upcoming fight, topped up with health as well as mana.
It does mean he won't have heavy spin for the turtle fight though. Sky's currently the one with aggro on the objective as Cram continuing to zone out, find information on Barracuda. Heavy spin is available for Amal and Turtle is dropping very, very low. Princess Wrap into the red tree is perfectly timed and Amal is punished straight away. Picked off. Eevee going to be the next to follow. A double kill for Innocent on the Bruno. Barracuda, no choice but to back it off.
Yep, I mean, Innocent, his positioning is really, really good. Ooh, Sakai's could look to push. Ooh, tries to catch it.
They're gonna force the Zaman Force from Trap too and then instantly walk out. That's what they were looking for.
Yeah, because of this zoning, right? The top tier 1 falls into the hands of SRG pretty much for free.
Oh, this is great space being created right now. Again, Innocent, he thought that he had some trouble in lane early on, but with the space from the rest of the Red Giants, it's no problem at all. Skies with the retry timing seals the purple buff as well. Amal starting to get choked out, 2 levels down.
Same game plan as before, different heroes. Eevee is taking the... Oh.
Implosion onto Sky. Sacred Hammer not going to be able to execute because of the Circling Eagle. Actually flickers out in the Appraiser's Wrath, but it won't keep him alive for long. That's 1 kill for the Red Giants again.
Man, that's got to be annoying, right? Because Innocent, with the Wave of the World, is able, well, Worldy in this case, is able to have a bit of a knockback, a mini stun, in a matter of fact, to cancel out some key abilities, making it difficult for Eevee to walk away for free.
We're starting to see the AI lean heavily in the Red Giants' favor here. A 71% win rate prediction. Hesu can no longer hold lane 1v1 against Cram at all, which is a big problem when you want to open up the map.
Yep, it is. But at the very least, AJ has got the Ice Queen's wand, so they have their dedicated peeler at this point. Question is, with Red Giants, their skins are just getting thicker and thicker. And wow, Innocent, despite dying to Trap, has a decent lead, a 1.3k gold difference between the two.
There's something about gold laners from P-Hates, man. The way they farm is on another level entirely, and we are seeing it. He's also a full level up on Trap, despite all the pressure that was put on him early on. Trap, unfortunately, not getting much of the map to farm. Red Giants are doing a great job of making sure that either waves are too far away for him to farm safely, or someone is there that could punish him. AJ gets jumped. That is so much damage. He actually pops the black shoes. I don't know if that was a very good idea. Hesu gonna try and keep him alive. Circling Eagle gonna be able to find 2 Stormy with a 2-man pin onto AJ and Eevee. Skies, he's not even in sight. He took the Lord and gets the Todd. The Appraiser's Wrath crushes Barracuda. Trap trying to escape. Jesus, he's the only one alive alongside him. He jumps in. I don't think that was a good idea. Killing spree for Innocent. Red Giants are dominating.
Nicely played. Nicely played by SRG. They find the mistaken Barracuda and sneak into their back lines, making it difficult. I mean, AJ, unfortunately, using that black shoes, he was thinking that the reinforcements will make it back in time, but Amal, he was hesitant on using the heavy spin. He should have popped it straight away to save his boy.
The heavy spin from Stormy caught 2 people instead. That really cost them heavily in that previous fight. Red Giants now once again trying to choke out their opponents. They have the Lord pushing up top lane. That's 2 inhibitors gone right off the bat. Circling Eagle knocks up 2 again. Look at the damage from Innocent. He's already farmed up at this point. Even Eevee can't actually take too many hits.
Yeah, but this is still the first Lord, right? Now the second wave comes through, and I'm expecting SRG to get even more aggressive to take away the final inhibitor and set themselves up for an endgame scenario.
Look at the way that Yums and Stormy are poking. Stormy dashes in, skill ones, gets pulled out by the guiding winds. This final inhibitor is gonna fall with no resistance. Heavy spin from Amal, gonna get dodged once again, and he's just gonna be pelted down by the footballs. He gets back to base safely, but what will it cost? Sacred Hammer from Eevee, not gonna find anyone as AJ forced back, taunted. Amal trying to defend. Barracuda is just healing and walking back, but it won't stop them from getting picked up. Mega kill from Innocent. Eevee the next to follow. Yums, the Wisps, finds the kill. Skies jumps in. He gets the taunt into the falling star mode. Killing spree for the Fredrin. Only 2 members of Barracuda left standing. AJ trying to do his best. His black shoes will keep him alive. But the same can't be said for the Crystal. The same can't be said for their pride. Red Giants are taunting right in their faces as they secure another clean victory.
Yep, Innocent waving them goodbye, knowing what SRG have done to the Barracudas, putting them in that relegation spot. More so, committing that many bans to 1 man is gonna get his blood pumping.
And it's not even enough. You stopped me from playing the Wolf. You stopped me from playing the Time Traveler. I'm just going to kick footballs at you, and I'm still going to be better.
Oh, outclassed here. Outclassed by SRG once again. The story continues to repeat itself as SRG continue and make sure that they're going to be ending the season real soon with a perfect, flawless record.
I don't know when's the last time it's happened, but we're only 1 match away from achieving that. This is a clean and dominating victory again. So I think we're all just excited to hear what they have to say.
Wow, wow, wow. Selangor Red Giants sekali lagi menutup game dengan 2 pebalas kosong. And sekali lagi 3 mata penuh untuk mereka. Guys, give them a round of applause. Alright, first let's start off with Cram because I heard Lafel's request tadi. Dia cakap, ini kurang bagi mic dekat Cram. So, ikaw muna. Madami nasasabi di ka doon nagsasalita eh. Okay, so Cram, alam natin that Jesus and Innocent used to be teammates with you, diba? So, ano pakiramdam going up against your former teammate lalo na sa EXP lane?
Wala, normal lang. Biasa aja.
Bisa aja? Ano, binigyan ka ba niya ng mahirap na time or it's just a meh?
Wala, siya yung pinahirapan ko eh.
Oh, okay. So, untuk semua orang yang tak faham, I tanya sebab dulu Jesus, Innocent dan juga Cram, dorang adalah main dalam satu pasukan yang sama, which is TNC. So, I tanya dia, apa perasaan dia going up against ex-teammate dia ataupun former teammate dia, especially sekarang, dorang lawan dekat EXP lane. Dia cakap, biasa je. I tanya dia bagi you hard time tak? Dia cakap tak. I yang bagi dia hard time. Setuju tak? Okay, si Innocent naman. Innocent. Okay, same question with Cram. You went up against your former teammate, Jesus. Anong masasabi mo sa laban na yon? Ba't ka natatawa? Why are you laughing? Huh?
I think it's easy.
You think it's easy? Okay, since you said it's easy, I have a question for you. How does how does Hesu tears taste like? Anong lasa?
I think Ram can answer that.
But you're the one who drank the water.
Me? Don't have taste?
Don't have taste?
It's like, I know.
Okay, what?
It tastes like no playoffs.
Oh my God, that's what it tastes like? Innocent nakal eh? Okay, but aside from that, I feel like amongst all the matches you've played, you died to Barracuda the most. Because of them, you're no longer the top of the MVP chart. What do you have to say about that?
I think they're just focusing on me and it's okay.
It's okay?
Yeah.
Not a biggie.
Yeah, not a big deal.
Not a
as long
big
as we win, it's okay.
Alright. Okay, so guys, sebelum kita continue, korang rasa MVP sepatutnya jatuh kepada I'm hearing Yums, I'm hearing Stormy. Tapi kita pilih siapa actually? So apa kata kita tengok MVP kita in 3, 2, 1. Jeng 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 jeng. Ui. Ni siapa ni? Gorgeous. Hai. Cram. Wow, 2 days in a row, huh? Okay, just now you guys picked Esmeralda. If I'm not mistaken, it's the first Esmeralda pick of this season, right? Why did you guys decide on the Esmeralda pick actually?
Because Esmeralda is so pretty.
That's it. That's the only reason?
So pretty and cute.
So
cute.
you're just like, I want to play a cute hero, easy game.
I said to coach, I want to use Esme because so cute.
I see. Okay, can we pass it to Stormy? Hi, Storm.
Hello.
Okay, Storm. Stormy dah biasa dah king of regular season masa dia main dekat SMG. Dorang selalu number 1 regular season. But comparing to the previous season, how confident are you with this lineup actually that you guys boleh masuk ke grand finals untuk musim ini?
200%.
200%?
Yeah.
Apa beza SRG dengan SMG dulu?
More chemistry here.
More chemistry here?
Yeah.
Okay, if you could give one props or one special recognition to your teammate that yang you paling banyak chemistry with, who is it? Satu je?
Yums.
Yeah. Kenapa Yums?
Because you are really close.
Oh, because you guys are really close.
Mama?
Wow! Kejap. Ni dah ganti sabui ke?
Tak tahu lah.
Oh, tak tahu. Okay, Sekais? You datangkan. Kenapa mic dekat dia? Okay, Sekais, your next match and last match, you guys akan menentang Niners. Do you think, dan berapa yakin Sekais actually that you guys boleh end regular season ni tanpa kalah 1 point?
As you guys can see, we win easy all of our match. So 100% lah.
Alright. Okay, Gorgeous, last. Ramai orang cakap, kenapa Gorgeous tak cakap semalam? So, Gorgeous, ada kata-kata tak untuk pasukan Barracuda dan juga kepada fans-fans you guys yang datang hari ini?
Untuk Barracuda.
Sebab your ex-teammates pun ada kat sana.
Untuk Asia dengan Trap, jangan putus asa. Walaupun aku tak tahu korang masuk playoff ke tak. So, just don't give up lah. Tapi diorang memang tak lepas playoff kan? Tak agak.
Untuk Ultras?
Okay, untuk Ultras, thank you yang dah datang support. Thank you also to Barracuda, thank you.
Alright, terima kasih and congratulations once again kepada Selangor Red Giants. Gorgeous tak nak turun lagi? Entah Gorgeous tak pargoy ke apa atas pentas ni? Alright, sekali lagi 2 berbalas kosong, 3 mata penuh untuk Selangor Red Giants. Rekod tanpa kalah, raja regular season kita. Tapi sebelum match ketiga untuk hari ini, mari let's throw it back to the casters for them to analyze what happened in this best of 3 series. So casters, silakan.
Man, it seems even for their former teammates, the members of Red Giants just have no chill. And you can't really blame them because they are on the verge of making history. A clean sweep regular season is close at hand.
Yep, it's so close. It's right at their fingertips even. And Cram coming up as the MVP of the match, doing phenomenally in both Game 1 as well as Game 2. Just making sure that Hesu has such minimal impact in these games and still spreading his own influence from EXP downwards all the way to the gold lane.
Cram getting the chance to shine since Barracuda definitely had a very hard focus on Innocent in particular, allowing the EXP laner to just finally just eke out, not have to play utility and not have to tank the front line, but actually dish out the DPS himself. 7, 0, and 13 across 2 games with nearly 3,000 damage per minute.
I mean, this is going to inflate his stats even more, and I think that Innocent, I'm curious to see with the number of deaths that he was able to accumulate over these past couple of games, it begs the question whether or not he has dropped down from like the 20 plus in terms of average KDA.
I get the feeling he has dropped down from the 20 plus, which is sad. We don't get to see that crazy number anymore. It's still going to be impressive overall though. We can see the speed at which Innocent farms is on another level entirely. Even though he ended up dying in that initial 1v1, still was close to max items. Nearly 13,000 net worth difference between Selangor Red Giants and Barracuda in a game that was even shorter than the first one.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts, right? Because I think that, you know, for SRG, they really funnel that gold into Innocent. As soon as the play has completed, they try to make sure that Innocent is the one who is getting those last hits, who is taking the jungle farm. They'll start leashing it for him just to make sure that Innocent can double up his speed in terms of scaling.
The Red Giants are very understanding of how the map can be played. Right? They know that if one of their side laners is put behind, the goal is to make sure that they're able to focus hard on their winning sides of the map instead of trying to make a bad situation better. And when they're able to create that space, then all of a sudden, they're able to allow whoever is behind the farm that much safer while they themselves zone the opponents out from their own half of the map.
Yeah, I do think that, man, I feel like Barracuda had some really, had answers to this comp against SRG, right? Especially with that first kill from Trap solo killing Innocent, that already brings hope. Okay, he's doing pretty well in lane. Now everybody else is going to need some help. I mean, Hesu's lane was pretty obsolete after a certain point. If he can't find that kill himself and with the help of Yums to make sure that Cram has the information necessary to back off when ganks were about to happen, I think that Barracuda should have doubled down on playing through mid and influencing the gold lane through mid.
They absolutely should have played around mid because Barracuda made the age-old mistake. When they saw that their lanes were losing, they sent people to try and turn those into not losing lanes. But you need to play around lanes that you are naturally strong in already. Not to mention that Hesu, his lane was actually non-existent. Even at level 1, he was already losing the Cram. And then later on, when they pulled AJ over to try and make a difference, it made no difference. It just wasted more time from a lane that should have already been winning.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, it really boils down to his emblem setup, right? When he went for Festival of Blood, he was already giving up a large part of damage in his kit if he just take Master Assassin, because he knows he's going to get, technically, Cram is going to get left alone here a majority of the time, right? The only person who really wants to come up here is probably Stormy when they hit level 3 and wants to turn into level 4. Maybe later down the line, once level 7, Yums is expected to come at a certain point. Regardless, Master Assassin probably should have been the way to go, especially if you are opting to go for a full damage build.
It would have helped a little bit, but I think Cram would have just adjusted his playstyle based on the situation. Like Red Giants, again, showing their mastery of the game as a whole and the coordination as a team, understanding who needs to do what at what time, where can we find advantages, where can we zone people out, continuing to play around, invading the enemy jungle anywhere they can to put Amal at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried. They really tried. And I think Amal did a little bit better this game, but you could see that once SRG had the snowball going for them, everybody on the side of Barracuda were a little hesitant on some of these moves. When they could have been able to save a couple of their team members, when they could have punished SRG, they hesitated.
Barracuda has a tendency to hesitate, I think. It's that lack of experience playing together, and especially in this season where the top teams are so competitive, it's very difficult for a team like this to be able to put up much of a fight. You could tell that they were getting mentally damaged, which made it so that they couldn't operate at maximum effectiveness.
Yeah, let's look at the Hall of Famers here. Rich Guy, the carry, falling into the hands of Innocent once again. Sandbag going over to Eevee, and the best wingman, once again, it's going to be Yums at 9. So far, I mean, SRG, they got conditions that they play around very, very often, in a matter of fact, and I think, you know, they have some of the strongest fundamentals we've seen in this game. You don't expect Bruno to actually start participating in fights until he has his item power spikes, and as soon as he did, SRG are like, all right, we're more than confident to take a majority of the fights.
Despite everything, though, we can see that the Red Giants are not actually 100% flawless. They're still capable of making mistakes. Innocent can still be picked off. It just takes a team that has a little more awareness of how to exploit advantages that they've created for themselves to really put up a stronger matchup against this team.
Yeah, and I think that SRG, what sets them apart from a majority of other teams is the way they kind of pick themselves up from these types of situations, right? They minimize the overall damage that Barracuda could apply on them by making sure that they chunk out so they can't start hurting their economy, or at the very least, they have cross-map plays.
They understand what their opponents want to do, and they're able to move themselves to avoid that happening. You can see in the highlights here, brought to you by official gaming phone ROG, that even though early on, Barracuda were once again somewhat even. Once it came to this turtle fight, once they secured the objective, they dived, they took multiple members, forced out resources for nothing in exchange. And here as well, being able to get that two-man pin on the heavy spin stolen by Stormy switched the game momentum entirely.
Yep, man. That was such a good position by Sakai's there, catching the backline, forcing out the Purifies, and worst yet, putting AJ at odds with himself because of the black shoes.
And he was even doing Lord right before that.
Yeah.
He wasn't even part of the fight. He saw his teammates getting engaged. I was like, you guys got that right. I'm going to take this and I'll join you later. Okay.
Yums, you are worth 2 people. Just keep them alive. Keep them alive as long as possible. But let's have a look at the standings one more time. 24 points. A perfect, flawless run coming out from the side of SRG with only 1 game left in the season to go. They've secured themselves the top position in the regular season.
We already knew that they were confirmed first place from the results yesterday. But obviously that's not gonna be enough, right? You have the peak waiting right in front of you. That clean sweep across the regular season that has yet to be achieved in the history of MPL MY. The best that has happened is teams that have not lost a match. We've not had a team yet that hasn't lost a single round.
Yeah, man. I was hoping at the very end of the season we would see the SRG try and play from behind. That's the one scenario we haven't seen SRG be put in just yet. And I think that some of the heavy-hitting teams, they warmed up too slow, and now we're going to have to wait till playoffs before that situation actually occurs. And for all we know, SRG might be terrible at playing from behind. Who really knows? Who can tell?
That is the scariest question, right? Whether or not we are going to see that second place curse happen during the playoffs again, where the first place team, usually the one that does the best across the regular season, doesn't end up as the champion.
Yep, either they get knocked out early or they only get second place and lose out in the grand finals. Every single time it has gone like this. And let's keep in mind, right, that there's still wild cards to actually think about for the upcoming MSC. Something that, you know, you don't want to go through that road. Wild cards is a scary place to be when you're starting looking at other regions. Some less established have some really scary strategies.
It's chaotic. I still remember the M5 wildcard as well. Some real surprises coming in from lesser known teams. It was a fun time.
Yeah. Well, with that being said, keep in mind, it's not just for the boys, but also for the girls. Keep in mind that the MLBB Women's Invitational, or MWI, 2024 qualifiers for MY and MY/SG is now open. So ladies, if you're confident in your skills, you can can scan the QR code here to sign up. You can sign on as a team and register under the solo queue quest if you don't have one. All players must be age 16 and above and only open to Malaysian and Singaporean female citizens. So what are you waiting for? Join now or tell your sister, maybe your girlfriend, or any female MLBB player you know to register.
Gone are the days where gaming is considered as a male-only field. We know that there's plenty of female gaming fans and female MLBB fans out there, and we've already seen past iterations of the MWI show some impressive MLBB gameplay. So if you guys like the game, you guys think you have what it takes to partake, then y'all know what to do.
Join now while you still can. This might just be the only opportunity you have to. But coming up next, our very final best of 3 of today. It's going to be Todak up against Niners.
The final matchup of the week, right before the last week of the regular season. It's a bit of a reunion as well. We highlighted, we got Moon. Officially, he is still part of Todak. He's just being lended out to the Niners. So there's going to be some friction there, considering that Todak seemed to be improving, though having some unfortunate obstacles recently, and Niners not in a good state.
Really not in a good spot. I mean, they have been up on the rise at the very least. You know, they're working on their fundamentals. They have been able to take some games and already achieve their very first victory of the season. It's going to be tough to actually save them from the spot that they're in now. But if they can take down Todak at the very least, it just goes to show that they have quality players.
They do have quality players. That's the thing, right? We had a lot of expectations for the Niners going into this season. I ranked them pretty highly before I went into the season as well. So their performance has definitely been on the more disappointing side. But I do like to see that their players do seem to be starting to pick up the slack a little bit. The problem is it too late? Can they no longer make it forward? That is going to be the challenge, the question for them to answer.
I mean, good luck to them for that upcoming matchup because Todak has been looking warmer and warmer. They're getting better, but they still are lacking a bit of identity. I do think with Coach Kuja drafting in that particular way is interesting because, again, we're seeing Alpha coming out from Gary. Oftentimes, we don't get to see Alpha in the jungle at all other than Todak.
Alpha works, but you do definitely need a way to enable him. The Angela commonly paired with him because of that. The Florin didn't quite work out that time because Gary just went in every single time, got picked off. So hopefully we get to see better performance from him for now. But we're gonna go to a break as per usual. We'll leave you guys with the mic check. When we come back, it's gonna be Todak versus the Niners to close out week 5. See you guys there.
Guys Aku bawa guys, aku bawa.
Aku dapat 2. Oh, nice bodoh. Jat. Sick ah.
Aman Som.
Aman.
Aman
lah.
Nice.
Alat lah. Simi. Trap. No purify.
No purify ah.
I got.
Nice one, Dek.
Atas. Wait, aku lo.
Gini.
Nice one. Play, Dek.
Boleh.
Aku.
Nice
one. Easy lah trap.
Ulti.
Pam.
Saya full guys.
Lila. No pre. Reloading ah.
Di.
Yo, Gosen. This I got two.
Nice one. Aman kerap.
Watch me ah. Naughty. Watch me. Pam.
Boy, baik.
Sarap. That's it. I down. Wah, trap. Ngapain, Cok? Trap. Aduh. TV. Baik, let's go son. Tontin ah. Oi, tontin woi. Woi, let's go tontin.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat, ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar, tarik nafas yang panjang kerana terima magic kuda 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Mereka tahu kemampuan mereka sendiri dan sekeliga.
Oh, masuk cari trap tapi tengok kabar dia sekai cuma cari Emal terlebih dahulu. Emal cuba untuk bertahan tapi Emal jangan mencekok rendah cuba untuk melarikan diri. Tapi berada tangan Emal yang ditembak oleh sekai. Imi cuba untuk keluar kali ini mencari player yang ada. Innocent telah pun ditembak oleh trap. Trap cuba untuk melarikan diri. Kram cuba untuk masuk sekai.
Barracuda.
Agak bahaya sebenarnya untuk kedudukan Emal yang mungkin akan dicari oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Emal cuba untuk melarikan daripada genggaman pasukan
satu benda yang mudah. Sekarang ni AJ
yang akan dicari. Nyawa cukup rendah. Dah tak ada black shoes. Tapi AJ yang akan ditumbangkan. Stormy ada habis speed. Mencari bangsa yang seterusnya. Namun Emal memaksa pasukan Barracuda menyerahkan nyawa mereka. Tapi kali ini sekali bisa kembali EV. Mencari bangsa. Tapi Emal masih berada di bahagian hadapan. Trap cuba untuk menghalau pasukan lawan mereka. Tetapi Innocent mendapatkan Emal pada kali ini. EV yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan. Nyawa cukup rendah. Akan hilang di tangan pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Selangor Red Giants cuba untuk masuk mencari kristal yang ada. Tapi Esu yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan dan tak ada.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit, JP Niners. Macam Moon je, saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni, baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang.
King Empire. Orangnya handsome. Jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bountee kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu sekali kejutuin dan hampir di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Avalanche fight as Logan gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang buhay! Backline already, and they're running for the lines. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in. He cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. Just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Big yang terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Spotlight melambangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami.
Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jago 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Todak. Gua bombak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah.
Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsat di belakang. Nanti gua kasih kena.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barracuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila kamu.
Nak cari kill, tak payah fikir.
Paling tak lupa time minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit, macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya kan, nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap, Im ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya, aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing tu betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu dah macam biasa je lah. Basically kita orang gaduh macam tu je. Dia tak ada lebih-lebih sebab try to be professional lah. Try to not take it personal sebab in the end of the day kita nak kena bermain dengan orang tu juga kan.
The M3 lah for me seriously is so hard for me. The M3. Until now I still cannot forget about it. Just like we scream, we rustic. I think for the 2 days already, almost 12 game like that. And then I score to Zaim, I score to everyone, and then we almost want to fight like that. But after that, I still think I'm correct like that, but I didn't say sorry to Zaim and semua. I feel so bad until now. Like that, I cannot forget. I think this one moment also.
Maybe it will make someone cry.
I think a lot. This one actually is a lot. I feel that I so bad on this. Every season I think quite because of me lah. Because of pressure, I pressure him a lot to cover me to become a best rider. My bad. Sorry. I tank.
Saya adalah minta maaf dengan ibu saya sampai saya melutut. Sampai saya melutut dah saya minta maaf dengan dia sebab ya kan ibu kita kan nak yang terbaik untuk kita kan. Tapi mungkin sebab dia tak nampak lagi lah masa tu game tu macam boleh buat duit. Dia fikir macam masa tu game tu hanya main untuk hiburan, macam bermasa. Tapi bila saya start yang ni yang sebelum ni saya start tier 2 tu, saya dah start macam menang tournament. Dan tu dengan RTZ kan. Saya menang tournament dapat duit. Dan tu baru dia dah macam dia dah start support so slow lah. Dia start support. Kira dia macam penyemangat saya lah untuk teruskan dalam e-sport lah.
Untuk yang memaafkan AJ, memaafkan orang yang dengki dengan AJ. Dengki tu maksudnya dia sampai buat sesuatu, sampai menutup perut nasi AJ sendiri. Tapi AJ tetap memaafkan orang tu. Itu yang paling besar.
Bagi saya banyaklah salah dengan AJ sebab Masa kat RSG, saya 10, saya banyak marah dia buat dia nangis lah sebab saya tak suka sikap dia. Dan sebab saya terasalah sampai sekarang benda yang saya buat tu salah, tapi saya mungkin ego tak minta maaf, dan sekarang baru saya rasalah saya sebagai senior saya tak sepatutnya buat macam tu lah kat dia masa kat RSG. Dan saya terharu sebab masa tak ada orang ingat saya, ambil saya, dia yang cari saya dan try saya untuk ke tim hak. Yalah, saya banyak buat salah kat dia tapi dia masih ingat saya, dan saya nak berterima kasih lah dekat Iris sebab bagi saya peluang lagi untuk ke pro scene ni.
Actually, after the game, I will apologize to them. Just like, because I thinking just like I want to win only. Because for my positive, everything is I want to win. I want to improve myself. I want to improve the tank. But I never care about the people feeling anything like that. So, 我可能不太善于怎样去道歉，但是我会用我的行动证明我的道歉方式是对的。
Aku tak rasa semua orang boleh macam aku untuk minta maaf, sebab bagi aku kalau kita minta maaf ni kita dah lepas satu tanggungjawab. Aku dah rasa satu kepuasan. Macam even benda tu bukan salah aku, especially salah aku akan minta maaf. Sebab aku tahu kebanyakan manusia ni dia tak nak minta maaf. So aku minta maaf. Sebab benda tu simple lah, dua perkataan lah, minta maaf, tapi tak semua orang boleh buat.
Hari ini kami dapat jemputan daripada tim Hak untuk menyaksikan MPL My Season 13. Apa yang saya rasa dan anak-anak yang saya jaga ni rasa membahagiakan diorang. Dalam masa yang sama, diorang sangat excited untuk tengok game-game MPL ni sebab selalunya kita tengok kat phone kan. So hari ni diorang dapat tengok live. Dan diorang pun memang suka main Mobile Legends ni. Alhamdulillah rezeki kita orang dijemput dan kita orang sangat berterima kasih kepada tim Hak sebab jemput kita orang untuk dapat rasa pengalaman tengok MPL main secara live.
Kami dari tim Hak ingin mengucapkan selamat hari raya Idul Fitri. Maaf lahir dan batin. Imami tim Hak.
I think even Ducky himself is very vocal about this. They wanted to lose, actually. They wanted to eventually lose against a team because
pro players put in so much time that I've seen videos that Keyboy's hand is shaking and everything like that. Like he's moving his hand like very frantically, you know, that kind of motion.
You know, like I think sometimes we get very caught up in the, Indonesian pride, Malaysian pride, North America pride, Philippines pride, when the reality is like the org just wants to win. You know, that's like the org. It's more of like Team Hawk pride, RSG pride. You know, that's where the management is coming from. It's like I think last year we saw the rise of just MLBB globally.
Oh yeah.
We saw the downfall of NA.
No, don't put it that way.
My bad. We're just on equal terms with Malaysia now.
Aku bawa guys, aku bawa. Aku dapat 2 tau. Oh, nice bodoh. Jat. Sick kan. Aman som. Aman. Aman lah. Masya no. Nice one. Alat lah. Simi. Trap. No purify. I got. Nice one deh. Atas. Wait, aku low. Nice one. Play deh. Boleh. Aku akan. Nice one. Easy lah trap boy. Aman. LT. Pam. Mid ah, mid. Bila. No free. Reload ni ah. Di. Gosen. This I got two. Nice one. Aman trap. Watch me ah. No. Watch me. Pam. Boy, Sarapa. Let's see. I down. Wah, trap. Ngapain, cok? Trap. Aduh.
kejayaan dapat dikecapi. Sejarah baharu telah tercipta. Namun, setakat itu sahajakah kemampuan kita? Setiap kali ke pentas dunia, pasti kecewa. Sampai bila kita nak kalah? Ditundukkan serendah-rendahnya. Sampai bila kita nak dihina? Tiap musim harapan peminat gugur. Sampai bila nak kalah? Sampai bila nak kecewa? Setiap rakyat pasti akan melaungkan semangat ingin mempertahankan rumah mereka. Jika patah sayap Raja Wali, bertongkat jua kita kemari. Tahun ini pastinya kemenangan semakin dicita demi menjulang nama Malaysia di pesada dunia. Di mana bumi dipijak, disitulah langit dijunjung. Stadium MBSJ Serdang Jaya secara rasminya menjadi rumah MPL MY pada tahun ini. Seterusnya, melangkah ke arena besar di Timur Tengah, di Riyadh, Arab Saudi. Juara kita bangkit menghadapi cabaran, bersedia mencipta sejarah. Utara, Timur, Barat dan Selatan, kita semua MPL MY Playoff musim ke-14 akan berhijrah ke Johor, mendekatkan lagi silaturahim MPL MY bersama. Hasrat kita semua bersatu dan bangkit dengan satu tujuan yang sama. Naikkan martabat negara, kecari juara dunia, kemuncaknya di M6. Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecap di rumah kita. Untuk melakukan serangan yang sebenar. Tarik nafas yang panjang. Kerana terima magic kuda. 2-1 dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat mudah.
Selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim ke-13, di mana yang terbaik akan berentap dalam pertempuran sengit dan penuh strategi. Seperti pada musim yang lepas, 10 pasukan profesional akan bersaing selama 6 minggu dalam arena yang penuh aksi di regular season. Namun, bermula pada musim ini, cuma 6 pasukan akan layak ke play-off dan pasukan di tempat ke-7 dan ke-8 hanya dapat stay untuk musim seterusnya. Tapi sayang sekali, tiada slot ke play-off buat mereka pada musim ini. Bagi pasukan di tempat ke-10, slot musim ke-14 mereka akan diganti oleh tempat pertama MPL Conference Group. Mereka akan di-reset dan harus merebut kembali peluang melalui MPL musim kedua. Dan apa itu MPL? Mobile Legends Bang Bang Academy League adalah liga amatur di mana terlahirnya bintang-bintang baharu. 15 pasukan akan bersaing untuk meraih kejuaraan dan 2 pasukan MPL Conference Group teratas akan berpeluang merebut slot ke MPL Malaysia musim seterusnya. Okey, kembali ke MPL. Pasukan MPL Malaysia tempat ke-9 akan berentap dengan pasukan tempat kedua dari MPL Conference Group dalam pusingan MPL Malaysia Challenger Stage bersama format Best of 5 semasa Grand Final MPL musim yang pertama, di mana pemenang akan menentukan slot terakhir MPL Malaysia musim ke-14. 6 pasukan yang layak ke play-off akan berentap untuk meneruskan jalan ke Grand Final MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 dan merebut peluang untuk ke MSC 2024. Jadi, bersiap sedia. Persiapkan strategi anda. Bersedia untuk aksi profesional di pentas MPL Malaysia musim ke-13.
Mereka tahu kemampuan mereka sendiri dan sekeliga.
Oh, masuk cari trap tapi tak kabar sekai cuma cari Emal terlebih dahulu. Emal cuba untuk bertahan tapi Emal jangan cukup rendah cuba untuk balikan diri. Tapi berhadapan dengan Emal yang ditembak oleh sekai. Imi cuba untuk keluar kali ini mencari player yang ada. Innocent telah pun ditembak oleh trap. Trap cuba untuk melarikan diri. Kram cuba untuk masuk sekai.
Barracuda.
Agak bahaya sebenarnya untuk kedudukan Emal yang mungkin akan dicari oleh pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Emal cuba untuk melarikan daripada genggaman pasukan
satu benda yang mudah. Sekarang ini AJ
yang akan dicari. Nyawa cukup rendah. Dah tak ada black shoes. Tapi AJ yang akan ditumbangkan. Stormy ada Elvis Speed. Mencari bangsa yang seterusnya. Namun Emal memaksa pasukan Barracuda menyerahkan nyawa mereka. Tapi kali ini sekali bisa kembali EV. Mencari bangsa. Tapi Emal masih berada di bahagian hadapan. Trap cuba untuk menghalau pasukan lawan mereka. Tetapi Innocent mendapatkan Emal pada kali ini. EV yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan. Nyawa yang cukup rendah akan hilang di tangan pasukan Selangor Red Giants. Selangor Red Giants cuba untuk masuk mencari kristal yang ada. Tapi Esu yang mungkin akan ditumbangkan dan tak ada.
Berminat untuk mengetahui info lanjut mengenai prestasi pemain dan jadi sebahagian daripada MPL Malaysia? Layari laman rasmi MPL Malaysia sekarang. Ayo kita bersama menaikkan mutu MLBB di Malaysia. Jangan terlepas kemas kini Liga Academy rasmi MLBB Malaysia, MAL Malaysia. Ikuti semua platform rasmi kami. Ayo sokong MAL Malaysia musim pertama. Ikuti semua platform rasmi. Semua peminat dan penyokong dijemput ke arena MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 di Serdang. Anda berpeluang berjumpa dengan pemain kegemaran anda, kumpul tanda tangan eksklusif dan sertai kempen Fan of the Season.
Musim baru, line-up baru, jersey baru. Jersey telah menjadi topik hangat sejak hari pertama MPL Malaysia musim ke-13 bermula. Namun, apakah pendapat pemain dan penonton tentang jersey musim ini? You rasa jersey mana yang paling lawa?
JP Niners lah.
Jersey rempit JP Niners. Macam Moon je. Saya rempit.
Paling lawa Barracuda. Tahu kan dia punya yang buat baju ni Choi. Choi ni baju dia memang lawa.
Sejujurnya Todak.
SRG. Bagi saya KGE lah.
Judgement dia lain daripada lain. Apa least favourite jersey?
Paling bawah sekali, I rasa I letak King Empire. Dia nampak e-sport. Tapi e-sport tu maybe 3 tahun lepas punya design.
KGE paling kurang. Oh, King Empire. Orangnya handsome, jersey-nya kurang sikit.
Barracuda.
Saya rasa Bountee kot. Dia design macam 90-an.
Interested in knowing more about player performance and be a part of MPL Malaysia? Visit the website of MPL Malaysia's #1 esports league for the latest news and league updates. Don't miss out on updates from the official MLBB Malaysia Academy League, MAL Malaysia. Follow all our official platforms. All fans are invited to the MPL Malaysia Season 13 Arena in Serdang. You will get a chance to meet your favorite players, get exclusive autographs, and join the Fan of the Season campaign.
Hey, come on. Okay. Power Gazer.
Satu Scalar can you do it? Dan Albert di sana ternyata harus hilang.
Fight as long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin ang 41! The backline already, and they're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way in, he cleans it all the way up. Just nowhere for him to run. It's just...
Kita kata ada satu warrior manipulation membuat pergerakan dari Liga ke lalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
Pressure, harapan, skill, stay ready. Kalah dihentak. Semua untuk peminat.
Spotlight melampangkan satu sosok tumpuan.
Meneruskan dinasti mereka 3 kali juara MPL Malaysia.
Tumpuan untuk melakukan yang terbaik.
Tumpuan untuk menjadi seorang role model.
Penantian, pelaburan, pengorbanan, semuanya.
Sorotan itu penting. Ia membuatkan kita percaya.
The supporters will witness our fights and our struggles.
Memikul harapan untuk mempertahankan kemenangan.
Menjadi cabaran terbesar untuk mencapai matlamat kami.
Pastikan kemenangan dan kebanggaan dikecam di rumah kita.
Harapan masih terpahat di hati.
Untuk menjadi juara.
Meneruskan legasi kami.
Di bawah cahaya, semuanya menjadi lebih jelas.
Underdog, kuda hitam. No, kami adalah Monster Vicious.
Cahaya impian telah menerangi pentas ini. Kejayaan bukan lagi dongeng.
Not just a dream.
Ia arti harapan yang sebenar.
Mungkin ada yang sangka bahawa harapan ini akan hilang.
Tapi bukan kami. Ini harapan kami. Ini semangat kami.
Bersama kami mencapai satu tujuan.
Mencari sinar yang paling terang.
Ready posing Right. Okay.
Nikmati jaguh 5G untuk gaming sepantas kilat dengan Hotlink Prepaid 5G. Internet 5G tanpa had dengan kelajuan 5G tanpa batas untuk layan gaming tanpa gangguan. Nikmati latensi rangkaian 5G terunggul dan gameplay termantap sepanjang malam. Semuanya hanya RM32 sebulan dengan 20% cashback. Dapatkan sekarang.
Lu panggil lu punya legend semua bijak sama gua sekarang gua mau tengok. Lu jaga dia. Lu masuk sama Tony ya. Gua tak. Bukan senang mau masuk ke tempat mah. Syah, lu mau saya masuk ke bangsa di belakang. Lu juga sama gua. Nanti gua kasih tengok.
Ready. Alright. Ready posing Right. Okay.
Confirm mantap, confirm lah Nescafe.
Kami akan bantai Barracuda.
Kau nak main sini, kau tak payah nak ada mentaliti champion.
Dia main lepas sudah lah.
Oi, kau terus gila kamu. Dah. Nak cari kit, tak payah tinggal. Paling tak lupa tak minta maaf.
I have no idea with that. Maybe
Masih ingat banyak ah.
Nak cerita buruk ke nak cerita baik
Betul adalah macam konflik sikit. Macam saya bergaduh dengan mak saya nak masuk e-sport. Sampaikan saya kenal rumah.
Aku ada terbaca lah orang cakap Im ni dah rasti teruk lah, dah boleh pergi kerja kilang lah. tapi ya aku okey je sebenarnya. Yang video aku viral nangis-nangis apa semua tu, itu bukan sebab aku kecewa dengan kecaman orang apa semua, tak ada. Kecaman netizen semua aku tak kisah pun. Semua tu like aku disappointed dengan aku punya performance je. Dengan apa yang aku bagi, apa yang hard work yang aku put. Tapi end up performance aku macam tu lah. Sebab aku tahu orang-orang yang komen apa semua, diorang tak tahu pun apa yang terjadi. Diorang nampak daripada luar, diorang tak tahu apa yang dalam. Macam ibarat kita tengok bola, dia ni passing betul-betul lah. Kita bukan tahu, kita bukan join training pun. Kenapa Harry Maguire main setiap minggu? Kita tak tahu pun dalam training dia macam mana.
Pergaduhan yang paling risau, perit dan pedih lah kan. Kita tak ada cakap apa-apa. Cuma waktu tu MPL Season 6 di mana Todak tak ada kalah lagi best of 3. Waktu tu pressure dia sangat besar sebab orang semua mengharapkan kita menang daripada regular season sampai habis. And waktu tu masing-masing pelik gameplay dia. Pelik gila kan. Macam timing tak kena. Pakai hero pun pelik-pelik. And dengan pressure apa semua pun bengang. Mental, ketuk meja, kata kita main apa benda ni kan. Waktu tu nak play off dah. Tak silap pun lagi 2 hari dah nak play off season 6. Kalau korang main macam ni, better aku pergi main dengan parti-parti Indo joki apa semua kan. Lagi bagus daripada aku main dengan korang kan. Biasalah kan, kita bekerja as a team, as a kumpulan kan. So kalau tak gaduh tu bukan team lah maksudnya kan. So bila habis tu
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my
bagus, jadi hero. Ku ada skill, berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 13 is powered by Bountee. Enjoy a superior 5G network and lightning-fast gaming experience only with our official mobile internet hotlink. A big shout out to ROG Phone 8, the official gaming phone, for keeping our players at the top of their game. Grind on with Nescafe to keep your gaming spirit going. Thank you to all of our sponsors and partners for your support in MPL Malaysia Season 13.
You're watching the MPL MY Week 5, day number 3, our final best of 3 to end off the week live here on the English broadcast. My name is Gideon Q. Here with me today as my co-caster, it's going to be Sadafa on the desk to make sure you guys are entertained for this upcoming game, because again, this whole day, the top of the leaderboards, we're taking on members from the bottom half of the leaderboards. The stakes are different and nothing changes for the Niners, really.
It's been pretty one-sided all day today. A lot of David versus Goliath situations, a lot of underdog stories that unfortunately did not bear fruit, but we did get a lot of entertaining experiences out of them. But it's not quite over yet. We still got one more match to close out the day, as you mentioned here. So let's just finish off Week 5 with a bang.
Yep, it's going to be Todak up against the Niners. And the Niners have been struggling the entire regular season, while Todak has been finding their footing. Other times having different issues, but all of which small fixes to really put this team together.
Yeah, absolutely. Todak, I think, has been getting better over the weeks. Their previous matchup, unfortunately, didn't go their way when they had to face up against RSGMY because of some factors here and there. So it shows that they are still a little bit shaky. As for the Niners, they got a lot of work to do, but we are seeing some signs of improvement.
I mean, they continue to grind on every single time, and we would like to thank Nescafe for being one of our proud sponsors here at the MPL MY. When you're feeling down and you need something to recharge yourself with the superior taste and quality of those Arabica beans, grind on with Nescafe.
Well, Nescafe cans want to inspire you to keep your gaming spirit going. So make sure you guys grab some Nescafe the next time you see some, and I'm sure it'll give you the energy you need to enjoy MPL MY to its fullest. And I imagine the players will be needing that energy too.
I mean, it's going to be tough, right? Because again, members being loaned over to the Niners, Moon in particular, he's not only just a lone player, he's also the IGL for the team, and he's got to be able to lead Niners in a way that actually takes on his former team.
Moon has been a point of discussion for a lot of people for a long time. We know that there's certain fans who didn't think he was a good fit in the Niners lineup, but I feel like the issues run a lot deeper than just this one player, right? We'll get a little bit deeper into that. For now, let's talk about the remaining matches that both these teams will have, as well as the scores that they've been able to rack up until now.
Now, Todak is interesting because in the middle of these weeks, they've been able to get some big wins against some big names, namely King Empire as well as Team Hawk. However, still losing to members of well, I would want to say SRG early on, but I think that goes without saying at this point. They're just ahead above everybody else. But Homebois, and as well as surprisingly RSG.
Yeah, I think the Todak versus RSG matchup was one that a lot of people were keeping an eye on. Which team is actually stronger? I think on paper, Todak looked more consistent going into it, but RSG definitely found a splash of inspiration, and I think they have a lot of history, a lot of experience playing against Todak in general, not to mention Kuja used to has coached both teams at some point, so there's a little bit of information running around there. As for the opposite side, we have the Niners, who up until now have only been able to rack up one victory.
Yeah, it hasn't been an easy road, but also notice that they've been, even though they are losing, they're still taking games off of some notable names, both of which coming in from RSG and as well as King Empires, two teams that Todak wasn't able to beat and lost in a 2-0 fashion.
It's quite surprising the fact that they've had a lot of 1-2s, a lot of teams that we would think have performed better, more consistently against the Niners, have still ended up dropping games to them due to some ignorance, due to some mistakes, due to some overconfidence. It could be all sorts of things, but it means that the Niners do still have some potential deep down there. They just gotta dig it out, bring it to the surface.
It's a little tough to agree with that because, again, they've had so many roster changes up until this point, but hopefully they're still sticking with the roster we've seen prior to this. Speaking of which, let's have a quick look at the Moon. Shooting for the Moon, in a matter of fact, because this time round, I think that as much as people have been very critical against Moon, I think this is one of the few matchups where he's really going to shine against his former team.
I think the thing is, even though Moon has been receiving a lot of flack, I feel like he's one of the players that has truly been trying his best to really bring the team together. There have been games where the Niners would have ended up losing in one-sided fashion that Moon dragged out regardless of the result in the end. So he has the drive. He wants to go far. He wants to bring these players further, but that connection still hasn't been fully built.
Yeah, I think it's pretty evident in some of these matches, especially when he's on Novaria. It feels like he has a leg up on his opponents. But even so, people like Max, right? They're not running with Malvisdor anymore. They're running Max this time round. I would assume that's going to be part of the main lineup here today. It's a little tough to say.
It is tough to say, all right, but yeah, honestly, I think we just have to watch the match. We just have to see what exactly is going to happen when both these teams go up against one another. And I'm very excited to see exactly what's going to happen. So let's go ahead and welcome them on stage.
Todak!
They were forced to return empty-handed after failing to breach their opponents yesterday. But they must now win this match against one of their own to maintain their position in third place. The Swordfishers shall show no mercy to their opponents. The Kings of the Ocean, it's Selangor time! Todak!
Niners.
The journey for the Warriors of Negeri Sembilan have been difficult, and now they must win and scrape any points possible to survive a relegation. Will this desperation turn into motivation today? Rise up, Niners! And now, taking the stage will be the coach and analysts of both teams, as well as the head of League Ops, Cedric, who will ensure fair play and professional integrity. For Todak, we got Coach Fly Solo alongside Kuja, and for the Niners, we have Coach Antagonist alongside Oshki. Fist bumps shall now be exchanged alongside both these teams. History and friendships, rivalries and conflicts shall all come to a head in the land of Dawn.
Good luck to both of these teams because the Niners are playing with all the chips on the table. This is their last gander at a chance of moving away, at the very least, from relegations.
Yeah, they don't want to be down there. The Niners have been very low on the rankings for a very long time. And unfortunately, because we're this late into the season already, it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to forge their way up into a guaranteed spot into the next MPL. Not impossible, but the goal for them right now is to make sure that they are at least a 9 so that they still have a chance of competing for Season 14.
A simple 2-0 could really change the fate of where the Niners are going to be leading to for the upcoming weeks. And even for Todak, right? For them, it's about maintaining their spot in the playoffs. A lot of teams are pretty close in points overall in the middle of those standings when we saw previously. But even so, I think that right now, Todak is looking like the more, I wouldn't even say accomplished team at this point, but at least overall the more polished team.
I agree with you. And looking at their standing right now, I believe they are 3rd place. It's not impossible for them to go up to 2nd, but it's going to take a lot of clean sweeps for them. So let's have a look at the players that may make it possible. We got Todak up on screen with in-game leader Zion Senpai alongside Momo, Shizo, Gary, and Raflesia.
Now, this team has been looking very good. When I first saw this roster, I'm thinking this is the way Todak needs to go, bringing in a newer generation, younger generation, but I was a little skeptical about the initial imports to begin with, because again, the last time they did it, it didn't work out that well, but I think Shizo and as well as Refalacia have fit in very well with the rest of Todak. I mean, let's have a look at their stats, right? Shizo is walking away with 6.2 KDA with an average GPM of 725.
And Raflesia having an average assist rate of 6.4 as well as 4,000 damage taken per minute. The import players have definitely made their presence known alongside the Todak lineup, with MPL mainstays like Zion Senpai and Momo backing them up and forming the backbone of the Todak team. Gary, though, definitely has asked a lot of questions recently, whether or not he can still reach the prime we know him for.
Yep. Their opponents this time, it's going to be Niners. Moonji, Zabs, Barbosa, Yethri, and as well as Max. Is Max going to be the one being the IGL coming this round? Interesting. So it's shifted over for Moonji, and more importantly, with Max being the in-game leader, it's going to be very jungle-centric. So expect to see double fighter lanes, maybe?
I think being jungle-centric can be very effective if your jungler is well aware of timings, well aware of jungle windows, and of how the interaction between their hero and the enemy jungler can perform. As you mentioned, previously this in-game leader position was held by Moon, who in the mid lane is definitely a much more common role to be the in-game leader. I'm curious to see what the jungle player, being the shot caller, will affect.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to achieve a pretty decent win, putting Max on like high damage heroes, putting him on Roger even to try and make things work for the rest of the team. Zabs, on the other hand, it seems like he hasn't been able to grasp the Harith and as well as the Roger. Again, this is speculation. We don't know what scrims have been looking like, but Zabs, traditionally, he likes Natan, right? That's why it's one of his favorite heroes to kind of lean on and is still within the meta circuit.
I still remember when Zabs debuted in MPL, his preferred heroes were the real backline marksmen. Heroes like Claude, like the Melissa. He was a terror with the Melissa back when she was a meta pick. So switching over to heroes like Harith and Roger definitely seemed to have affected his overall gameplay to a certain extent. And now that recently they've been trying out the hyper carry style with the double fighter side lane, and Zabs have been forced to play heroes like the Ruby, we can see that he seems even less comfortable overall. Well, he does his job, but I think there's something missing.
I do think there is something missing with the rest of the team, and a lot of it just comes down to connection, right? I feel like Ruby in particular was one of the key factors why they were able to actually pull off their first win of the season, right? He was able to find multiple, 2, maybe sometimes even 3-man I'm offended. So if it's Ruby in his hands, I'm a little bit more confident. If it's Ceci, that one's where it gets a little rough.
Yeah, CC takes a slightly different skill set compared to a hero like Ruby, who is a bit more forgiving because of the amount of crowd control that she has. And we already talked about how Zavs does seem to prefer squishy heroes that stand in the backline. So we'll see what happens here because the match is going to be starting in another 4 minutes. Todak versus Niners, a little bit of history because of course Moon should have some information. And we have Abang Lord in the crowd already predicting the 2-0 sweep.
Oh boy, I mean, good luck to them. Hopefully they can make that actually happen. But I think we also have to discuss about some MPL MY insiders with assistant coach Kuja.
We asked, Todak probably can't secure top 2 placement in the regular season anymore. So what can they do now? Kuja says their first step is going to be to get into the playoffs and to maintain their placement at 3rd place, which is better because it means that they'll be going up against 6th place. If they were to end up in 4th place, they'd have to go up against 5th, so they'd rather not take that chance.
I think that's a pretty good option here. Kuja, still very much a logical and realistic person up until now. He's been in the scene for a very long time. But guess who else has been in the scene for a very long time? Zyme Senpoi, and he has fought against Moon a number of times since Season 2, arguably.
I've always enjoyed Zyme Senpoi's style of gameplay. He used to be very flashy back then when mid laners would commonly take battle spells like Flame Shot. Remember all that time ago? And we're still seeing a little bit of that right now, but we got a little video for you guys.
Shizu, magandang gabi. Good afternoon, right? Right now, right? Or no, yeah?
Magandang hapon.
Hapon? I don't trust you. Kidding. Magandang gabon?
Hapon.
Hapon. Oh, night what night? Magandang gabi, not afternoon.
Hapon. Gabi is evening.
Night what night?
Gabi.
You say evening?
Yeah, night, evening. It's the same, bro.
No.
Two meaning. No, dual meaning.
That's interesting. That was a look into their ping check that they had not too long ago. They usually do a ping check before the game even starts. But at the very least, I'm surprised. I thought that would have gone the other way around, where at the very least, Gary is teaching them how to speak the national language here in Malaysia. But no, it's the other way around.
I'm just concerned that if it takes so many times Gary asking for him to figure out the answer, like what are the communication issues in game?
As long as they're not talking about day and night cycles, it's totally fine, right? Apparently, night and evening are 2 separate things. It's hard to differentiate. But let's look at the player head-to-head that I've been setting up the entire time. Zyme Senpoi up against Bountee. And yes, you are right. I think, he used to be flashier. He became a lot calmer. Now he's a very controlled player and a mature player in that sense. Bountee, I would say that he's had his on and off. It really depends on what the meta asks of him.
Yeah, Moon has fulfilled whatever niche is necessary of him. And I remember when he used to be part of the main Todak roster, he was very Langar in his playstyle as well. I think both players have been through a similar situation where they had the flashy times when they were starting out and have since metaled down just a little bit to do what is necessary. But now, the big question. Who is the better mid laner?
Oof, this one's rough. Oh, Zyme Senpoi, he's looking back, he sees it. He knows exactly what we're talking about here. Choose your words wisely. I know that you're leaning in towards Zyme Senpoi, but why not Moon? I mean, this guy has accolades all across the board. Multiple-time MPL champion, one of the highest scoring international performances that a Malaysian team has ever gotten since then, in 4th place. It's not, I mean, come on.
Well, firstly, I was not around when that happened.
Okay, that's fair.
Therefore, I am of a different generation.
You weren't born until after.
Yeah, I wasn't born until after M1. I was born during M2.
Only during M2 did you spawn into this world.
And so I don't know who Moon is, I never watched all that. I just know what happened afterward.
That's fair, that's fair. Let's see as we get into the draft this time, who is going to be the better mid laner this time round, as the coaches, Fly Solo as well as Antagonist, going to be arming their players before they head into the Land of Dawn. Farm is instantly banned out. Loyi, Babai, and Barats as well. Todak on the blue side with first pick as Niners, now holding priority on the red side.
Instantly, we can see it targeting towards pocket picks. The Lo Yi, which Zyme Simpoi is a terror with, banned out by Niners. And then Todak getting rid of Moon's Faramis, as well as the Barats, which can be flexed into both Max and Year 3. Todak doesn't want to give free heroes over to the side of the Niners. And we've been seeing the way that the drafting has developed today. And a lot more times we're seeing heroes like the Harif as well as the Roger, even sometimes the Matilda getting let through.
Yeah, I think, you know, the one notorious ban that I've not exactly enjoyed too much, Angela, I think it should not be touched. I feel like Todak might consider it. Niners, probably not.
We're gonna have a gentleman's agreement here. Like, Angela, not so good. How about we just don't, both teams don't pick it? And I was like, it depends on the playstyle that you are going for, of course. It puts a lot on your shoulders. And like you mentioned, yeah, Todak would be the team that's more likely to want to go for it because Zyme Simpoi can still make things happen with the hero, and they can pair it with things like Gary's Alpha to really enable him.
Banning out the Yuzong so early on in the picks and bans, targeting Year 3, making sure that he doesn't have his comfort picks. That's kind of interesting. That would be an indication that, at least for Momo, he might have a cheese pick in stored, because usually we do see Yuzong get picked in. We've seen Momo a number of times, 2 times actually, he goes straight into high loss.
It is an interesting choice, because Yuzong in the first phase ban is something you usually only see if a player has really popped off in Yuzong in the game before. But this is game 1 of a new series, so Todak seemed very intent on getting rid of it, which could imply that Momo is going for a tankier EXP laner like the Hylos, or they really want to make sure that Shizo has a good time on the Harif maybe.
That might be a good option, but now both Harith and as well as Roger wide out in the open. I'm trying to think if there's any other meta picks that I'm missing out here. But of course, Roger gets locked in pretty handedly. Shizo has done a very good job on the Roger. Harith can be a little bit of a struggle sometimes. It depends on what he's up against, but usually consistent on the Roger.
Yeah, looks like they're much more willing to deal with Zabs on the Harith compared to Max on the Roger. But looks like our thoughts were just completely wrong. Niners are the ones who lock in the Angela. And we can see here, Moonji currently tops the list of mid laners with the most first bloods, 3 in total.
Yeah, usually you don't see mid laners actually finding these first bloods very, very often. Their lanes are extremely volatile. Usually there's a +1 in the mix, whether the jungler or the roamer, so it's surprising. And to be fair, he was also playing Novaria, so being able to snipe away a kill once in a while, always a good time. But with this, Niners have already... I can't say it with pure confidence, but it does feel like they're setting up for a double fighter.
I also agree they're probably setting up for a double fighter. If they give Max a hero like Alpha, for example, not necessarily that precisely, but something that works well with the Angela, then the Heart Guard can work with Max, can work with Zavs on the Ruby, and it would be pretty scary overall. But at the very least, Todak will pick up that Valentina, which means that both the I'm Offended and the Heart Guard can be stolen away.
I like it. I like it from the side of Todak. I think at this point there should be consideration for Lilia, but at the same time, you might need a mage that has a lot more range in terms of their overall ability. I still think that Novaria is still a viable option here. I do think that the Arla is a great pick for Todak's side, because regardless of whether it goes EXP or stays as a
Oh man, the Angela Ling.
Interesting.
How many seasons has it been?
Too many seasons, as a matter of fact. This is why I really like Todak going for the Arlet, right? It makes Assassin junglers struggle generally. It does well in the EXP overall. So I think that Max really has to push himself to the limits when he goes for engagements.
Niners need to ban out junglers that can easily invade against the Ling at this stage. I'm honestly surprised that Fredrin has gotten through this far. I think they might need to consider getting rid of like all the tank junglers that would make a Ling's life very difficult. Things like the Fredrin, things like the Baxia. But then you also have to be worried about any EXP laners Momo can still pull out.
I don't know. I feel like there's too many tank junglers to actually worry about, right? There's just not enough bans. They get rid of the Fredrin, there's still Baxia as well as a Kai. So unless Todak are willing to ban out a Baxia, which there's no reason for them to at this point, now that they know that the Ling's going straight into the jungle, I think that Niners probably should redistribute the way that they are using their bans.
Actually, I think it's still fine for Niners to ban the Baxia. Like, it's not just a hero that can invade against the Ling. It's also someone that can anti-heal against Angela and Ruby. It may be a bit too dangerous to let it through here because it would actually allow Gary to be quite active early on too.
I suppose, but at the same time, I feel like if Niners want to have an opportunity to start affecting these stronger side lanes, right, they're going to have to split the map in half somehow. Vertical jungling needs to be a considerable option. And more importantly, I think that the mid lane needs to have some form of control. We've seen too many teams just kind of forgive, saying like, no priority over the mid lane, no problem. And then their side lanes are like bleeding. Their jungles are 2 levels behind.
Teams need to understand how to pressure and adjust their gameplay based on which lanes are winning and losing. We've seen that done very well with the Selangor Red Giants and the rest of MPL MY still trying to find consistency in the way that it's executed. So hopefully we get to observe that here. With the Minotaur banned out by Todak, Niners will now have the choice. Is the Baxia really worth getting rid of, or does something else capture their attention?
If they were... There's nothing really to influence, right? There's no major EXP battles that they have to worry about. Ooh, they do get rid of the Nolan instead. I think Niners are making a hard read because Todak is banning out things like Minotaur, for an example. Very team fight oriented composition, right? And technically not really much to worry about, right? Assuming that this Angela might be either put into the mid lane and Ruby goes into the EXP, double flex picks on both sides. From the side of the Niners, it kind of means that Todak wants that be a little bit more messy, a little bit more skirmish-oriented.
Yeah, makes sense. Todak does like going for skirmish compositions. It's something that they've done even with their previous lineup. So, makes sense to me. They have one more ban to get rid of. If they really want to remove things that combo well with the Angela, then CC makes sense. And yeah, they do decide to do that just to make sure that if the Niners go for a double fighter, you can't have Heart Guard work well with both side laners.
Gotta pick one. Definitely have to pick one. Now, let's have a reveal of what either the gold lane or at the very least the EXP lane is going to be. Or just lock in a mage right now and kind of give us the answers regardless. See what the Niners are thinking about so far. Looks like the crowd has finally come in from Todak's side. They brought the marching band as well.
We can hear the drums. I do wonder if you guys watching at home can hear the drums, but looks like they will lock in on the Edith here. I guess it adds a little bit more damage overall, since if they go double fighter, they're not gonna have a marksman.
I think at this point, Niners are thinking about kiting backwards. That's what Edith is really good at. She has that mid-range engage and sometimes can even flicker on their opponents to extend the range of the onwards. But more importantly, once she's in that primordial form, to ensure that she can not only stun the targets, but slowly regenerate as she peels with the rest of the team. That's what makes her really valuable overall. So, with that being said, if Todak wants to find something a little bit more engage heavy, it's a bit of a struggle, but they're going to get Baxia, and they also lock in the Grok. Good options from Todak.
Baxia counters Edith as well. So yeah, it's just basically a lineup that is all weak to Baxia. This is the most obvious jungle choice for Todak, and they go for the Grok as well. So even with a completed lineup, we can't say for sure whether the Grok or the Arlet is going to be the EXP laner.
Well, I mean, with that being said, now that Edith is locked in, we know that Angela for sure has to be playing in that mid lane, right? Unless somebody is going to throw that Edith into the side lane and Barbosa gets something else. Even then, how far is Niners willing to go?
It would be interesting because Edith is half marksman, so gold lane Edith is not completely impossible, but I think it's unlikely. Most likely we will see the mage. Yep, that's going to be the Lilia. Locked it. Wait a minute.
Alright, yeah, it's Edith.
It's Edith EXP. Okay.
Arlet is going to have the field day. It's going to have an absolute field day. There's just so little counterplay to it. Oh boy. All right, let's get into it, because now with the double fighter composition, once again, the entire composition is about setting up for Max. If somebody goes for an engage, Max better be there. And Munji is here to back him up by helping to hard push and hard shove those mid waves to ensure that Zyme Senpai doesn't affect the side lanes.
It's a very classic hyper carry style draft where everything is going to be on Max and a little on Moon as well to dish out the DPS. But will it be enough? Todak has a roster that does counter pretty well. So when we enter the Land of Dawn, we are going to be seeing rivalries clash between Todak and the Niners.
Let the sparks fly as we jump right into the land of dawn. See where these junglers are going to start. We got to keep our eyes on where Max is at all times. He's going to be power farming like he did on the Roger the previous time he was playing a damage-oriented jungler. And it's either Gary, he's got two options. Either he's going to have to help his side lanes enough to eventually invade Max and deny him of that purple buff, or he's going to find first blood.
We also have confirmation now that that is going to be Momo on the Arlet in EXP and the Grok as the roamer in the hands of Rafflesia. So we'll see what happens here, because Max, his early game jungling is going to be the most volatile timing here. We can see already Niners rotating multiple members. Rafflesia going to get caught out, getting taken a lot of damage actually. So his flicker already gone, but the Litho does get secured by Gary.
Using the Power Nature too early there. He should have held on to the very last second, especially against Puppet on the string, but here it goes, lane gang.
Rotation from Gary, forces flicker from Yetri, but Edith doesn't really have a lot of ways to get out, and that's going to be first blood straight away, going to Momo.
Wow, what a surprise. What a surprise. Oh no, if only they had some form of counterplay. They don't know. Again, I can't really say much about this, right? Because Yetri has opted to say, well, coach, I guess I have to sacrifice the majority of my lane to go up against this Arlet, and worse yet, even if I get early priority, there's a very good chance I get ganked. So at this point, they need to make some better reads.
And Edith, there's a reason why this hero isn't that effective as an EXP laner. Her kit is very one-dimensional, and if you're not able to catch your opponent in the right way, you basically don't have any damage until you hit level 4. So Yetri has to be a lot more careful.
Yep, he's gonna freeze the wave right in front of his turret. Nice organization here, or minion wave management. Now keep in mind, I mean, I'm saying that at least for Arlet against this Edith, the hardest part is for Edith to catch him in the first place, right? If he plays passive, it's fine. This turtle should fall into the hands of Gary, no problem. I don't think the Niners really...
Oh, look at Rafflesia.
Oh, nicely done by Rafflesia. Full reset on that purple buff.
Taking a page out of X-Win. It's good to see more players doing this because it is so effective and an easy way as well to delay junglers without necessarily needing to put yourself at risk. Another wall, unfortunately, doesn't reset this time.
They didn't call the side laners this time. Looks like Shizo got hit by the I'm Offended. I was expecting a rotation from him, or at least a commitment with Wild Charge.
Yeah, Trey gonna be caught out by the Shield Unity again. Forced the prop Primal Wrath very early on, but he's got a good amount of damage. Gonna be targeting Gary and Momo. Here comes the Wild Charge. Doesn't land on the wall, but just runs over Yetri regardless. Hard Guard comes out onto Max. Good disengage from Momo. They're gonna pop the Tempest of Blades. Picks off Gary. That's a 1-for-1 trade so far, but Max jumping in again. That's a mistake. Loses his life to Momo.
Okay. I guess he thought that maybe Barbosa's shield would hold up a little bit longer even after losing his Tempest of Blades. A little sad there, but Shizo, this has got to be so annoying for him because Zobs, no matter how much damage he applies to Zobs, he's just going to be able to sustain through it, right? He just waits for the next minion wave, and worse yet, if he does actually have a River Crab to work with, he has even more... Wait. Does Rafflesia die here?
No, he's fine. He dodges everything.
Okay.
He just walks aside it like he's walking through a crowd.
I was scared he was going to make the same mistake where he doesn't hold on to his power of nature long enough and ends up getting caught by the puppet on the string.
Not too sure who actually got that River Crab right there, but Todak are the ones with the gold lead right now since they were able to trade out Max earlier. Another 6 seconds before the purple buff comes out, and we can see Gary is already in position to contest it. Ling is no longer quite as dependent on the purple buff, but he still needs it.
Oh yeah, he absolutely still needs it. You want to be like extra fast. Wait, is Shizo participating? No, Shizo's not going to participate in this 4v3.
Looks like Max will secure that purple buff, but it means that Todak have forced the Retri out so they can rotate to the turtle. Max trying to dish out some damage, but Rafflesia walking forward, maybe a bit too... Oh, the Wild Charge onto 3 members! Hard Guard comes out. Max is going to chase down the Grok. He will get the kill onto Rafflesia. Meanwhile, Zyme Senpai has been caught out. Moonji picks him off. Gary gets the turtle, but now he's the next one to fall. The rest of Todak have come in, but is it too late? It's a 2v4 situation. Like a Pastor Chizo catching out Zavs, dropping him low. A nice 3-man stun, but Niners are under their tower, so they'll come out on top.
Looks like Max is feeling a little rusty on this Ling. Already hopping off the wall to actually find the pick, thinking that the Tempest of Blades was going to be enough to get him out of these tight situations, but it really isn't, right? You got to make sure your cooldowns are ready to go if you want to make these great escapes, especially against people who have some strong engages like Reflecia and this Wild Charge, which seems to be a thorn in Niners' side.
Yeah, you have to be a lot more respectful nowadays because there's so much damage flying around in this meta that squishy assassins like Ling don't get a chance to do all that much. See another red tree forced out by Max here. Todak continuing to apply pressure.
Yeah, this is good. Every single time we see Max actually use his Retribution, that's the go signal for Gary to actually walk up into enemy territory to start contesting for it and pulling pressure away from some of these side lanes. Oh, they even went for the lane swap.
Gary, not able to jump over that wall. A bit too thick for him here. Senpai will zone out Yetri to make sure Cizo gets a free tier 1. The purple buff gonna be contested yet again, dropping the 50% HP. Retribution available on Gary, not on Max, so he steals it away, but Reflecia may bite the bullet in exchange. Yetri dropping low. Reflecia gonna be the first one to fall. Yetri gonna be chased down by Cizo, but now Cizo is way too deep in enemy territory. He loses his life in exchange on the undefeated, pulls Gary back, but Senpai dashing forward, pops the primal wrath. Ling jumps onto the wall. Max escapes. Gary does not. Moonji does not. Senpai finishes him off. Oh! With the Earth Shatter to connect with Momo for the mega kill.
Oh my goodness. Oh wait, hold on, it's not done.
Flash forces flicker from Barbosa too.
Oh my god, it's so worth it for Todak. What would have been a very convincing win on Niners' side in terms of trading resources, Todak turned that around with the help of Momo. Zab's already made his impact by showing up to that what used to be a 4v4 turned into a 5v5, but things are going to escalate now.
Oh, Max dropping he's a near dead. Heartguard comes out just in time, but it means he probably won't be able to contest the turtle. Gary gets it for free. Todak will back up here.
Oh my goodness, Momo. He is 4-0-3. One interaction is all it takes.
Just a one full combo and Max is dead unless he has Heartguard. But Barbosa forced to use that so early on. Not only can they not contest the turtle, they can't really punish Todak for overextending either.
Yep, and now this is where you expect vertical jungling to actually happen for Max. He'll clear that top side, move away from his own purple buff, and start immediately heading over to Todak's side of the map.
Yes, he gets a combo on Gary, but Barbosa vows not enough damage overall. Here comes Max, he wants his purple buff. Reflecia scouting out the back line. Gary in the purple buff pit. A nice wall charge onto two members, stuns them down, and Yetri is picked off straight away. Gary makes like a bandit, steals the buff.
Man, with the double fighter, it's like, it feels like Niners have a false sense of hope with the way that they can play this out, because Shizzle doesn't necessarily need to be in front in that fight. He can let everybody else kind of just start peeling.
Oh my goodness, Moon getting dived, and Momo trying to cut off the black shoes, but no minions means this is a bit too risky a dive for Todak.
I think it's fine. I think they still could have committed to it if they wanted to. A majority of the Niners would have been a little late to the fight, but I don't think Todak has enough cooldowns, or more importantly, the burst damage to 100-0 someone. Since Shizzle now only getting the Windtalker on his side, I would only assume that he's about an item and a half before he gets it. We'll see in a little bit once the items pop up.
So far, AI winning prediction earlier predicted Niners, now leaning a little bit more towards Todak. Their scaling is kicking in. 4K net worth lead. Gary rolling in the back, concealed from Reflecia. They catch onto year 3 first. That's going to be a wall charge done onto two members. Barbosa has the flicker backwards here. Means he's dead. There's no way out. Killing spree for Senpai. Moonji trying to slow them down. A really nice I'm offended, but there's too much damage on Todak. Oh! Dumping the back line. He's looking for Cizo. He gets the kill, but at what cost? It's a 1-for-5 trade. Todak gets the wipeout.
This should be a free Lord for them. They should crack open tier 1. You know what? We don't need Lord. Just take all of the resources from the Niners, bait them into the next upcoming fight by the Lord side, and ace them one more time.
This is becoming a problem now. Niners, their lineup is wholly dependent on Max getting that scaling in, but the Ling has already died 3 times, and he's spending his ultimate, which should be used to escape, just to chase down kills.
I mean, Moonji is the next best bet for Niners as a second insurance policy, right? He's got the Ice Queen's wand already inbuilt, but with how fast Todak can actually engage now that Shizzle is online, it's kind of scary, right? Chain CC after chain CC, Momo as well to displace them. It's a really tough mix to crack.
Momo also has Malefic Roar, by the way. They're gonna catch out one. Yetri trapped in the wall. He flickers and it's completely wrong. Wild Charge in the backline finds the double kill. Fed instantly over the Shizo. Nothing the Niners can do.
Oh, so disgusting right now. Momo is so good. 6-0-6. Trying to go for a damage build. Might even consider getting, you know, some other items as well to actually continue with the snowball. Brute Force Breastplate might be likely. We do see the Blood Wings being purchased by Zaim Senpoi, Rafflesia, with the Radiant Armor to ensure that at least this Lilia isn't going to take him down for free.
The snowball is getting out of control now. Niners forced to just stay in their base, and they're taking more damage than they can dish out, even behind their own walls. The Great Dragon Spear for Shizo means that his build is starting to complete, and 10 minutes in, we're already seeing a 7k net worth lead and only one barely surviving external tower for Niners.
It's so funny that Momo outdamages Shizo as of right now, right? Let's have a look at the items, and see what he actually goes for. Yup, full the damage here, and I think he's gonna go for a Blade of Heptases as well on top of it all. He has a 3,000 gold lead against Yetri. Oh man, that laning phase went so poorly for him.
Yetri has been forced to buy roam shoes as well, just so he can keep up in terms of gold and EXP. It is not a good look at all. We know how important the EXP lane is in this meta.
Oh, this is so rough. They're going to get shoved in, and they might even still... Actually, in terms of high ground defense, Moonji should be able to protect at least 2 of these inhibitor turrets. They need to start staggering these waves and not let Todak actually sync them up.
Can they though? Like, Moon is able to clear waves quite quickly. That mid wave, oh, look at the delay on the Lord. We got 2 full, oh, that's probably not what they wanted to happen. But it's still gonna push in regardless onto the top inhibitor. Niners spending a lot of resources. Oh! The final slash on the 3 members! Forces the Black Shoes straight away, but the other 2 are not so lucky yet. 3 is down, Zaz is down. Tempest Blaze comes out to finally shut down Momo. They get the kill onto Gary as well. He tanked too many tower hits, but Zaim Senpoi is unstoppable. Under the tower in the base, pops the Primal Wrath, pops the Flicker to get out and escape. It's a 3v2 defense, but only Barbosa and Moonji are alive against Shizo, Rafflesia, and Zaim Senpoi. Todak, though, quite low on HP. It might be wise for them to retreat.
So they trade 2 for 3, and unfortunately, I mean, Niners still lose out on an inhibitor regardless, right? At the very least, considering the lead that Todak has, considering the momentum that they have, this is not the worst outcome for the Niners. Actually, not that bad, to be fair. They did get the flicker out of Rafflesia, and as well as Zaim Senpoi. More importantly, Momo as well to start off that engage, but I don't think they have a real answer to Momo at this point.
The biggest concern is that Momo ended up feeding that 6 kill streak into Max, which is probably the last person you want to have it. So that makes a big difference. It allows Todak it allows Niners to reduce the net worth lead on Todak's side to about 6.5. But it's still a pretty big deficit. And yup, you're right, that's the Heptases onto the Arlet.
He's just gonna like one-shot everybody at this point. Momo has been playing such a solid game so far. See, oh, a BOD coming in from Max as well. Low targets will get punished. And I think that Todak just needs to... They don't even need to take resources away. Just deny purple, instantly get your members, down by Lord side. Make sure you take your own purple buff so that at least Max has 0 opportunities.
And they've left the tiny purple buff in the pit as well, so that Max cannot get the respawn on his purple buff too. That's going to be very useful here as they start taking the Lord. Niner is not quite in position yet.
They can't walk up. They should not walk up to this.
Max, he's in the bush up top. He's waiting for the chance. Gary jumps in, gets the stun onto Yetri and Moonji. Max still waiting for his chance, but the damage comes in. Wild Charge. I'm offended, gonna be popped down by Zaz as Shizo gets caught out. Zaim Senpoi with the monster kill, but Niners are running down Todak. They're turning it around. Todak have bitten off more than they can chew. Max chasing down Rafflesia. The Grok has fallen. Zaim Senpoi, the only player left alive on Todak's side, and he is not in friendly territory. He drops down to Hal, has the black shoes, jumps back, flickers away from Zaz. Can he make the grand escape? Yetri misses the onwards. Zaim Senpoi still alive, mounting the grand escape, but that puppet on a string will finally pop, and so will the life of the Valentina. A shutdown and wipeout for the Niners.
Niners, they make the comeback here. Zabs, despite not being on a scaling traditional marksman, finds the play of a lifetime, followed up by Yetri, who has taken punishment. consistent punishment from Todak's side to finally turn it around in a simple choke point as Moonji blasts at them with max stacked glooms.
Todak got greedy. They all funneled into a tiny area, and that's where Niners are gonna be the strongest. They got the hook, they got the damage from the Lilia, and the net worth difference has completely disappeared.
Oh boy, what a way for Todak. If Todak ends up losing this game, they know exactly at what time that turnaround happened. Niners, now with the Luminous Lord on their side, take the gold lead into their hands.
Looking at the itemization, we can see Max nearly maxed out on items as well, so he's doing a lot of damage overall. Todak, it's an even fight now. Niners have a 1k gold lead. They gotta be much more careful with how they approach things.
Well, it's getting chunked here. So far, Barbosa not really showing himself at all. He's having just recalling right in front of his inhibitor side. Niners should be able to push Todak all the way back into their inhibitors at the very least, but I think Todak, if push comes to shove, I think they need to do something about it, right? They can't afford to lose their inhibitors here.
Yeah, it's anyone's game now. The Niners in one fell swoop. This is why you gotta be so careful when you get to the late game phase. You cannot afford to make mistakes like this. Niners now have full control over the map.
Niners, how do they set up the exact same scenario again? Because Momo was basically just chain CC'd after chain CC, couldn't really get his vengeance on, couldn't really find the opportunity to find a final slash in. It's gotta be, you know, pitch perfect in terms of execution from Niners' side.
But they do definitely have some leeway now that they have a 2k net worth lead. It's not a lot at this stage. We can look at the itemization coming in here from Max. Going for that final item. Actually just got it, the Great Dragon Spear. Interesting choice.
Yeah, he wants to be able to kind of keep up with some of the faster members, like if he needs to run down Shizo, who also has the GDS as well, and as well as iframes to work with, Lycan Pounce, extra movement speed, inbuilt in his S2 from both Lycan and human form. I think it's a good option. Look at that damage, right? 1,155 per auto.
And that's Ling for you once you get to that late game. Although they did shift some of his damage from his passive to kind of even out his gameplay a little bit, he's still a late game terror, especially if Todak is not paying good enough attention to their backlines.
Well, they're trying to open up the map here. Nobody can do it very safely. I think at least for Moonji, as long as he has his Purify, he has nothing to worry about. 10 more seconds until the upcoming Lord, and they're trying to manage the waves right now, right? They have a buddy system going, man. They're not even going to try. Niners aren't even going to try to go for the man-to-man defense, as Rafflesia trying to slow push this wave to set it up to crash later on.
They will scout out Max here in the mid lane. The Lord is up. It's going to be very important for both these teams to see if they can get some kind of pickoff before full committing to this Lord. We already know that at this stage, nearly all the DPSs are fully kitted.
Winter Truncher purchase on Zyme Senpai. Good options, good options. We need to keep our eyes on Rafflesia here. He can't get too low. He is the main counter-engage tool other than the final slash. But this is under the assumption that both Zabs and as well as Year3 don't just flicker into the back line.
The Lord Dance going to be proceeding. We can see that Barbosa has been sent up to deal with the minion wave so that he can back up the fight with Heart Guard whenever it is necessary. And we do know that Max has the purple buff as well. The Lord actually dropping pretty low here. Todak gonna finally reset it. They still don't have the ideal positioning they are looking for. Oh, Zyme Senpai is gonna get pulled in. I'm offended. Gonna force out the dash here. Not the Black Shoes just yet. Gary taking a lot of damage from Moonji. He's no longer able to take an aggressive positioning on the Lord.
Yep, and that's gonna be a full reset from Todak's side, right? I mean, Gary, he can't just leave willy-nilly. He will try and spell vamp as much as he can. Regenerating his health.
Oh, they get one. That's a wild charge onto Year3. Past the Primal Wrath. Momo instantly dead. Killing spree going over to Max. The full damage means he's not tanky at all. Shizo jumps in with the Lycan Pounce. Gets a kill onto Shizo. But Max with the double kill. The Ling is going crazy right now. Shizo loses his immortality. They trade out Moonji, but they lose their marksman. Only 2 members of Todak left alive. And Barbosa is just keeping an eye on Zyme Senpai to make sure he cannot recall. It's a 2v3 defense, and Max is still alive. Zyme Senpai maybe too far out. He pops the Black Shoes, but will he get punished here? Heart Guard comes out. Max chases him down with a trunk. It's still keeping him alive. And because of the tower, Max cannot the final blow.
With Dark Shunjin, difference here. Rafflesia able to protect the mid inhibitor at the same time, but the Guardian's barrier, the Nature's barrier, making it tough here as I'm Senpai holds on.
Rafflesia trying to stop the purple buff take, but at this stage, it's going to be impossible. Niners, unfortunately, because they tried to full commit for the end game, were not able to get the Lord after that one fight. And because the top lane is still pushing, they were forced to send people back to defend as well, giving up map control.
Yeah, I think now it's starting to bite Momo back in the butt. Now that he's getting picked off by people like Zavs of all, Max can cut him down pretty quickly, right? He doesn't have a lot of armor to work with, not a lot of health at the same time. With his full damage build, it's high risk, high reward, and he wasn't able to get his final slash off in time.
Yeah, Momo's damage being missing during these fights is really starting to bite Todak here, and that's why we see fighters oftentimes will still get tankier items to make sure that they can at least maintain relevant with their utility once a late game comes.
Barbosa still managing that top wave. Todak need to shove out that mid, set up for the bottom side at the same time, and make sure that they can keep Allure dancing here. I do want to see the battle spells, though. In about 13 seconds or so, we should expect Rafflesia and Zyme Senpai to get their flickers back online. Zavs, Barbosa, Yetri as well, all of them.
Yeah, he just got his flicker off of cooldown. Todak will get there soon as well. Unfortunately, not able to create a lot of map pressure just yet, but they will catch out Yetri. They instantly engage onto the Edith, forces out the flicker backwards. Earth Shatter onto two members. Max drops a half HP from one hit. Todak are funneling once again, but they're running down the Niners. Yetri with the arm offended brings them all together underneath the Lilia. Bountee just melting down the members of Todak. That's an unstoppable streak for Max. Zyme Senpai jumps in, gets a kill. He paused the black shoes to get out, but will he be able to escape? He flickers forward, dashes away. Zyme Senpai keeping the dream alive for Todak. Niners still trying to chase him. The Grok is coming in. Rafflesia, can he block him out? He does.
Oh my
Max
God.
Not able to follow up, and he's low too.
Yeah, Max quickly purchases as his fingers can. Purchases the immortality. Zyme Senpai can definitely take him on in a 1v1 situation. Now Max, he quickly purchases the Haas Claws to make sure that he stays healthy as he's rushing down this Lord.
Still another 10 seconds before Shizo or Gary come back. This should be a free Lord for the Niners.
Rush it!
Boy and Rafflesia are trying to stop them though. Hardguard comes out onto Max. He's waiting for the wild charge. Timing Tempest to play. Should secure it. Yes, Max gets it. And Zyme Senpai, he can't even pop the black shoes. He gets picked off. Rafflesia, can he escape? Shizo is here now. Can they catch out Max? The answer is no. Moonji is already here. It would be too dangerous to continue. Shizo drops the half HP.
Oh my God.
Oh, the Purify even used by Moonji just to make sure Gary can't stop him.
Oh my God, look at Moon's overall damage. He goes so far out of position. Momo tries to catch him after the black shoes, but unfortunately timed it slightly too early, and now the Lord is starting to crash down. They're going to take some huge damage here.
This is only game one of the series, but it's so intense. Gary gets caught out. I'm offended. Pulls him a godlike streak for Max. Wall charge onto two members into the final slash, but Tempest to Blaze will allow Max to reset and pick up the kill. Double kill for Max on Rafflesia. Shizo drops his immortality, and we can see that Momo got picked up on the side. Triple kill. The Niners have mounted the comeback. They get game number one.
Unbelievable. A single turnaround to turn all that early game pressure back on Todak's side. Karma is real, and Max able to make a win for Ling and buffing up his stats. Oh my goodness, I am at a loss for words. Nicely done by Zavs in year 3.
We did not see this one coming. Todak got too greedy. They got too overconfident. They thought this would be a steamroll. An easy game for them after their incredible early game performance. But a single mistake, and the Angela Ling combo gets the scaling and gets the win.
Oh, that's got to be so frustrating for Todak's side. So frustrating. Everything was going in their favor. Oh, one I'm offended. That's all it takes, man. Catches 3, and Moon did the rest of the work.
That is insane. Momo going for that full damage build actually really bit him in the butt there. He wasn't able to survive the initial engagement. And because Zaz was going more durable, he could still survive, get the I'm offended, punish Todak's positioning. My goodness. What a game!
I mean, that's just how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately, right? I mean, what else can we really say about that? Catching out a Ling is tough enough because he naturally has an escape mechanic. And for everybody else, on the other hand, I think that Todak should have been the more proactive one, right? Like, yes, we should expect to see, at least for the Niners, to have some form of strong counter-engage like we saw in this game, right? The I'm Offendeds, even the Earth Shatters really making the difference in these fights to buy Moon the time to utilize his Shadow Balls and really grow Groom to its max stacks. And once he had Ice Queen's Wand, he was already a threat, but even more so once he has 4 items.
Getting those full itemizations made such a big difference because Niners were behind for so much of the game. They were like 7, 8, 9k net worth behind at one point in the game, which instantly swung after 2 fights. The first one not even being a particularly large mistake coming in from Todak. So it shows how easily things can swing. We gotta give the MVP over to Max for game number 1. The scaling on the Ling, despite the pressure early game.
Yeah, it's just, oof. What a game coming out from Max's side, right? Again, despite everything that has happened, he ends up with a KDA of 12, 4, and 10. And the entire time just getting hard pressured from early to mid-game until finally he was still able to try and even out the score against Gary at the very least. It never felt like Max was 2 levels behind. He was only slightly behind.
I think Todak definitely needed to be a little bit more proactive early on. They were making sure to invade the purple buffs, but weren't really setting up the fights to 100% guarantee it most of the time. Even though they had the big lead, they probably messed around a little bit too much. And then when they ended up like in that situation where they got comebacked on, I think they still tried to approach a lot of these fights with the same sort of decision making that they had been making up until that point.
I think they needed to close it out, unfortunately, right? They had every win condition under the sun ready for them, just unable to capitalize on it at the very end. I mean, even Shizo, he's walking away 10, 6, and 7, but unfortunately he can't chain those kills as effectively, especially since one practically isn't there most of the time, and that's Barbosa on this Angela, and the rest have iframes to play with. Moonji, with those black shoes, can be quite a pain overall, but I think Todak just could not find an effective engage to kill some key targets.
Todak not being able to end the game quick enough was what really costed them here. And although they tried to do so, they needed to be more respectful, a little bit more wary. I think it's been so long that we've kind of forgotten the fear of Ling in our hearts.
I suppose, but I think I'm more surprised that Zabs was able to survive as long as he did, right? Hitting multiple people at the same time to have that extra level of sustainability against a squadron like Todak, which is very much, like Todak is all about playing around Shizo. Get you below, oh, you're 25% HP, perfect, Shizo, go get him.
I think that late game scaling, man, it's all that it comes down to. When you get Ling into that position, he does just as much damage as a marksman. And we have to remember that Roger actually doesn't scale all that well for a gold laner. He's more of a mid lane power spike. That's why he ends up losing to heroes like Natan in the late game. And when Max is able to reposition in these fights so easily, and Todak oftentimes losing Momo quite early on in the fight, there was no way to stop him anymore.
Yeah, that's, oh man. I mean, Roger is very burst-oriented. He can still take on things, even in the ultra-late game against things like Natan, for an example, but that's under like specific conditions, like, oh, you don't have your entropy, I don't get hit by all of your abilities. That's another big one. But so far, I think that at least for the Niners, they're comfortable with this double fighter comp. I think the early game needs a little bit of work. Todak, on the other hand, I mean, there's no excuses for that one. They really dropped the ball. They really got greedy. And we can see even the total damage dealt, right? 81,000 coming in from Shizo just was not enough.
Especially when Moon is doing 126,000 damage in total. Like, you think that Max is dishing out a lot of damage? He is. It's more than anyone on Todak's side. But Moon is doing over 30,000 more than him because Todak was oftentimes just funneling into these small areas and paying more attention to picking off members like Max and Tree to kind of remember that the Lilia is there.
Yeah, it's tough. It's really, really tough. Again, this entire composition was designed to peel enemies when they look for these engages. I think that at the very least, there might be some consideration of banning out this Ruby, because Zabs continues to perform on it. He's only gotten better every time he plays this Ruby.
He is actually improving, and it's impressive to see how it has happened, considering that in the past he had a very distinct playstyle as a marksman, and Ruby definitely does not fall within those rubrics. So very well played to him, and impressively done by the Niners to be able to reverse such a difficult situation, even coming out on kill score in the end.
Yeah, and finally we're seeing that Angela is able to get a couple, beefing up her win rate overall. I think Barbosa had a pretty simple job of just hopping on to Max's back and making sure that he gets comfortable in the backpack.
The backpack, it's a great backpack. Gives you healing, gives you shielding, allows you to jump into the back line, especially when there's no more crowd control to worry about. It was a recipe for success for the Niners, and I imagine Todak will need to adjust things going into game number 2 to try and make up for these tools that they were missing.
Oh man, let's have a look at the damage to turrets here. Who was able to get the most amount of turrets? It should be technically Max, right? Yeah, Max, but even Zobs doing a pretty decent job on his end. 4,000 on his side. Shizo being the main guy for Todak, as a majority of that structured gold fell into his hands.
Niners literally did half the tower damage that Todak did, because Todak took down all of their towers and Niners just beelined it for the end game once they got the opportunity. So it goes to show that anything could still happen. You think, oh, the map is open, they only have 1 crystal left, we're fine. No, you're not.
I think it's unbelievable. I really do think it's unbelievable. Like, Zion tried so hard to carry this game, but it's just, it's too difficult, right? He just doesn't have the consistent amount of damage. He himself, very much like Roger in Shizo's position, burst-oriented. Total healing, high is going to be Zion Senpai, probably because he was also stealing at least the Primal Wrath coming in from Year 3 on this Edith.
But obviously Barbosa is going to be the highest overall here. 76,000 damage healed coming in from this Angela. It's a hero that teams just let go through the draft phase a lot of the time now, because many players have already figured out how to play around it and bait with it. But who would have thought that bringing out the classic combo would turn those expectations on their head?
I don't know. I think Todak, this is a crushing defeat on their side. So many things could have been changed. So many things could have been done slightly differently to be able to close out this game against the Niners overall. But I mean, mistakes happen, and I think Todak, they just got to move on from this one. Like, it's just, we played bad guys towards the late game. Everything else was working perfectly fine.
They really needed to change the way they were taking these team fights. There's no you can't just keep running at them anymore.
It happened like 3 times as well.
It's like, just slow down the fight. Look for Max first. Let the heart guard expire. There's so many ways you can approach it, but Todak's just like, this has worked the whole game. It should still work now, right?
it should be totally fine. If we dish out the damage first, they won't have a chance to respond.
That's a no.
Nah, it really isn't. It really isn't. There's so many peel mechanics, so strong. Rich guy going over to Max, obviously. The carry going to be Moonji, breaking into 126,000 overall. Sandbag to Refalacia, and the best wingman is going to be Gary, actually.
I think Gary was doing a good job on the Baxia early on, roaming around, invading the jungle, stealing buffs, finding ganks on Year 3 especially. But it still runs into the issue where he's not able to really do too much once you get into the mid to late game phase, unlike a hero like Fredrin, where you can still dish out some damage, right? The Baxia is very early game focused. And Todak did win that early game. We see in the highlights, they kept ganking Year 3, they found pickoffs, they got turtles, but they couldn't translate it.
Yeah, we didn't see the translation actually happen. And the more I see the more I see some of these plays, the more I'm just so surprised that it worked out the way that it did, right? Running down their opponents in the manner that they did. Where's the Amafendit? There it is. Catches all 3 of those members, but still, like, the fact that Momo was able to get away with full damage was already surprising enough. The fact that this fight went into the favor of Todak, that was pretty much GG, well played, right? And then this happens.
Up, they went in. Final Slash was good, but then they all grouped up together. Look at who is still alive. Moon is just standing there, throwing balls at them, and it's doing a lot of damage. Simsenpoi again, he is really playing his heart out. But then this is the massive mistake. They all funnel into this tiny point, thinking, we're still strong, we can still win, and the goal lead instantly swings.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things he could have done better. Not be in that position, destroy the inhibitor turret at the very least. I think that was a pretty big whiff on their part, and I think that Simsenpoi played his best that he could, but unfortunately the kit just doesn't work. Once again, this is the third one, right? It just keeps on happening.
They're just running their heads into a wall. It makes no sense. Todak as a team should be pretty adaptable. They are known to have a pretty strong hero pool. Simsenpoi is normally calm and collected, and yet the call is so confusing.
I mean, they didn't learn from their mistakes, and I definitely think that they started tunnel visioning, especially since it was getting close to Todak eventually ending the game. There was no real scenario that they actually lose unless they kind of just clump up way too close together and they just get beamed down by Moon specifically. And even then, they have time to react. They have flickers available. All of them have flickers available to try and get out of these tight spots, and maybe one or two of them will die over the Ling, but it shouldn't be the entirety of the team.
Yeah, there's no reason for them to just dive in, right? They got multiple heroes. They got Grok, they got Baxia. Delay. Play for time. You have Simsenpoi who can dish out so much damage over time as long as he stays alive. It makes no sense.
I mean, I think I've had enough of that game number one. I'm ready to move on to game number two, and I think that the Niners, this is going to be a huge confidence boost in for them. I think that Todak, do they shift sides here? Do they? Thinking from a draft standpoint, like, it's like it's very much the players who made the mistake. But from a draft perspective, how can you minimize them from falling into the same loophole again?
Let's see. Let's think about this, right? Because their draft made sense.
Their draft was a winning draft.
Was good. The Baxia counters almost everyone. They were winning out the game early on.
Arlet has a free lane.
Yeah. Personally, if Arlet built slightly bulkier, I think he would have still had some value towards the later stages. But I'm not going to blame Momo too much for that. In terms of the draft, I think they didn't respect the Ling enough. I think they saw the Angela, which hasn't been performing very well, and the Ling, which is not very meta, and made the executive decision that we can handle this.
Oh man, but they all itemized anti-heal as well. That's the crazy part, and it still wasn't enough. So I guess that's something that we have to take into consideration for these upcoming games, especially if Angela makes it into the late games. But let's have a look at the MPL MY Insiders, this time with Antagonist.
We asked, when Niners went against Homebois, he picked a Ling for the team. Where did the inspiration for this pick come from? And Antagonist said that it came from ID, actually, which we have been seeing players pick up the Ling and other assassins in other regions.
I don't think it's that bad, but there's definitely a setup that needs to be done. I think that the double fighter setup is interesting, but doesn't necessarily feel that great, right? I mean, we saw how that early game was looking a little abysmal to a certain degree from Niners, but I think if they find these big picks, again, it's very execution heavy.
I think if they had a different EXP laner besides Edith, there's a chance that the early game would have gone a little bit better. Because again, Edith kind of lacks utility before that level 4. He's not a very good EXP laner at all. So once that scaling kicked in, then you could see Yetri doing out damage to contribute during these big team fights. I think it's fine for the Niners to continue going for a double fighter side lane here, because it seems to be something they're comfortable with and can punish Todak if they're not paying attention.
I also think that at the very least, the Edith does suck in lane, but we need a hero that goes into the EXP and has a decent amount of CC to follow up on Zobs, right? I think that was the major problem that Niners was trying to like encounter, because Yuzong was already gone at that point, so therefore we don't have enough damage, but at the same time we need to peel backwards and have CC to follow up on the I'm Offended. So I think that Antagonist has done a decent job at the very least. Let's see what other ideas he's got for game number 2. Niners on the blue side, Todak on the red.
Alright, so they have decided to switch sides in the draft this time, and Todak will actually decide that Angela needed to be respected. As long as they get rid of the Angela, it becomes a lot more difficult for Max to go for heroes like the Ling as well, so it's a bit of a two birds with one stone situation.
I mean, we say that now, but again, these are the I mean, Matilda was still a big question mark. The Florin as well. We'll see whether or not any of these are going to get let through. I mean, Barbosa has been very happy on these Enchanter-style mages. Loyi, as well as the Chip being banned out.
I'm still sticking to what's standard here, making sure that these power picks are gone. I expect that won't change all too much. It's still going to be things like the Barat, like the Nolan, like the Harif or the Roger.
Let's find out. It looks like they're discussing amongst them, really maximizing the time to change the plan. If they're already willing to ban Angela, how far are they willing to go?
You still definitely need to get rid of the Matilda, especially being on red side. It's too much of a problem. Barbosa quite comfortable with the hero. Nolan as well is an important pickup, so they get rid of that. If Matilda is the last one removed, it means that, again, things like the Harif and the Roger will remain open.
Considering that the Niners were able to kind of like keep Shizo in place, yes, his KDA was great and all, but he was only able to chain like one kill. There's only I think there were only 2 situations where he was actually comfortably chaining each one of those members from the side of the Niners. I think with the overall CC and especially with Ruby, it can get a little sticky.
But if Roger is left open, I think there's actually a good chance the Niners might grab it for themselves to give to Max. And
that's a good possibility, yeah.
While Max has had some success in the past, I don't think it's been quite as good. So, I don't know. Yeah, I think if they get rid of the Fredrin, there's a very good chance they want Roger for Max.
Yeah, they get rid of the Fredrin here. That means they could open... I think... Yeah, you have to get rid of the Matilda at the very least. Niners can't take everything, and I think Todak guarantees themselves Barats for either EXP and jungle, which I think is what the Niners are setting up for.
Matilda should be banned. If Harif, Roger, and Barats are all left open, what should be the priority?
Your team is
Oh, wow. They leave Matilda open.
Man, they're willing to deal with the Matilda and would rather not have the Nether Realm available. Let's see if the Niners actually go for the Matilda this time around, or whether or not they think that Barats is probably the next best in line.
I see lots of prey.
Ooh, still prioritizing Roger for Max. So now, will Todak go for the Matilda instead? If they grab like the Matilda Barats, we'll see the classic flying dinosaur.
I'm so interested where the heads are. I feel like both coaches, especially from the Niners side, right? This is a pretty standard opening for them. But at the same time, how many steps ahead do you have to overthink this, right? I feel like it could be straightforward, but at the same time, it can get complicated real quick.
I mean, when you do this for a living, it's kind of your job to overthink it, you know? If you think it's simple, then...
Okay, there we go.
It is. It's a flying dinosaur. Matilda Barats. That's going to be very scary here. Means that Max, if he does go on this Roger, will consistently be at threat.
Yeah. Let's see what else they're going to go for here. Niners, they go for Ruby and maybe Moon's Hero. And if it's going to be Moon's Hero, I think it's going to be the Lilia once again. I don't see any reason not to whip it out one more time.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Ruby especially should be prioritized since it's a very key factor of the double fighter side lane. And Moon already did good with the Lilia. Barats is weak to the Lilia. I think it's not a bad choice.
10 more seconds. Niners still holding priority here. They need to make some decisions. They need to make it quick, and they start the lock-ins. And here we go. It's going to be the Ruby and as well as the Yutong immediately revealing what their side lanes are going to look like. And I think this time, I think it's a smarter option to actually go and lock in that Yuzong early on, because you saw how much punishment Ye 3 actually had. He was basically a bot for the entirety of the game until finally he was able to have his flicker available to jump in with Zabs.
I do like Yuzong a lot. It gives you a way to jump the backline and maybe catch up to people who've been pulled out with the guiding winds as well if he so desires. But it means that Todak will be able to finish up with that Harif pick. And I think this is a much more comfort pick for Shizo compared to Roger.
Yeah, I think he'll be very happy on this Harif. Now here comes the second part of the ban phase. Previously, Barats was banned, Minotaur and as well as Ceci is banned. I don't think there's any reason to ban out the Ceci at this point in time from Todak's side. But let's see.
I gotta ask, is it not pronounced Cici?
Cici? Ceci?
I think it's CC, right?
CC, sorry,
Because
my
SC
bad.
would be CE, CI, right?
Sorry, that's my bad then. But I think overall, I think Minotaur probably should be... Oh! Mincetar keeping it classy here, making sure that dashes are still on the table.
All right. I respect that. We've never seen yet replay on the Mincetar, but Todak giving proper respect to their opponents this time, not just underestimating the possibility of off-meta hero picks. Niners, what are they gonna look to ban here?
Lo Yi will chip Matilda, Fredrin, as well as Nolan. They get rid of the Arlet this time round to alleviate some pressure. But that's fine. I mean, Momo has played high loss before. Do they need to worry about the high loss?
I think Yuzong matches up pretty okay against the high lows. Like, Yuzong is pretty good against like tankier EXP laners because he just wins out if you want to take extended trades.
Funny enough, he actually, specifically against high loss, he doesn't.
Oh, really? Okay.
He actually doesn't, only because high loss is able to kind of like, not only out-sustain the Shah residue, but just the raw DPS that comes out of him at level 1 with the Ring of Order does put Yuzong at odds. Later down the line, yes, Yuzong does a lot better, but until then, even a Phoveus ban out. Todak really want to make sure. At the very least, they don't want Moon to be like, hey, mid lane Phoveus this time. Nah, not this. Nah, not gonna let you do it.
Yep, they're really focusing hard on enabling Shizo in this game, man. Well, it's respectable. It makes sense. He is going to be your carry, especially now that Hardif has been recently buffed heavily. There's a reason why he's so commonly banned out in the first ban phase. So it looks like Todak's draft is gonna mainly rotate around making sure that Shizo is enabled.
Well, let's see how they're gonna enable him, as now they have first pick on the second phase. Let's see what Todak actually want to go for here. They are still missing a mid laner as well as a potential EXP. We don't know whether this Barats is actually going into the jungle or not. Unless there is a jungle pick that is more worthwhile. I mean, Box is kind of okay here if Gary wants to try it out one more time. Ooh, Farsa!
Oh, a Zion Senpoi classic here. Now, this is very risky to go for because Yuzong has always been a Farsa counter.
Yeah.
Pop dragon form, jump the back line, cancel it instantly. Even the Ruby is very good at canceling feathered airstrike. So this is a flex.
Yeah, and I think Niners should pick up Grok here. It's a free Grok lane. They can do it, use it as a support, play their double fighters as they usually do at the same time. And now they just need to lock in the Lilia, and I think it should be all right. Is there any other picks that I'm missing out here? Do they want to play Artillery Mage for Artillery Mage? They could do that if they wanted to, but the Matilda makes it tough.
Novaria might be an interesting choice in this situation.
I'm the priestess of the primal
Oh, that's Ide.
the hunter of all
It is
evil
Novaria.
gods.
Okay, Novaria Ide. So Ide roam this time. Okay. Makes a bit more sense. And then the Astral Echo would be able to catch out Todak if they go for these big engages. Also a good way of dealing with the Farsa since she's going to be standing still.
Yeah, I suppose that at least for Barbosa, his comfort picks have naturally leaned into Edith more than it has Grok. But I would say that it's a missed opportunity here, especially since the Power of Nature is actually able to deal with the Daytona's welcome at the same time, right? Here we go. Oh!
They're still doing it.
Wow! So bold! So
Gary
bold!
Ling. How long has it been since we've seen the Gary Ling?
It has been too long. It has been so very, very long here. All right, let's have a round out of what the compositions are trying to achieve this time round with Max on this Roger with double fighter side lanes. And not to forget, Moonji able to kind of buy and open up the map for his team, allowing Barbosa to actually play this Edith rather safely. Todak, on the other hand, their composition playing around an traditional artillery mage and extra mobility all across the map. These small skirmishes could really snowball out of control. Let's see who gets first blood.
Oh, Niners, they want to play the aggressive early game. They want to gank. They want to fight. Well, Todak, they have Hardif. They have Ling. They're going to scale heavily for that late game. But will they reach it? The return of Gary on the Ling. Gary on the Assassins. As we return to the Land of Dawn, will Todak prove they have what it takes to bring it to a game number 3? We shall find out.
All right, let the battle begin. Looks like they're going to be starting on the same side of the map. Gary on his purple buff with Max on his orange. Barbosa is going to help him out a little bit here, but at the end of the day, we should expect to see this Roger clear a little bit faster with the help of their mid laner as well as EXP.
Help him out in quotes, of course.
Yep.
So Niners, because they have a Roger jungle and the Ruby use on side lanes, need to make things happen as soon as possible, which could be denied somewhat since there is Rafflesia on this Matilda being able to pull people out of trouble as long as his positioning is correct.
Yeah, for some of the other side lanes, right? I think that Shizo, he's got to be extremely careful. He was already struggling on chaining those kills with Roger, but now with Harith, it's going to make his job a lot easier, but it doesn't change the fact that there's still a lot of relevant CC on the Niner side.
Zavs should have a pretty okay matchup against the Harith here. We can see that he has gone for the penetration emblem as well, so that should help buff some of his damage. In fact, we see that same emblem on Moon and Tree too.
Nothing out of the ordinary in terms of emblems here, but here we go, bottom side.
Ooh, Momo getting hard focus. The Shah Residue, just enough damage for Max to jump in and get the Lycan Pounce. First blood going to year 3.
Yeah, nicely done, nicely done. And let's not forget, when it manages to land the Petrify on top of everything else, he's not going to have it in lane or for the upcoming turtle fight that's about to happen in 10 seconds or so, but they need to hit level 4 soon.
Momo is actually quite behind on EXP now because of that gank. He was level 2 just a moment ago, only just hit level 3, so he may not actually have Daytona's welcome for the turtle.
He definitely won't. He definitely won't. He does catch the wave. Yet 3 is 4, Momo's 3.
Barbosa already scouting things out. Black Dragon form coming out. They're going to be targeting Gary in the back line, making sure he doesn't get purple buff. Max gets the turtle easily, and Rafflesia now forced to purify to make sure he's able to escape. Barbosa as well with the Primal Wrath, able to escape the Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, just making sure that they have some vision. He's willing to lose his battle spell for the time being, but Barbosa needs to keep that in mind. That means Rafflesia is vulnerable. If he has the opportunity to set up a gank, he should 100% make the call for it.
Max gonna be slightly ahead on EXP already because of that invade, slowing down Gary on the Ling. Moon as well, helping out, leashing, making sure Max is able to snowball even further. I like this. This is what Niners need to be doing.
Yeah, I'm rather surprised that Momo has opted to go for Quantum Charge this game rather than the traditional Brave Smite, right? I would have expected him to go for the Brave Smite to be able to kind of hold out in this lane against Ye 3, especially in the earlier stages. Once he's max stacked, he just needs to poke Ye 3 and let him have priority. It totally doesn't matter until he's able to get some form of anti-heal.
I'm assuming he's prioritizing mobility and subsequently maneuverability during the team fights, because him being able to catch onto players, especially Max, is going to be very crucial. It does trade a little bit of survivability though.
Yeah, Max better be careful if Momo lands that one auto attack to proc it. Oh, whoa!
Flicker forward! Was I at set point? Where did he go? He's just gone instantly. A free kill going over to Max.
Woo! What a movement from the Niners. They predicted it. They saw him actually move up into the brush. Expected him to start walking out sooner rather than later. Barbosa goes for the flicker and it works out.
Yep, they catch onto Momo, force the flicker out from him as well. Really well played by the Niners. They're now transferring over to the purple buff. Primal Wrath already gone on Barbosa, so that could be a problem. Zaman Force pop down, Feathered Airstrike as well. Yeah, Tree pops the Black Dragon form that gets melted instantly. Wrong positioning.
Dies mid-air. Can't do much about that, but this means that Gary has been alleviated some pressure. Forcing the Niners back is a good way to hold them. Level 7 to level 8. Max still a full level ahead. It's tough for Gary to contest, but at the very least he's got Momo by his side.
Yeah, and Yetri doesn't have his ult. Onward onto Momo. Earth Shatter. Lycan Pounce not doing quite enough damage. Tempest the Blaze popped down by Gary. Who got the turtle? It's Gary! The Ling secures it for the side of Todak.
Nicely done, and now he gets to enjoy the fruits of his labor on the top side this whole time. Shizo just able to hard shove, get some extra gold for himself, making sure that Zavs is gonna slowly be left behind.
Zavs needs to start being careful here. The more fights he joins, the more space he's giving over to Shizo on this Harith. Todak doesn't only have one form of scaling. I think Niners should ideally target the gold lane just a bit more.
Well, let's see whether they do. I mean, Gary now completing his first item, making sure that the Berserker's Fury is already locked in. Here we go, the Niners sending up 4 members to this top side. Keep in mind that Rafflesia not too far behind, can bail out this Harith if things get dangerous.
And that's important because Shizo still has 6 seconds on his Purify too. Looks like they may target Rafflesia instead. Forces out the Circling Eagle, gets the 2-man knockup. And then Niners just doesn't proceed with it.
It's totally fine. It's okay. The Circling Eagle isn't really going to make too much of a difference here, but at the very least, it has wasted a lot of the Niners' time. And even Ye3 rotating towards that mid lane. Gary gets a free push on the bottom side and gets a tier 1.
This is good. Niners, they did get an early game lead, but Todak regaining that ground. A 600 net worth lead at this point is very much in Todak's favor, actually, because they have these late game scaling heroes, and Niners aren't putting enough aggro on the map.
Yeah, Momo, despite being leveled down, just so relevant as a frontliner on this Barat, right? It's difficult for the Niners to commit too hard, especially if the Daytona's Welcome is off a cooldown. For the time being, at least for Ye3, he needs to clear these waves fast.
Yeah, he really needs to. Oh, that's going to be a nice Daytona's Welcome. They catch out Barbosa. Feathered Airstrike. Primal Wrath. Is it enough? No, it is not. Zion Senpai gets the kill onto the Edith as Moon going to be targeted down by Rafflesia in the mid lane. That's a 1-for-1 kill in the mid lane. Mac chases down Shizo though. He has his eyes on Gary. He gets the double. Incorrect positioning from Todak. Purify forced out by Rafflesia to escape the Petrify as well. And even though Todak started off winning this fight, Niners evens it out and gets the turtle.
Oh, man. And they even push out Zion Senpai.
Oh! That's flickers forward with the 2-man. I'm offended, but Max is not close enough to follow up.
Worth it, worth it. Actually, Max could have actually transformed into Lycan form and gone for the pounce, but he saw Zion Senpai use that flicker. More than worth it. They got free resources out of it. No feather and airstrike, even better. Now invade topside.
That's what they're doing. We see the snipe. They find Shizo. They find Gary. And Max is able to retreat the orange buff away from the enemy jungler.
2 levels ahead of Gary. And all Gary can think about is just, please, let me have this purple buff. That's all I want. If I have purple buff, I can still look for scraps across the map.
Niners did use their retry earlier, so this purple buff should be free for Gary, and arguably it's much more important to him than that orange buff here. So we'll see what happens. 2k net worth lead now for the Niners. Actually still not that big when you consider how late game Todak's draft is. Conceal from Barbosa. Nice Daytona's Welcome to make himself immune, but Momo is taking a lot of damage here. Feathered Airstrike gonna be popped down. I'm offended! Right into the 2-man Petrify! Niners decimates the Todak backline!
Oh my god, they've now secured an insane snowball on their hands. They should at least have 6,000 to 7,000 worth of gold by the end of this push. Barbosa still trying his best to find another pick, but more resources to be taken. Tier 2s on the top side, Tier 1s on the bottom side. Zabs walks away and Gary's like, I'm a proxy you one more time.
If he literally just walked slightly to the left, Zabs would have scouted out Gary there. We got to relive that moment. We have an instant replay here.
Holy cow, look at this. Zabs walks up in the middle of the feathered airstrike. Yoinks Zion Senpai in his animation, giving him no chance to respond. I think even now Zion Senpai is probably thinking, I probably should have taken Purify.
What a good follow-up from Ye3 as well. He stacked that perfectly, yeah. There was no chance for to respond at all. Honestly, I'm surprised Zion Senpai didn't go for Purify, considering what he's up against this game. I guess Flicker to try and escape Ye3, but it didn't work out that time.
Yeah, I think he wanted the flicker just in case he needed to use it in the feathered airstrike form, right?
Makes sense.
Because he still has the wings by wings, which is a very useful ability to get across the map. But god damn, right now the Niners now developing up to at least a 5,000 goal lead, not 6,000 thanks to Gary, who's been proxying the waves pretty proactively on the map.
Gary really needs to do this right now. This is something that Ling players have always done back in the past. It's all about that proxy. It's all about delaying the game. He's basically doing a similar sort of role to Novaria to try and extend the game long enough. There is an ambush being set up by Max here. Gary loses half his health in a single spell.
Dude, if Gary just dashed forward one more time, he wouldn't have enough energy to get out of there. Wait, hold on.
Unforced pop down. They're trying to go on Barbosa. I don't think that's the right target. One Astral Echo and Todak just backs it off.
Okay, all right. I think maybe they thought that it was a punish angle there. I'm not 100% sure how that angle would look like. Would that mean that Momo would have to flicker in for it possibly? I don't know. We'll see, mate. We'll see as Niners now pushing in with Lord Empowered minions. All the outer turrets should fall. Let's see if they get an inhibitor.
Niners have to be careful. This is where Todak started throwing their game in game number 1. Niners got to make sure they don't fall into the same trap. They're taking it slow for now, settling for all of the external towers and just a bit of chip damage to mid.
Yep, I think that's perfectly fine here. Allows Moonji to actually scale. It allows Max to complete his full build at the same time. Here we go. Black Dragon form.
Right into the Astral Echo. Momo already used it, so Tona's welcome. That's a 2-man Earth Shatter into the beam and pull! Saves! And Max with the follow-up chases the backline. He gets shut down, punished for diving too deep. But Todak only has 2 members left. Zavs is popping off this game.
He is. He's found it. He's got into the groove here. Zavs and Year 3, they are not out of sync at all. One after the other. The same formula keeps on happening. Just take out Zavs.
Better airstrike to try and stop that. Oh, Barbosa! He scared Zion Senpai off. He thought the Flicker Earth Shatter was coming.
He thought, but unfortunately Barbosa doesn't even have the Flicker at that point. So, okay, sure. Totally fine here.
They're playing mind games now.
I mean, they're really deep underneath Todak's skin. Todak does not want to lose this, and they're starting to show desperation here, which is a little sad because, again, they were doing so well in game number 1. Let's look at the instant replay one more time and where the mistakes started to happen here. All because, hey, you walked up too close for comfort, and I saw you use a Purify off of a single engage. Well, good enough for me, and Zao says, yes, I'll catch everybody.
I just personally wish there was a little bit more follow-up after Max. If someone had tanked the tower for him, then he may not have ended up dying to Gary there. And now could have been a 1 game on the spot. So Niners still has to be careful. 7k net worth lead, but Todak has a Ling and a Harif. They still scale very well into the late game. Niners themselves know what can happen if a mistake is made.
Yep, 6,000 gold lead about to not matter here in a second, but they put Todak far enough behind that by the time this Lord is done and dusted and pushing into their base, Todak will not be able to make that 42k mark in time.
I think Todak are playing it smart though. They're gonna target the opposite side of the map instead. Whoever from the Niners they can pull away from the potential push into their base is going to be one more person that they have advantage over.
That's on the assumption that they even make it there at that point. I don't think Todak, they're just gonna play for high ground, right? They have Zion Senpai to actually try and break the siege. So it really comes down to who lets the trigger loose first, who pulls it.
This is insane what the Niners have done here. The Lord is now pushing in. Unfortunately for them, the push from Gary actually worked. That bot lane is not synced up. Lord pushing in mid, Conceal coming out. Detona's welcome, top down from Momo. Catches out on Barbosa. He almost feeds himself to him actually. And it is gonna do a lot of damage. He flickers out, Momo gets caught by Zaz once again. And the Black Dragon is in. That's a double kill for Max. They're picking up the members of Todak one by one. Triple kill. The Niners have done it. They have reversed the fate. They have made history here. 2-0 versus Todak.
I'm so impressed with the Niners right now. I doubted them. I'll say it right now. I didn't think that it would be even remotely close to a warmed up Todak, but the Niners have proved me wrong, and Zavs has finally managed to do it, right? Each one of these engages led up to a full team wipe on Todak's side, putting heavy damage into their economy. Well done, Niners. Well-deserved victory.
This is the best the Niners have looked all season. Literally better late than never. 3 points going to be so valuable to keep them in the competition. I'm so impressed. Honestly, I'm speechless. So let's leave the words to them. We'll throw it over to Rose on stage.
Kemenangan bersih untuk pasukan Niners. 2 berbalas kosong menentang Todak. 3 mata penuh. Akhirnya keluar dari zon merah untuk regular season ini. First of all, congratulations guys. What an amazing game. Semua sehat?
Sehat, Alhamdulillah. Semua sehat.
Alright, okay, wow. That was an amazing game performance yang you guys keluarkan tadi. Let's start with Moon dulu. Okay, Moon. First of all, apa perasaan Moon dapatkan first full point untuk Niners lawan your ex-teammates?
Cakap je lah.
Anca tengah cakap. Cakap je lah. Nanti Anca.
Just nak cakap first kali alhamdulillah bersyukur kita dapat kutip mata 2 poin berlawan
3.
dengan 3 sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. 2 poin menang, 2 poin menang. And cakap je lah. Kat Todak just keep work hard je lah. So apa lagi nak cakap? Tak tahulah nak cakap apa sebab dorang pun dah macam family Moon juga. So
Okey, kalau boleh bagi kata-kata semangat. Kalau boleh bagi kata-kata semangat dekat Todak, apa yang Moon nak cakap?
Mungkin just keep work hard. Aku tahu korang sepatutnya boleh pergi lebih daripada ni. And mungkin benda luar tu korang hilangkan. Just fokus in game je lah. Fokus, keep training lah.
Alright, mantap. Alright, apa kata kita cakap pula dengan Barbosa dulu? Bar? Hai Bar. Wow. Nampaknya Barbosa sangat-sangat hype hari ini. Okay, Bar rasa chemistry dengan rotation Niners makin lama makin padu tak?
Makin lama makin padu, betul.
Kalau you guys, sebab bukan kalau, minggu depan you guys akan jumpa SRG. Now pasukan ni dorang tak bagi point lagi dekat pasukan mana-mana.
Betul.
You guys rasa boleh dapat tak mata dari dorang? Sebab kalau dapat mata dari dorang, playoffs tu boleh masuk lagi.
Jadi kita tahu kalau SRG itu sekarang unbeatable. Tapi takkan kita kita akan kalah 2-0 tak. Jadi kita pede lah, kita confident boleh bagi perlawanan game seru gitu ke SRG.
Wow. Okay guys, sebelum kita continue. Sabar.
Okay, anca.
Habis lagi. Sabar. Later. Save the best for last. Okay, save the best for last. Alright guys, korang rasa siapa MVP perlawanan ini? Okay, apa kata kita tengok MVP perlawanan ini in 3, 2, 1. Jeng. MVP perlawanan ini jatuh kepada Max, the one and only. Hai Max, sihat?
Sehat, alhamdulillah.
Alright, Max masuk Niners masa Niners tengah orang kata lose streak. Now Max masuk, Max rasa dengan line up ni boleh pergi jauh ke tak?
Pasti boleh. Kalau dari saya sendiri sih pasti masih percaya diri lah. Percaya juga sama timnya. Satu sama lain percaya semua.
Alright, also kita nampak Max dah keluarkan Hero Assassin sikit. Adakah kita akan nampak Hero Assassin lagi masa you guys lawan Selangor Red Giants? Jangan cakaplah hero apa, tapi macam ada secret weapon tak?
Ada. Masih banyak.
Adakah ini yang punca Selangor Red Giants akan jatuh 1 point ataupun mereka akan end their win streak terus? Mana kita tahu? Kita akan tahu minggu depan je. Alright, Zavs pula. Okay, tadi masa game match kedua tak silap I, Zavs datang. Rose, hari ni 2-0. Boleh balik awal. So, apa yang buat Zavs confident sangat dengan perlawanan hari ini?
Aku tak tahu, tiba-tiba dorong lepas Roger. Dah memang silap dekat situ.
Okay, another question. Zavs season ni ataupun selepas patch baru, Zavs banyak main fighter dekat gold lane dan kita boleh nampak hasilnya yang sangat-sangat padu. Adakah patch baru ni banyak membantu Zavs dan patch ini adalah sesuai untuk Zavs?
Bagi aku, dia sama je kalau main MM ke fighter. Cuma mungkin main fighter lagi best, dapat buat banyak moment daripada stay belakang je.
Oh, dia tengah menggigil ni. Tak tahu kalau excited ke, adrenaline rush ke, tapi dia tengah menggigil. Okay guys, the crowd wants it. Apa kata kita bagi mic dekat Anca? Lama tak dengar kan suara Anca kat tengah?
Okay, first kali, Udel. Ini kan ni lah cek lu mau. First kali tak biasa. Before kita start ni sesi panjang nih sekarang komedi. Kau relax. First kali kita doakan lah saudara kita Ajim kan sebab tengah sakit. Jadi tak habis tak ada Ajim. Trademark tak boleh keluar. Trademark tak boleh keluar tak ada Ajim. So kita doakan lah buat Ajim supaya dia cepat sembuh. Tak. Macam mana nak cakap ah? Ajim, Kuja, Play Solo. Saya rasa semua dekat Todak ni tak buat kerja doh. Yang buat kerja cuma satu je. Yaitu Abang Lord. Nah guys, thank you.
Okay, apa yang nak cakap kepada fans yang datang hari ini adalah hari terakhir minggu 5.
Buat fans, especially Ultras Homebois yang support daripada awal, thank you banget buat korang. Fans Todak, fans JP Niner semua yang udah sudi buat datang ke sini, kita ucapkan terima kasih banyak-banyaknya. Udah support kita orang, udah tengok game kita orang. And then, just itu yang saya boleh cakap. Abang Lord oke ya? Oke Abang Lord, jangan nanti buat podcast Abang Lord. Nanti lepas udil saya pula. Oke guys, thank you.
Alright, terima kasih and once again congratulations to Niners. Wow. If I'm not mistaken, semua perlawanan hari ini habis dengan 2-0. Semua pasukan dapat 3 mata penuh mereka and finally dekat minggu ke-5 Niners berjaya dapat keluarkan dari zon merah di regular season. Before we wrap up our day, apa kata let's show it back to the casters for the final time untuk hari ini untuk mendapatkan tahu apa yang jadi dalam series ni. Casters, silakan.
The Niners finally getting a well-deserved spicy moment on stage. They look good, they feel good, they're looking happy, and they deserve that. This is the best gameplay we've seen from them all season. And it pains my heart that this didn't happen earlier. Like this, Niners deserves to go far.
Hey man, we never know. These patches really change it up for some of these teams. Our MVP of the match going over to Max because game number 1, he dragged the rest of his team over the close to the finish line for Zavs and as well as Ye3 to get them over the very edge with the help of Moon gassing them on. I'm just so surprised that it ended up this way. 22, 5, and 12. His final total KDA in a 2-0 in this best of 3.
That's incredible score, especially when so many junglers are still leaning towards tank junglers. Max gets this kind of score on Ling and Roger. It shows that there is a place for these carry junglers as long as your side lane is, as long as your support system is strong. And it's looking like Zavs, Ye3 are feeling a lot more comfortable. Like, if not Max, Zavs definitely deserved a hidden MVP this match.
100%. He deserves that Medal of Honor. How many times has he consistently hit multiple people for the I'm Offended? And his KDA perfectly ones all across the board.
It doesn't need to be MVP because we know he's #1, numero uno, 1-1-11. All these catches, the Astral Echo as well, combining with it to make catching easier. Like the teamwork from the Niners in game 1 looked a little spotty, but in game 2, this is their true form.
Yeah, Todak, they were looking so desperate this game, desperate to scale, desperate to get over the edge and finally scale up. Like Zyme Senpai, look at his items, right? He's only got a Lightning Truncheon, he's only got a Blood Wings, doesn't even get his 3rd item before this game ends. 13 minutes.
Such a quick game. And they deserve it. Niners, they knew what they needed to do. They know they have Ruby, they've got Yuzong, they got Roger, they got a Snowball, they got to play hard, play aggressive. That's a style that they've loved to do from the start. And they've really refined it here.
They really have. Well done, well done. Momo, his emblems, going for the common emblem, especially in the EXP, makes sense. It's a certain play style, but I do think that Quantum Charge might have costed him a little bit here. Extra maneuverability really didn't matter with just the raw damage that the Niners were able to pump out. And plus, it's not like you can enjoy the movement speed when you're stuck in the Daytona's welcome animation.
Yeah, Momo was forced to use the Daytona's welcome so many times defensively just to make sure he didn't get caught out. And that meant that Todak had no other catch left over afterwards, especially when they greed out and go for Harif, Farsa, and Ling. There's no other front line.
There is no other front line, and I think they were supposed to be passing the baton, right? They always wanted Zyme Senpoi to be someone they can fall back upon so that Feather Airstrike can actually cover their escape during these tight moments, but unfortunately, it's just with no tempo on their side and unable to scale to that point. Niners, and especially Zabs, with the help of Moonji as well as E3's follow-up, you can see how uncomfortable they are once they got tagged by the Astral Echoes. You can see that Zabs is getting 3 people in angles which technically shouldn't work because of the extra hitbox.
It's already hard enough for heroes like Farsa and Ling to escape from heroes like Ruby and Yuzong. When you're behind, it becomes even harder. And when you have the Astral Echo slowing you down and telling them where you are the whole time, it's impossible. Why did they draft so greedily?
I mean, I think they were confident to beat this double fighter composition. Once again, they thought that Shizo, as long as Shizo lives, he will eventually carry this game. And I think he absolutely had the opportunity had not he been caught 3 crucial times.
So good. Like, the thing is, they even had Purifies, right? Shizo and Rafflesia, they had Purify. They should have been able to escape from Zabs and E3 at times, but the layering was so good. The catch was so good. Purify doesn't matter if you're already being pulled in by Zabs. It's already too late by then.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta give it to Barbosa. Every single time I'm doubting his Edith, somehow he just shows off. He's like, even though I may not be the main engager, I got their Purifies out, and that is enough.
He even purposefully fed himself the Momo in a Lord point. He's like, I'm here, eat me. And then he flickers out. That's an important, like the only catch they have already spent for nothing.
Oh, so many things, so many things. And Gary, he could not pull off that performance. He tried to delay this game as much as he can as if he was a Fanny to be a little bit more relatable to our ranked game demons out there, but holy cow.
This was energizing. I didn't know that this last match was gonna go this way.
Me neither.
Like, I'm pretty sure we went into today. Every single match, a top team versus a bottom team. It should be pretty easy, 2-0s all the way. It was, but not the way we thought in this last one.
Dang, man, I think this is a learning experience for Todak. I think they really got desperate in this game. You could see that Zyme Senpoi was flickering out of the way for simple movements before the abilities even came out from some of the Niners. Same can be said about Rafflesia and as well as even Momo. I think that at least for Todak, there is still more room to mature and grow.
It means that their chances of going up into second place now are impossible. So they'll have to settle for third or fourth once they head on into the playoffs. It depends on how the other teams that are around them will perform, since Kuja earlier did mention that they would prefer not to be fourth place as well. So yeah, Niners have denied that from them.
Yeah, I mean, it was supposed to be in Todak's control. It was in their hands to decide their fate, and unfortunately, Niners is like, nah. It's our day today. It really is. Let's look at our key players this time around. Let's see who gets it. Rich Guy, Max, no surprise. Carry, Max, no surprise. Best wingman, Zabs with 11.
Zabs has grown so much. I remember the first time he played Ruby, and it felt so amateur, like so textbook. It's just like someone told him, these are the 5 steps to play Ruby, and he just follows them. But this is something different. There's so much difference just in a matter of weeks.
Yeah, when you finally learn, when you finally evolve from WikiHow to Liquipedia. He's like, okay, I got the how. Now I just need to know my matchups and stats. And that's when Zabs really took off here. Man, it feels bad for Momo because Momo and as well as Zyme Senpoi are such big pillars for Todak. They usually don't lose their composure, but I think this time around we saw a very raw gameplay from the both of them. They were desperate, and for once they were really pushed into a corner.
I have a bias for Zyme Senpoi. I know that he's a player that always keeps his head cool and finds a way. But this game just did the exact opposite of that. I can't even blame him. Like, we are all shocked at what happened here. We can relive these moments. This first gank was already great, but the Niners kept doing it again and again and again.
Yeah, they tried their absolute best here. I mean, so many situations could have been turned around, but at the very least, man, It is rough. Once that snowball started, there was just no going back from this. And I feel it's sad to see because sometimes it just feels like the worst possible situations occur when a cooldown is down, right? Circling Eagle comes out here, but more importantly, the guiding winds is something that the Niners were paying a very close attention to. As soon as Refleza uses it, oh, it's go time, right? No Purify, it's go time. We find these very short windows to hurt Todak, and they make it stick.
They hurt Todak, all right. They are going to be feeling that next week because Todak has
They've
dropped hard. They are now actually in 5th, actually lower than we expected, behind King Empire and RSG.
Such a huge jump. Already at 7th place and now could be contesting a spot against Team Hawk, right? They're 2 points away and they still have one more game to go. It's out of their control at this point, but they could set things up for victory.
But look at the Niners. They've gone all the way up to 7th place. Their spot in the MPL could actually be safe now if they're able to get at least 1 point from the Red Giants.
Yeah, I mean, it's between them or Monster Vicious, am I right? Everybody in the bottom 4, a different amount of games, but it just goes to show how far a 2-0 sets you apart from the rest of them.
My goodness, who would have thought that week 5 would end like this?
Not me.
Not
hands
me.
down, I was a doubter of the Niners
Straight
for
up.
sure.
All of us came in doubting the Niners, so this has to feel really good for all the Niners fans who have stayed strong and continue to support them despite the poor showing earlier on in the season. It looks like they found that mojo.
It really did. It feels like not only motivation, but I think, Max being the IGL, especially since he is going to be the main damage dealer, right? If people are going to set up for him, just feed it over to Max, and Max will do the rest.
Well, we didn't know how the jungler being the IGL would work out, but turns out worked pretty well. We'll see, because next week is going to be the final week of the regular season, and there are only 5 matches left in total. So this is going to be the matches happening on Saturday. No, Saturday, not Friday. It's going to start with RSG versus Bountee. Then we'll have Todak versus Monster Vicious, and lastly, Homebois versus Barracuda.
It feels so bad if Todak loses to MV and ends up getting overtaken at that point, man. Oh, and then MV is able to make it into the possibly 9, and then they would need Team Hawk to also. No. I have to check. I have to double check the head-to-head. There's still aggregate points to take into consideration, but I think for now, Homebois versus Barracuda, RSG, and even against Bountee, I feel like it again. I want to say that this is straightforward, but after today, it's like it's anybody's game.
Anything can happen. It feels bad for me as well. I did my team power rankings last week, and I put Todak in 3rd, and Niners like 9th or 10th.
Oh boy.
So it's like I am just imagining all the comments on the TikTok post I made, being like, haha.
Better yet, was the AI more accurate at least?
I haven't been asking the AI. Actually, wait, where did AI put them?
We'll double check it.
I think AI put Todak near the top.
Near the top as well? Jeez. Oh boy. So too many upsets, and this is why the MPL MY, it's anybody's game here for a piece of that pie, and more importantly, to qualify for the playoffs. It's going to be happening soon. After next week, we're going to have our 6 teams moving on. Some going to be in the upper brackets, others going to be fighting for their lives.
Oh, I'm still reeling. That was such an incredible match. What a great way to end the week here. And hopefully all of you guys have been enjoying MPL Season 13. Things have been shaky here and there, but there's still a little bit more. We've still got 1 more week of matches, so make sure you guys tune into that. And also make sure you guys check out this at the bottom of the screen. We got a link, we got a QR code. This is our rating system that is currently live to be tested on the official MPL MY website. You guys can check it out. You guys can comment. You can rate everyone in the match, including the players, talents like us, even the minions.
Yep, everything is on the table. And keep in mind, with this QR code, at the very least, our comments might even just be pinned up on stream as well. So keep that in mind. You might see your name flash up for some reason. You'll know exactly why for those who scan the QR code. So do it now. Do it.
It won't stay there for very long. It's the end of the stream. You won't get to have it for much longer. Make sure you guys scan that up. It's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of ratings the players and all of us are going to get as well. Always love to hear you guys' feedback.
If this only happened when was it? Season 9? I think it was season 9, where at least you could start rating minions. That would have been the season to
That
do
would have
so.
been great. Like
That
I would have
been.
been naming every single minion myself.
They have personalized names.
Like, yeah.
Personalized names like maybe Terry Bogard.
Oh, nah, that name's too fancy. That's
Okay.
reserved for the MLBBX King of Fighters 97 Bingo Draw event. That's going to be happening all the way until the 31st of May. You guys can take a shot at winning 3 brand new King of Fighter collab skins and unlock exclusive ID tags. If you were one of the lucky players who rolled a skin before the 30th of April, you guys would have gotten a gold ID tag. After that though, you guys still get something special, a silver ID tag. So make sure you guys jump on that. We got 50% discount on the first 10 times draw and also every one of your daily one-time draws as well. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out.
Yeah, I've been spending so much time on the daily one draws. Has not been working out for me. Has not been working out.
Have you hit 10 yet?
I have hit, well, no, I technically I have, but the bingos are not lining up. My pattern, it's messed up. It's not going well for me.
That's right. You know what? You need to roll on camera.
Maybe that's what
We've
I've
had 2 fans come in and they've gotten the bingo just with 30 rolls.
Still makes me mad. Still makes me mad. Oh boy, some people are going to be luckier than others. Even today, would you consider it luck? Would you consider it skill? We'd like to hear what you have to say, whether it be in the comment section of the live streams or more importantly, when you scan that QR code and start putting on your ratings for some of these players. Other than that, I think, this kind of wraps up everything that we've seen today. And moving on to the very final week, I think this is where we're going to see the best of the best really start pushing their boundaries for the bottom 4.
What I really do like though is the fact that the teams are not just like sitting back and thinking, oh, our ranks are already fixed. It doesn't matter what we do now. We're still seeing weaker teams show off. We're still seeing top teams getting the rug pulled from under them. So it's still very, very exciting and means that you need to make sure to catch every single match remaining in the regular season. That is the end of week 5. We still got week 6. We got 5 matches spread out over Saturday and Sunday. So we're looking forward to seeing you guys there.
Yeah, but don't forget, some of these big teams, we don't know whether they're going to be able to make it, and especially when they're contesting for that hot spot, that second bye. That second bye is still up for grabs for a lot of these teams.
We don't want to be the teams at the very bottom too, so it's time for us to close out the show for today. My name's Stafa, alongside Gideon. We'll leave you guys the mic check for this last match to end things off, and we'll see you guys next week. See ya!
We can fight, guys, if you guys want. Yeah. We did, guys. I did. Nice.
Shizu,
cover Shizu.
Cover Shizu.
Cover, guys. Nice. Front. Can. Ling. Wait. I no skill. Ling low. Ling first skill.
No ulti Lilia.
Nice. Boleh lagi ada? Ruby. Nice. Nice.
I want to play AD guard actually.
This. Just. I sustain tower. Just go.
Nice. On me.
No, it's okay. Come here.
No ulti.
Die. Oh, nice.
Hey, let's go, Lord, guys.
Lord. I think go, Ma. Watch me, yeah? Yeah, go. Just wall, guys. Nice. Blocking them. Pick up me, guys. It's okay, no. You guys good, right? Tower, guys. Almost. Just the tower. Ling. Nice. Woo!
Wait,
boom. Same. Nice.
Dia mau orang.
Valentin gak ada flicker.
Lihat mun guys.
Dalti. Nice. Rata. Valentin.
Rata.
Valentin belakang pakai ulti ini ya.
Valentin ada di ulti Lila lagi.
Guys, satu persatu, guys.
Rata.
Nah, itu dia. Wah, semangatnya mana, wah.
Semangat. Bisa. Santai.
Tengok adik. Adik Imo.
Grok Daudi. Grok ko ikat.
Santai guys.
Gas bantai. Bantai tuh kalian gue
Dia tarik nih.
Lu nya masih ada, guys.
Harit missing guys.
Parse ada bom.
No puri. Harit missing.
Aku dapat.
Mati dia no puri.
Lihat gua. Ayo lo save boy. Rata bantai.
Nice.
Barat flicker.
Nice.
Gua naga guys. Let's go.
Bantai.
Gua tebetor. Sepek.